Alright guys, welcome back as we continue our coverage here of the grind. You can see that roughly 260 hands have been played on stream today, but we are down to our final 3 tables. Jared Thatcher, the man to catch up to, guys. He's got 2.8 million in chips, 3.5 times the next closest person at the table, and 20% of the overall chips in play, let alone just at this table. He's 18 people left, he's got 20% of all of the chips. Chin's going to open small blind here. Thatcher's calling the big blind.
Jared's got about double what an average stacker's going to be when we get to the final table. And there's still 3 tables remaining. It's insane the amount of chips in front of Jared at the moment.
Hold it, 60,000.
Alrighty, dealers in the main event. Once you finish your current hand, please.
So Chin is going to find a c-bet here. Jared with ace high and a backdoor flush draw. I don't think he's ever going to be folding. Looks like he is going to peel one off, so we're going to see a turn here. And that is an interesting card for both these guys.
Yeah, look at that. Nut flush draw for Jared. Chin with the open ender and 2 overcards now.
Oh, the 9 of diamonds would be pretty disgusting.
Oh, that's 105.
Looks like he's going to barrel for roughly half pot, 130k. 105k. See Jared here with the nut flush draw.
Yeah, that's true. This is blind versus blind. Ace high can definitely still be the best hand at this point. Does have a little bit of showdown value, so he decides to just call. He's going to go to a river with his positional advantage.
Ooh,
and that's exactly what Chin's after. He's going to river the top pair. Diamond's bricking out as well. Be very happy to be going for some value here.
Looks like he is going to go for value in the form of 1/3, 150k on the river.
Possible that ace high is still the winner here, but that queen definitely does make it a bit less likely. He's basically just beating suited connectors and hands similar to that at the moment. Does make the
Jared thinks
fold.
better of it, doesn't try and pull any shenanigans, does just let it go. The Chin now over the million chip mark, 50 bigs, but still way behind Jared, who's got over 130 bigs.
folds. 9 folds. 2 folds. 4 folds.
Jared now, blind be blind, 850. Looks like he is going to find a limp. Don't think Michael's going to let that fly. Queen 10 suited's a very nice hand. Does elect to check in position though. Be a little bit worried that Jared could be setting a trap here.
Always be a little bit worrying battling the chip leader.
Yeah, and the 8-5 is going to find top pair on this flop. No backdoors for Michael, no diamonds on board. Wouldn't be surprised to see a bet of one big blind here from Jared. Same thing basically, 25k, and I think this is just going to be met with a pretty quick fold from Michael. Not much you can really do here with his hand. He does have a backdoor straight draw and 2 overs, but... Oh, looks like he is going to peel one off. Okay.
Be ashamed to fold such a pretty hand after playing it so slowly pre-flop, and he is going to find one of those backdoor straight draws. Jared's still going to feel pretty good about his flop top pair at the moment.
5 checks.
Sure, he could think of some better turn cards, but he's not going to be overly concerned about the jack.
Check from Jared, check back from Michael. Off to a river we go. And that is a pretty good run out for Michael.
Fantastic river cut for Michael. He's going to improve to the nut straight. Love to see some more chips go into the middle now.
Alrighty, players in the main event. We have paused the clock with 7 minutes to go. Before we pause the clock, we did a random number draw between 3 and 5 hands to play. The random number draw did pick 3, so we're going to play 3 more hands, and then we will back up for the evening, and you will come
He's
back
going to
tomorrow
bet it at roughly half pot. And we
And
can see that this is not going to be bet the call.
Yeah, this is getting more expensive.
The Queen 10 float with no backdoor flush draw on the flop.
6 raise, 200,000.
Announces a raise size. 200,000. I don't think Jared's going to be doing anything other than fold here.
It's pretty tough to actually put your opponent on a hand.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of
line.
the hands that he would have called the flop doesn't really improve on this run out. What do you like? 5-6, 5-3, 6-3. All of those hands brick. 6-7 bricks as well. You're gonna have to be pretty inventive to be able to find a hand that raises this river. Maybe a hand like
after checking back the turn as well, you would expect most of Michael's value hands on the turn to be going for value. So this kind of just looks like maybe a river 2 pair or something along those lines, or a bluff.
You have to think that some of those hands probably bet the turn. The only one that I can really think of would be maybe a hand like 8-9. But would that raise versus a half pot size river bet? I mean, I guess so, to try and get value from single pairs. It's a bit weird.
Yeah. I definitely wouldn't blame Jared for flicking this one in. There's just...
Yeah, it doesn't really make
his
any
line
sense.
just actually doesn't make any sense. Seeing that he can have Queen 10, it makes sense to us, but if we assume that he folds a hand like this in the flop, then we're losing to specifically Queen 10 of spades.
Yeah, but Jared also has to think that there are chances that Michael may have raised Queen 10 of spades pre. It's pretty unconventional to have checked back a Queen 10 suited blind, but and then to float Queen 10 of diamonds like this. Also thinking that Queen 10 suited probably Queen 10 of spades probably raises the flop, and Jared does just get away from it. Very interesting hand for Michael.
Actually, a pretty impressive fold there from Jared. That's very easy, a very easy spot to just flick the call in.
Yeah.
Michael representing so few value hands, and there's still quite a few bluffs that he could conceivably have on the river there too. I imagine Jared is sitting there thinking, no idea what he has, but he just seems he doesn't give his opponent credit for finding the bluff there. Yeah, well sniffed out there from Jared, but he'll be wondering what actually was he up against there.
He'll find out in 20 minutes.
9 folds.
He's lost 2 pots in a row now. Bit of a dent in the armor as we see Chin here with kings. Going to open
The
it
only other
up.
player on the table with over 1 million chips, and now he's got a big hand as well.
Oh, and Michael with ace-10. I think we're probably going to be seeing some chips go in here one way or another.
Yeah, it's definitely a reasonable hand to use as a 3-bet. He's out of position. Wow, look at this, Jordan. This is a very tight fold, but it's going to work out for him. He's going to be pretty upset to see that he didn't get any action out of that.
Well, that might be something else that added to Jared's decision in the previous hand, given he's folding ace-10-0 from the small blind at this depth. Doesn't really put any defense in there. Jared may think that this guy probably just isn't really going to be taking spots as a bluff like that, so interesting fold, definitely on the tighter side. Lucky to dodge the cooler there. As we are 6-handed at the moment, notice there's 18 players in the top right of screen. When we get down to 16, we will be reducing down to 2 tables. But for now, we're going to be a little bit shorter handed. Looks like Jin's going to have the opportunity to play another hand here. King Jack suited.
4 raised to 55,000. 5 fold.
Janet with the ace-3 suited. We saw her take a 3-bet with the king-queen-0 from the small blind earlier. Decides against a 3-bet on this occasion though, does just call. And Luke with a similar hand to Chin. Not as pretty though. I think he'll be defending as well. So we're getting a 3-way here.
All the kings and jacks already in these guys' hands. Janet's in pretty good shape to just hold here with the ace-high, but see how this plays out. Wow,
Yeah, well,
never mind.
It's not going to play out that easily when they both flop Broadway. There is a spade out there as well, so at the moment Chin does have the very slight advantage. And it looks like Janet's just going to lead out to this one.
That's 55,000.
You don't want to be doing that.
Yeah, especially into the nuts twice.
I wonder whether or not Luke is just going to set the trap here.
Can't see this hand playing out in any way other than a lot of chips going in here. Whether Luke decides to play this slow or not, facing a bet and a call, Chin would certainly be going for a raise. Looks like
Looks like it is a min raise. Raises to 110k. And Chin's probably thinking that with the flush draw out there, do I really want to just call? Let's just jam. I mean, I guess if you have the nuts, putting all of the money in as quickly as possible is not really, not really the worst decision, but...
Yeah, I mean, this raise from Luke does look very strong as well, so he probably figures he's just getting called. By jamming, he can maybe represent some kind of combo draw.
Doesn't want to try and get any extra money from... Oh, that's a spade. That's scary.
Oh, no.
Oh, that's a safe river, though.
I win.
Royal flush draw on the turn. Doesn't change much. Luke was sweating for a moment.
Chin would have
Anyway, wouldn't matter, would it?
Yeah, would have loved to have seen that spade there on the river, free rolling for another 600,000 chips, but that would have been a tough one to watch.
How long is the delay between?
20 minutes.
30 or 20? 20?
We won't be able to see my bluff for another 18 minutes.
They are
Yeah.
breaking table, so you might.
You're going to save me the pain? I can tell you what I had. It saves me from watching it.
You're not allowed to watch it, apparently.
Oh.
Oh, yeah,
no.
you're not allowed to watch the stream.
Oh.
Did you river 2 pair?
Not allowed to.
That's not what it was.
on your phone.
Yeah.
Can you watch this stream? I might have got bluffed twice. Oh, is that why? Yeah.
Easy's mine, please.
Have you ever seen him this curious before? 4 and 5 folds.
Oh, he's busy.
6 and 8 folds.
No, I don't know.
Mm, 9 and 8.
Luke now with an open blind be blind. Folding to Luke. Just playing a hand against Luke. Some Luke on Luke violence here. think Luke is going to find a call against Luke.
Suited hands.
We don't want them.
And hazard a guess that Luke is probably going to come away with the win in this one. Luke does
I think
have the
you're
range
probably right.
advantage, but Luke has the betting lead, so Luke may be in a rough spot. Who's on first?
Quite a few hands that could definitely benefit Luke's hand there. But
Yeah,
Luke does
definitely
take
think
it down.
I wouldn't hate to defend there with the 7-4 suited. It's such a nice hand. As you guys can see,
yeah,
top right of screen, down to 16 now, so we're going to be breaking it down to 2 tables. As we see some friendly faces joining the table. Caius, seat 1. Familiar face when it comes to APT events.
Richie, if you're in the room, please return back to the main event table. Thank you. That's Richie, if you're in the room.
Am I deep right?
Yes.
Oh, sorry.
Pardon? This is streaming. Yes. 20-minute delay, but not allowed to watch the stream at the table. Oh, what's right?
Slipping.
4 A's, 55, and 6 bucks, 5 dollars. 5 and 6 dollars. 8 fold, 9 fold.
Table is full and we're back in the action. Chin picking up a pair of 7s from under the gun.
2 folds.
Get around to Ali from King Queen.
55.
Very nice hand to defend. Now Ali with a very healthy chip stack as well. See, he's bringing 1.5 million chips to the table. A little bit of competition for Jared. Nice flop here for Chin.
Only 1 over to his 7s. I feel pretty confident to be able to see bet. I don't think Ali is going to be doing anything other than fold here. And he does. See Alex in the background. Happy birthday, Alex. One of the best tournament directors and dealers in his spare time is at the APT circuit, and it's his birthday today. So if you guys are down at the APT, make sure you wish Alex a happy birthday. That's never going to get old, but Alex does. That's just his birthday.
Yeah, extremely old. Now the question on everyone's mind here, Jordan, is how long is it going to take for Phoebe to put quads on the board?
Over under 12 hands?
I'd give her at
Wait,
least
wait,
15.
quads on the board or trips again?
Well, trips on the board, I expect this orbit.
Yeah, okay.
Give her a couple of orbit for the quads.
Those of you who aren't sure what exactly we're talking about, quads were dealt on the board by Phoebe twice yesterday. And in one of those spots, it was quad jacks with an ace on the board, so the players chopped it up.
Yeah, Will went for a couple of streets, 2 streets of bluffing.
Good luck, man.
With, I believe it was 5 high or 6 high. Got called twice by King High. And then they rivered the ace for the chop. And then another time, Will, after flopping the bottom pair, turning the full house and getting the quads counterfeit on the river.
The 10 of spades. Six.
So you see Jared's still in the lead, but he's got a little bit of competition now. 1.5 million chips for Ali, new to the table.
Six and 8 and 9 folds. One fold. Two folds. Three folds. And 4 folds.
Looked like Jared just got himself a walk with kings. I'm sure he'll be
life.
thrilled.
I'm sure he'd be stoked with that. He can cry into the
we
rest
can
of his
see,
chips.
You'd see a moment ago, Chin was unfortunate enough to just get the raise and take it through. To the tight fold from Michael, and this time they're not even going to be fortunate enough to pick up a whole set of blinds. The antes picking up a small blind on pot.
Luke
For
now.
anyone
king
just
queen.
joining us, this is the Australian Poker Tour, The Grind, sponsored by Absolute Prestige Cars. We are down to our final 2 tables at the moment. Playing for just over $50,000 up top. We are live on APT Live on Facebook and on Twitch at LCA Poker. Make sure you guys are liked, subscribed, following.
As we see an open here from Luke and a call from Luke. Michael now with 760. If it's anything similar to how he's been playing so far, I don't think we'll find a defend here. So I am wrong again. I think I'm just going to stop making predictions. I always have to be incorrect about what happens.
3 players.
Oof! That is pretty sick. We've got an open ender for Michael, middle set for Luke.
6 checks.
That is a bit spicy. Definitely see some action here.
Checked over to Luke with the middle set.
It's a pretty good board
Sizing
for
up a bit
8s.
here. As far as
there
they
is-
come, yeah.
But there are quite a number of very bad turns. Wouldn't be surprised to see a bet of 75k here. That is exactly what we see.
A lot of turn cards make this board very connected. However, it is a
Yeah.
rainbow flop, so at least there's no flush draws to be concerned about for Luke at the moment.
And it's a bit annoying
No,
for
Michael's not going
Michael.
anywhere yet.
Well, he may go somewhere because it's a bit annoying given that if he calls this bet, the SPR on the turn is literally going to be 1. They're very shallow here, so he may just think that he's not going to try and realise this bottom end straight, and that's what he decides. He does fold. I think with Jack 10 he
He
probably
made a
finds the
stellar
call.
prediction.
Yeah, Jack 10 I think he makes a call. Probably 10-7 as well. I think with the 6-7 it's just a little bit dicey. Because at least with Jack 10 you can turn top pairs that may be good on some scenarios. And it looks like he's going to be a little bit worried as to whether or not he made the right decision there. He kind of looks down, wishing he could have seen the turn card. Not to be though. There's Luke.
I'm sure Luke's pretty happy to have
Take
that
himself
one
up a bit more.
get through the open ender actually. It's one of the hands that he's not going to be thrilled about coming along.
River. 9 of diamonds.
Nine folds. One fold. Two folds.
Ladies and gents, do let us know who you're cheering for. Got a handful of fan favourites on the table, familiar faces. Let us know in our Twitch and Facebook chats. who your horse is.
And free raise to 75,000.
Jordan and I have been shocking with our predictions so far. So we're going to wait until we're down to the final 9 before we throw any names.
10 would have been probably take that.
Wow, and we see another tight fold there from Michael. He actually had the pocket 4s in the small blind. Now, small blind is a very difficult position to play. Very easy to make a lot of mistakes in the small blind. And looks like Michael is just trying to avoid the situations altogether, unless he has a really good reason not to. We saw that tight fold just a couple of orbits ago with the ace-10 out of the small blind. We've seen fold the pocket 4s here as well. These the other players are being made aware of what's going on. That'll be something important to note.
One falls. Two raise, 55.
Oh, nice
Luke
hand
now.
here for Luke.
Ace Jack suited.
Three folds, four folds, five folds.
Shout out to Swarmsy in the Twitch chat. Got a piece of the prodigy, Mr. Krill Dogs, not at this table, but I know for a fact that Lockie's been playing very well this series.
Folds, nine.
As I've seen Michael going to find a 3-bet with the Ace Queen O to 150k.
Back around to Luke now. Ace Jack suited, very pretty hand. Reasonably good price, but he has opened from an early position and is facing a 3-bet. He's going to have a pretty good idea that Michael means business here.
Yeah, and I have to wonder whether or not these guys played with each other at all during the course of today. Whether or not that's going to weigh on the decision at all. I also think that if he decided to take it as a jam, Michael probably would fold given the way he's played so far, but I don't think it's going to get to that. He does decide to make the fold.
Yeah, it's a good fold there by Luke. It's really hard to let that hand go, but when you open up from the early position and face a 3-bet, you've got to have a pretty good idea of what your opponent's up to if you want to be playing these hands from out of position.
Two folds. Three folds. And four folds. Five folds.
I've got folding back around to the button now.
Six and eight
Janet
folds.
is our short stack at this table. 4 do so not going to be good enough. With the Jack 8 offsuit. Decides against a raise or a limp. Highest going to take it down with the 10-3-0. You're going to be really stoked with that.
Yep, that's it's a nice one to look down at when you get a war.
Shout out to Deb in the Facebook chat saying, "Go Luke." Thank you for cheering him on, but which one? We've got two Lukes at the table, Luke Irving and Luke Medwin.
If they both make final table, Jordan, just to sort of give ourselves a little bit of an edge, I might pick Luke as the winner.
Yeah, that's
Final
good.
table winners'
Good.
picks have gone pretty terribly so far, so I might be able to offset that a little bit.
I reckon that joke got a lukewarm reaction at best.
Four folds. Five folds.
My housemates just heard me say that, giving me the finger, so I appreciate that.
Eight folds.
As we see it fold back around to Luke here, I'm going to play the 8-3-0. Kai's with King Queen blind be blind though. He's got less than 20 bigs. And he could just take this as a jam if he wanted
River
to.
straight. River just straight against me.
Suit 1 is on.
Shout out Daniel in the Facebook chat, cheering on Queensland's finest.
Did you fold the two, like, top pair? Or?
Oh, I was going to get that one straight through.
Well, not very close. Got me, Rays did get me a bit by surprise.
What about your mate? Did he bluff you?
Nah, I had ace-6 of diamonds, he had king, queen of hearts, so 3 bands in the blinds, and then came deuce 10, 1 diamond, he bet, I called, turn jack, so we jack of diamond, so we both get a massive draw. He bets, I call, river, queen, and then he bets, I called. Alright, feel better now.
That's an extra 2.5%.
4 folds. 5 folds. 6 folds. 8 and 9 folds.
Highest now with 7s on the button. I think he's going to be jamming this. I lied. He does just rip it in for 20 bigs. Luke not going to be doing anything here. Ali not going to be doing anything either.
And 3 folds.
Couple of pots back to back. Going in the right direction. Up over 500,000 chips now. Few steps away from Jared Stack at 2.5 million. See, at the moment, just the one short stack on the table in Janet. Everyone else now above that 20 big blind mark. Currently 16 players remaining here in the Absolute Prestige Cars, the grind. Now, Jordan, correct me if I'm wrong, but the plan was to play through till about 11 PM?
About 11 PM, yeah. And then at which point we are going to be calling it for the night. I think at that point we'll probably be down to the final table, and then we're going to come back tomorrow and continue the play, similar to what we did with the Players' Championships yesterday. As we see Kai's getting amongst it again with the Queen 10 suited, raising it up to 50k. Chen going to call the Ace 4-0 from the big, so we're going to see a flop here.
Are you still in?
That's for the top pair.
975.
He's just going to c-bet half pot. Really like this size in the 10-9-3. And, a float from the Ace 4-0.
Who was it?
Well, that's just... Sure.
Yeah, that's well played. Not a great turn card at all for Case, but it's hard for him to know that his opponent's got an ace.
Out the blind.
Most ace highs you'd expect to be folding flop.
Now I understand how people win or run deep in tournaments. Just floating Ace 4-0 on the 10-9-3, and then check jamming on the turn.
Wow,
All in
snap
call.
ball.
What is that? What is going on? This hand is wild. Haas just doesn't
Jordan,
believe him.
This is
What
chaos.
is this? How do you check jam Ace 4-0 and get a snap from Queen 10?
Good game, man.
And River, we're gonna lose Kai's.
9.
What's going on?
Huge pot there for Chin. Over 1 million chips in the middle just now.
No.
No, 50. Just 50.
Looks like that Chin is gonna take himself up to
Yeah.
1.7 million.
No, now.
Very good fortune there.
Oh, ace, queen. How'd you down? Yeah.
Dominated, but just.
Yeah, I'm not really sure what to say about that one. That was a
You folded? Oh, you got quite
that was a very interesting.
Biggie bigs.
I didn't think you were doing it.
Easy fold. Easy.
That was a pretty special hand, Jordan.
Of all the hands I've seen doing commentary, that was certainly one of them.
Just consolidating it.
That certainly was one of the hands.
Yeah. Oh well.
We all
Down to
like
15 players now.
What do you do?
I would have loved to have
Happened to you,
known
mate.
how Chin felt after the snap call. Surely he thought he was dead.
8 dogs. 9 dogs.
Anyway.
2 dogs. 3 dogs. And 4
King's last time you folded, Timmy, but this time, happy to see that.
That's Ali now, Queen 8. And
I showed
definitely a hand
Jack
that he
4.
could like to open from the button, but he decides against it. Jared gonna get another walk.
Were they suited?
Slightly worse hand than King's this
They
time.
weren't.
Double suited. You can hit 2 fluffs.
Possibilities
One
are
short
endless
stack
with
on the
that
table at
hand.
the moment.
Better. It's better if they're
The
different.
grind has a fantastic structure, so we get to see a lot of play. These guys get plenty of time,
He said last time.
plenty of opportunity
He said last time.
to let their skills and let the poker do the talking.
Floats the ace 4 road, check jams the turn. Looks like action's gonna fold back around to him on the button here. See if he can keep his magic rolling. Queen 10-0, definitely think he's gonna be opening this one up.
And 4 ace to 55.
Jared with the
Jared
ace
giving us
5.
S5, giving it some thought.
Oh, I wouldn't hate this. This is a very fun spot, but does decide against it. And Michael with the Jack 4 suited. I think this is a pretty clear defend. Tends to agree. Looks like he's reaching for chips.
We're gonna see a flop.
And that is a
This
pretty
is,
big flop for Michael.
Yeah, this is very clearly favouring one of the players. Michael, gut shot plus flush draw. Both his pairs also live, but Chin technically out in front with Queen High. See, the percentages definitely don't indicate that Chin is holding the best hand at the moment. Does check back, and that's a pretty rough turn card for Chin. Michael going to improve to the flush, and he's going to bet at it. Chin, no way he goes anywhere just yet.
That's roughly a third.
Chin winning a huge hand against Queen 10 just a minute ago, but now he's on the receiving end. He is officially drawing dead on the turn as well. No
It's a
river
bit of
card
an
can help him.
Bit of an action killing river though.
Yeah, that 3 of clubs maybe saves Chin a future. It's just going to lose a small pot
Yeah.
there. Still very healthy, above the 1.5 million chip mark is Chin.
Janet, our short stack at this table at the moment, just 13 big blinds. Redeemer asking if this is Luke. There are a couple of Lukes on the table at the moment. No Luke in the booth.
There is far too many Lukes on the table, actually. Jordan's not shut up about them yet. Alright, Adema, you are listening to Jordan Bromley and CVJ. Thank you for joining.
You might think that I'm sitting here trying to think of jokes that I can make with their names, but I promise, that's not the way it looks.
Oh,
Sissy Luke opened the ace 10-0. Oh, the 55k. Looks like a
we've got
Luke.
another 4 hours of this. I don't know if I'm going to make it.
2 calls, 55.
Luke gonna call the king queen.
3 calls. 4 calls.
Suited ace
Thank
for Jared on the button.
Thanks for the kind words, Brian. I think you're the only one. Folds around to Jared on the button, ace 8 suited. He's definitely been playing quite a lot with Medwin. He's had him at his table most of the afternoon, so I have to wonder what he could be doing with ace-8 suited here. He may utilize this as an opportunity to potentially 3-bet squeeze to try and get this shown down or take the pot down now. That looks like what he's going to try and do.
175.
Looks like he's put out around 175k here. A little bit on the smaller side given there's been a raise and a call.
Fold.
I wouldn't be surprised to see this work. Looks like Luke Begwin is thinking it through.
175.
Double checks his cards. I don't know, I think I'm probably just going to let this one go. You do have 20 big blinds, but Jared is 3-betting versus under the gun in a middle position call, so it's never going to feel very weak. This is probably one of the worst hands that Jared's going to have when he does this.
Not to mention, if Jared has a real hand, your ace-10 is toast.
Yeah.
Every hand that does this for value has you crushed.
Yep.
9 folds.
Does decide on a fold, and I wouldn't be surprised to see Luke Irving do the same thing.
And 2 folds.
Yeah, he does.
Yeah, very quickly gets out of the way. Nice hand by everyone there. Jared obviously taking in the chips.
So close.
Yeah, felt close.
You probably had enough.
Hands are up around 15, 30.
Maybe. Maybe not.
Very nicely timed.
Maybe a little something. Maybe a little something.
Very
something.
nicely timed 3-bet there from Jared.
Pocket J's.
Something that has a
You
bit
folded
of
J's?
pizzazz.
No, I'm joking. I'm playing.
Yeah, it's some pizzazz.
He had that.
That my hand did have pizzazz. I can tell you now, it had pizzazz. We'll say that.
HT Lapley in the Twitch chat. Medwin for the big win. Be a pretty cool spot for him. Daniel's asking how you fold 6-2 suited, like that. Not sure whether or not
Intense
Jack,
discipline is the answer.
not sure whether or not Jack is still alive. I think I may have been able to spot him at the back table as we see that Jared could be in a little bit of trouble here. Michael waking up with queens. Michael has been playing pretty snug so far. Definitely going to see a 3-bet here though. Can't imagine him just
I
calling this
put that
ever.
in.
I'm just
Looks
going
like
to
we
get
have maybe a misclick
clarification.
on the chips there.
Yep. Man, looks like it is going to be treated as a call. So this is actually going to save Jared quite a number of chips. It's a pretty lucky break.
Or it's going to cost him if he levels himself.
I don't think he's going to do that. Oh, Jared with ace king. Oof.
Oh. Yeah, I think
Why?
you're right. I think you're right, Jordan. I think this is going to save him.
8's all in.
You see that
Not be
misclick is
surprised.
due to the
I
the
would be
blinds
surprised
have
if...
ticked
Oh,
over
look,
through
what is
15:30.
this? What is
What
this
is
hand?
going on?
Ace king, kings, queens, eights. My god. To be honest, if it folds back around to Michael, he might even consider folding. This is ridiculous. What a setup.
Wow. And Jared somehow misclick limps to save himself 30k. This
That
guy's
is
running
insane.
Folding.
3 of the 5 best starting hands in poker right now, guys.
Yeah, I know.
And
pocket eights as
six
well.
Oh, Michael doesn't even think
And
about
see
it.
a
He just
quick
snaps
ball
off
from
with
Michael.
queens.
Six folds.
He is in
Yeah, I
rough
mean, this
shape.
jam is for,
Oh, yeah, I'm
this jam
on
is for
rough.
15
Yeah.
big blinds.
Oh, here we go.
Limp.
So it definitely makes sense that Michael...
Yeah,
No,
very
I
nice.
went to raise 8 and accidentally limped.
I'll get
raised,
back to your
jam.
comments in a minute, Shane, but we just need to see the run out of this hand, as I don't think we saw
good
any
hands.
queen. Oh, we did see a queen folded.
I think I'm getting
Michael
8.
was 1% to win this one. Maybe both the queens were folded, actually.
8, 8.
So we see Luke in very, very good shape to pick up 1.2 million
I fold no
chips.
matter what.
Janet does have aces live to be able to find the triple up.
Come on, Phoebe.
He's putting kings at risk.
Everybody getting a photo of this one. They can't really believe it. Embleton's in the players area for some reason. I don't know why. Get out. Jack 10-5 doesn't help any of these guys.
It doubles the queen's equity, actually, but...
And another deuce river. So Luke is going to take the whole lot. 1.2 million going his way.
What a setup.
Wasn't it?
That wasn't nice.
And that was
Wow.
very sick. Very sick.
Yeah, ultimate setup bot there. And not really anything that anyone could have done.
Dead.
Nah, it doesn't.
Dead.
Alrighty.
Thanks, guys. Good luck.
Good game.
Also
Shout out
pretty
Adam.
sick that the queens are so dead.
Yeah, shout out Adam Tester in the Facebook chat. Apparently he would have won this tournament if he went into it. So I guess all of these guys have Adam to thank that he didn't buy into this one, giving them an opportunity to potentially win this. Yeah, it was pretty crazy. A couple of very huge hands there.
Okay.
Wow. Nice hand.
Good old stars run out that one.
Now, for all you knuckleheads,
It certainly
blinds
was.
are up, alright? Don't go limping.
Yeah, well,
Yes.
I think that would constitute a raise, 50,000.
2 chips. Because it's...
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
So
Like, if I didn't have these,
Yeah.
then you'd say, well,
Let us know
no,
where you're
it's
tuning in
cool.
from as well. See a couple of guys from the Whit Sundays, Proserpine area. Daniel reckons that 6 deuce would have been taken that. What's your obsession with 6 deuce, Daniel? It feels like it might be a favourite hand of yours. It's the second time you brought it up.
3, 4, and 5 points. We're down to 12.
Last hand here for Michael. He's in the cutoff with 12.5 bigs. Could definitely just see these go into the middle here.
6 is all in.
Yeah, I do like the shove here from Michael. Very pretty hand here from Luke, but I don't know that he's going to be calling an all-in with it.
9 points.
Does get out of the way.
First one small, the second one bruised.
And 2 points.
Second Luke going to get out of the way as well. 2 short stacks at the moment. Luke Irving and Michael focusing on 14 big blind mark. Currently 12 players remaining here in the absolute prestige Cars the Grind.
Nearing a final table. If you guys are only just tuning in, firstly, thanks for tuning in. Shout out to you guys watching from the Whit Sundays, Camden in Sydney. Also tuning in from Hawaii, Tyrone. Thanks for watching. We are going to be playing down to past the final table, I think, here in this one. We're going to be going all the way to 11 o'clock tonight, at which point we are going to be pressing pause on the proceedings and then coming back tomorrow to finish out this final table. So you can see 197 players started on this one, just 12 left at this stage. These guys are playing for $52,000 up top. So definitely quite a lot of action still to go. So much money still in the prize pool. If they bust right now, they're going to lock themselves up $3,600. But they're not going to be thinking about that, of course. They're just going to be thinking about what is to play for the win. And Luke is going to be thinking about that, opening this ace 10-0 from the small blind. May even just open rip it. That's what he does.
It's a nice jam. 14 big blinds. Just going to go ahead and run it.
Shout out Borat in the Twitch chat, tuning in from Kazakhstan. Sorry for cutting you off, Corey. Shout out to Borat tuning in from Kazakhstan. Definitely a real person.
Aren't you glad you didn't shove against me?
Yeah.
So they'll still play it.
Shout out Russell Fogarty in the chat as well. Always a regular viewer. Always a regular at the series as well. Good to see you around, mate. Hope you're doing well.
You got to write them out. So.
5 raised to
Yeah.
Yeah.
Had to think about it, don't worry.
6 fold, 9 fold,
Jared going to open the ace-9 here.
and 2 folds.
Folding around to Ali in the small blind. Would be surprised to see a call. 10 suited, a very pretty hand, even from the small.
Wedding buyers, yeah.
And 3 folds, 60,000. And 4 folds.
Looks
He's
like
going to
that's
make
what's
the
going to
call.
happen. So we're going to see a flop here. It's like going to be a pure flip between these hands.
3 checks.
Not anymore though.
Huge
Very
flop
good
here
ball.
for Ali.
Very good board for the pre-flop razor, but we can see that it's not in this case. Ali does flop 2 pair. Big bet here from Jared. I like this size. Half pot.
I think Ali is also pretty happy to see some chips go in the middle here. Now, he's going to be confident, but he's also going to be aware that the opponent, raising from early position, can definitely have some hands that have got him in bad shape. And you see the hearts come in on the turn as well. Queen 10. It is 2 pair, it is a big hand. But if Jared starts putting a lot of chips into this pot, Ali's hand is going to become simply a bluff catcher. Jared thinking this through now. And he's going to fire again.
Going to barrel for roughly half pot again, 175k. Now, Ali's not going to feel too great about his hand anymore. Sure, he flops 2 pair, but he loses to a whole heap of combos. King, Queen, King 10, Ace, Jack, Jack 9, all the heart combos. I have to wonder whether or not Jared would barrel a hand like aces. Probably just checks that back on this turn. Ali going to see what's up on the river though.
Certainly got to stick around for one more street here with the 2 pair, but he's going to be praying for a check river. Interesting to see how Jared's going to proceed here, and he just decides to just take his showdown value with the ace. Now, you could argue that maybe the ace doesn't have a whole lot of showdown value, and perhaps this would work better as a bluff, but probably expects to run into a bunch of hands, sort of like a Queen Jack, Jack 10 sort of hands that improve to the straight.
Also have to
So
wonder
let's just
whether or
check
not
it
those
back.
hands... Have to wonder whether or not those hands with the jack in them are going to lead into you on the river. It's a pretty bad board for any of the 2 pair combos, so oftentimes you'll see if somebody's got a jack in that kind of spot, they'll actually just bet instead of allowing the person just to straight check back. But as played, Ali does check and Jared just snap checks back the ace, so he's going to see the bad news on this occasion. Ali going to pick up a very nice pot.
Yeah, it's a pretty hefty pot going the way of Ali. It's almost 800k in the middle just there. Here for Luke, he's going to open it up. Last time he raised up the ace 10, he was forced to fold it. Liam Murray joining us in the Facebook chat. Hey Liam, thanks for hanging out. Suited hand for Jared. He's going to defend it. He's got clubs and 2 live cards. He's not going to connect with any of them. 3 spades on board, neither player with one.
And 9 checks.
6 of clubs on the turn. Not going to change anything. Luke out in front, the ace 10. He does pick up a gut shot on the turn. 3 spades on board.
And 9 checks.
It's not the most exciting draw he's ever had. Let's go check on the turn. River going to repeat 7.
And I think this is a river that Jared is going to try and bluff. It's a very good card for the big blinds defending range. And we saw this as something that Fletcher was doing on the final table of the Carcass yesterday. He would attack these cards that are very good for the range with a large bet, and that's exactly what Jared does on this occasion. He bets roughly 80% pot.
He's giving it some thought here. He can beat a complete bluff and only a complete bluff.
And he also has to think what size, whether or not this size is going to be a 9 or a 6 ever. Because if it's only ever a 7, then it narrows down the combos, but he does fold. Jared with 2.4 million, so he slipped down a little bit from where he was at his peak.
I'm sure he's not feeling too bad about it. Darcy in the Facebook chat asking if this is the final table. It will be very soon. We've currently got 12 players remaining. I say very soon, but these guys definitely could be here a while. A couple of short stacks on the table, but definitely a lot of chips in play.
Oh, I was busy looking at Borat the Twitch. I didn't even notice that Libbo had slipped in. Hello, Libbo. Thanks for tuning in, mate. Good to see you. Hope you're doing well. Shane Cummins on Facebook is asking if we can get an interview with Luke Irving. Not when he's playing. That's a bit counterproductive. I'm sure he would rather not get an interview when he's got $52,000 to play for. Maybe if he wins it. So we see it fold around to Jared. Oh, sorry, folds around to Chin. Looks like he's going to open the 7-6-0 from the button. It's a bit wide. Michael is going to consider a defense here with Queen 7-0. Given the way he's played so far, don't think that's going to be the case. And Chin gets it through. Don't think there were any players from the glorious nation of Kazakhstan in this event. I think we've got a blanket ban on anybody related to Borat, so...
Not allowed.
Hello Liam, thanks for tuning in. I know that Corey said hello before, but I wanted to say my own hello. My favourite father-to-be.
2 fold. Three folds. 4 folds.
It's very good with knowing what to jam. Liam knows his Nash ranges very well. As we see it fold around to Michael, small blind. Decides against it.
Yep.
As always, guys, let us know where you're watching from. Let us know who you're supporting. As always, if you've got any questions for us, let us know. Corey and I will do our best to answer them incorrectly. This is usually what we tend to do here. We usually think that something's going to happen and the opposite happens. We expected a snap fold. Yeah, we expected a snap fold from the Ace-4-0 before. As it turns out, it became a call followed by a check jam. So we're still learning. See Chin getting amongst it again. Ace-9 suited this time. Gonna fold around to Luke in the blinds. And that works for both of them. Don't think we're gonna see a defense from the 5-3-0. It's a very nice hand. It's one of the best hands ever created, but this scenario, it's probably just not gonna work out. Libbo, I can't say that on air, mate. Come on. As we see Chin's gonna take it down. Got a Krilly supporter tuning in from Switzerland. Wow. We had a guy tuning in from New York the other day. I think that was the furthest person would have away, but Switzerland's going to be pretty close as well.
I mean, of course, we also have Borat coming from Kazakhstan.
Oh, it's Steve. Shout out, Steve. Thanks for watching. Hope you're doing alright over there. Hope you had a good trip to Asia for the series. Ali now with Ace King. I don't think he's going to be putting chips in here. Luke does try to limp the small blind, but I think he's going to be met with bad news. I think the price of poker is going to increase pretty quickly and pretty drastically here.
3 went all in and 2 folded.
That limp very quickly unsuccessful. Michael and Luke. 12 and 13 big blinds respectively. The rest of the players on the table seem pretty healthy around the 30 big blind plus mark. A couple of big stacks.
Love you too, Steve. Thanks for watching, mate. Hope you're not too cold over there. As you see, we are down to 12, so we're just a few bust outs away from our final table here in the grind.
What's that? Ah! One guy's got piles. One guy's got more than me, maybe.
Chin now with
One
queens.
guy's got more than me.
Who's that?
Marco does.
What about Dan?
What, C1?
What about Simon?
3 calls.
Ali's turn to limp.
Yeah.
Probably
Yes.
Ali's turn to fold.
He took me out on the first ball.
C4 is all in.
That's a lot of chips. Yeah, that's not quite how I expected that to go. Chin just goes ahead and piles it in. It's about 60 odd big blinds effective.
Why not? What's he gonna do? Call? Shout out Ross, cheering on Luke from the sunny coast. Thanks for tuning in. Brazil will win the main event tomorrow. Brazil, huh? So I'm guessing I shouldn't say 7-1. Will that get me kind of in trouble? It's a bit of a football joke for you guys. Nick cheering on Luke as well. Man, lots of Irving fans in here.
Popular guy, it seems.
So it looks like he's open to 75k here. Gonna get a defense from the big blind though. Jared not gonna go down without a fight. Sorry, it was Ali that opened. Queens for him this time. Queens are just hopping around this table. Yeah, it's 5-0 for Jared. We are going to see 2 pair for Jared though. Interestingly, I'm pretty sure with 2 pair in this spot, you just want to proceed with a call. That is what he does. Off to a turn we go. Oh, it's paint. What kind of paint is it? I think it was a black card, so I don't think it can be a queen. As we see, it does go check, check. Or paint. And that is a queen.
Oh,
A rivet set
that's
for
a
Ali.
very dirty river.
This is going to be pretty costly for Jared. He does have the worst 2-pair ace though. It's not the best
425.
run out in the world, so... Oh my god, he just jams! Oh wait, no he doesn't. Sorry, he check raises. And he is going to be facing some pretty bad news, I'd say.
You got to think that Jared will be able to sniff this one out after the raise. He has overbet the pot on the river here. Oh, never mind.
He lead
was it
overbets the river and gets a call and gets just a call from Ali. So Ali very worried about the floated Jack 10 on the flop, I guess.
Interesting. Now, I don't think that Jared was going to lose any more chips on the hand anyway. But I do think Ali maybe should have tried. But we do see, all of a sudden, the table has a new captain. Ali taking the chip lead after that pot. And that pot was worth, what was it, just shy of 1.2 million. These pots are getting big.
Lost for words, Corey. Not quite sure what to say here.
2 raise 65.
That was a river call.
3 calls.
Of all the river calls you've ever seen, Jordan, was that one of them?
65.
I guess Ali just didn't really want Jared to go broke with 6s or 5s, or ace 5 or ace 6. Just, yeah. Anyway, on we march. Luke opening the King Queen. Michael going to call the big blind. As we see top pair here for Luke. Looks like he is going to
2 is all in.
eye off the table before deciding to just
2 is
jam.
all in. 4 fold.
Yeah, probably wasn't going to make much of a difference, but I think a smaller bet jamming turn is going to be a slightly cleaner way to go about it. SPR was about 1.5. Small bet, set up a jam for the turn. Prefer that line to the jam.
Mitch, thanks for tuning in, mate. Looking forward to seeing you tomorrow. You won't actually see us in person, but looking forward to seeing you on the felt. Been a while, definitely need to try and catch up, get down and see how things are going down there. Been quite a while since I've made the trip south of the border. As in, down to Tweed Head, not in the euphemism. Anyway, action continuing on. Luke here with the ace-5 suited, gonna open it up.
4 and 5 fold.
Whole lot of aces in this deck.
Certainly a lot of them.
And 6 folds. And 9 folds.
Easy little pick up there for Luke. That's going to get him back above the 20 big blind mark. Michael, currently the only table short stack, only playing 8 big blinds. And you're looking for a hand to double up with soon.
Thanks, guys. You have a new dealer.
Thank you.
Good luck.
Thanks, Phoebe.
Hello.
How are we?
Ah, we've got a bit of a dealer change. She was in the chat on
What do you
Twitch
know?
a few days ago. We've got Miss Taylor Pickles taking the reins here. Shout out Livo.
Typically,
Livo in the Twitch chat. Don't worry, mate. I'll always be respectful of your play. Don't worry about it. The right good tap and free roll. If you ever play tournaments, I'm sure you'd actually do well, but you're too much of a stickler for cash, so I'm never going to see you play one of these things, just like I am. Anyway, we march on. What were you saying, Corey, before I rudely interrupted?
Yeah, so Taylor doesn't typically deal quads on the board, but she does typically bust players out of tournaments. Got a bit of a reputation for it, so
you're talking from experience here?
I've seen some things, Jordan. I've seen some things. We could be final table very soon.
Scylla or Chiller 90 in the Twitch chat asking if there are any more tournaments this weekend. Oh yeah, lots of action still to go. We've got main event day 2 tomorrow. We're going to be covering the grind final table, which is going to go till tomorrow as well. Main event final table tomorrow, and also if you are at Southport Shark, there are a number of tournaments you can still play. The Beast is going to be running tomorrow. Definitely a great tournament to try and save your series. So there's still a bunch of coverage that we're going to be bringing you. So we see the chip counts and the absolute prestige cars of the grind.
Fourfold, sorry. Fivefold.
Got a question regarding Jack. I think Jack may be on an outer table.
1 call, 30.
I could be wrong with that.
Yes.
We do still have 6 players on the other table. Liam letting us know. Jack, unfortunately, is not still in the tournament.
Sorry. 60. Good call.
So I've got a blind versus blind pot brewing here. We did limp the small blind. Ali just going for the min raise with the king queen here. Do see a gut shot here for Luke. Ali with the top pair though is well in front.
Tip 3 bet 75.
It's like, Ali is going to see you at the king queen. Luke does have a gut shot, so he has potential to maybe peel one off here, but Ali did bet relatively big, betting 2.5 bigs. May not feel comfortable trying to find a 10 on the turn.
Yeah, she's going to walk straight to the front door.
Yeah, I don't think he will find a call here. I think he will just let this one go.
Give me some
Not wrong
thought,
this
but he
time.
does decide to just toss him back.
We've got a request in the Twitch chat for a Kazakhstan Hold'em. What do you think that would be, Corey?
Oh,
This is getting a bit of
I think maybe we maybe talk about this one off stream.
Yeah, I think so. I think it's probably not a PG rated conversation to have.
Yep.
Ali with the ace deuce. Chin with the king jack has been pretty aggressive, so I think he'll definitely want to raise this one.
I get a green tea. Yeah.
C4 raise 80.
Like that is what he's going to do. And I think Ali probably is going to limp call an ace here. Looks like he's going to do that as well. Off to a flop here. 140 in the middle. 190 in the middle, sorry.
That's enough? Yeah, it'll be fine. Yeah. Alright, I'll give you that.
Nothing for either player. Ace high still in the lead.
4 check.
King on the turn does change that though. Chin taking the lead with that.
3 bet.
Ali's the one that's going to bet at it. Didn't love to see this. It's a small bet.
Looks like it is going to be met with just a call. Thought Chin may have tried to increase the pot a little bit, decides against it, and an ace on the river. Ali takes the lead, but it is an interesting spot for Chin, given that he has the jack of spades. He's got a relatively good combo to potentially bluff, decides against it, just going to see that he did get rivered. Grant, is it just me or does Kayla look like the Queen of the North, Sansa Stark?
Yes.
I don't know about Kayla, but I think Taylor does, yeah. Definitely has heard that one once or twice before.
Six-fold. Nine-fold. Two-fold.
6-3 suited for Luke. Decides against it.
Ali's
very
turn.
nice hand, though.
Ali's turn to have King Queen. So he is going to open it up. Chin's been pretty active. Wonder whether or not he's going to be active with the ace-8 suited and 3-bet it from the small blind. Jared did test that one out before and managed to get the job done, as all the diamonds are dead. Wouldn't be surprised to see Chin find a 3-bet here. He's been playing pretty active and aggressive so far. That's what he does, piles at the 3-bet. Be around that 215k mark.
And this pot could get very fun. Both these guys are very deep. Ali with a hand that can definitely feel a 3-bet on the button.
And I definitely think Ali should be finding a call here in position. Hand is just too good to be folding. Chin staring into space there, not really giving an inch of information.
Sorry.
So how much was that?
215. 215.
Gets a double check on the count of the bet. And I think it's going to be met with a definite call here. I think King Queen is just always calling. And that's, looks like that's what's going to happen. We're going to see a flop here between these two. They've both been doing pretty well so far, picking up pots all over the shop. See some action between them. 490 in the middle. So we've got two pair for Chin, bottom.
Chin.
Gutter though. Gutter though for Ali. Could see him call maybe one bet for the right size. Not sure if this is the right size though. It's like a pretty chunky bet. 300k, yeah. That's over half pot. It's quite a lot to be putting in the middle. Don't think you can be calling once with King Queen no spade in this spot. It's probably just a little bit too wide of a peel, and I think that we are going to see Ali put this one in the muck. And that's what happens. Chin's going to take down a nice pot, taking himself over the 1.7 million mark.
Fold. Four-fold.
I just learned something really interesting, Corey.
Tell me, Jordan.
If you bang your knee into the desk, it's going to hurt quite a lot.
All in.
As you see Jared just jamming blindy blind.
On that one.
G6 call.
Jared jamming blindy blind on Michael, going to get a call. 8-6 against the Jack 10. Was less than 7 doubles, around 8 bigs, yeah, very standard. Gonna see all 5 here.
Do it.
And that is very good for Michael. Jared's not really going to be able to catch up, and we are going to find a full double.
Very close to locked up on the flop, and that's great news for Michael. It's going to get him back in this. Been the shortest stack on the table for quite some time. He's still rounding out the bottom of the leaderboard at the moment, but he's far healthier now. One double will see him right back in this over the million chip.
Thank you. Blinds up 20, 40, 40.
Yeah, Thatcher's been up, down, spinning around all over the shop like a Gaspar Noé cinematography film, so gonna have to see how he goes from here. He had 2.8, now he's just got 1 million.
This is hand. I'm hoping to change from 20, 40, 40. Thank you. I'm seeing that at the same time. Twofold.
Ali with the ace-5 suited.
Very pretty hand.
Very pretty hand, yeah.
Fourfold.
Chin decides against the ace-8. Jared now with the king-queen. Probably decides that he's just gonna 3-bet him this one time. Looks like that's what he does. He's gonna beat this guy in this hand.
Ninefold.
Luke, Andy would have liked to defend, but
240.
that's 3-bet in play. Not going to happen.
Calls, 240.
Yeah, looks like Ali is going to find the call. So a couple of the usual suspects playing all of the hands at the moment, going to be going to a flop in this one. That is
Wow,
a big flop
that's
for
an
Ali.
Ali flop.
Straight for the draw.
Triple A with 1 million.
Three check.
Ali seems to get very interested after that flop came out. You got to wonder if Jared's going to be weighing that, having that weigh on his decision.
And Jared's going to see the bad news.
See, 3 all in.
And all the pots in all the world, why did it have to be this one? It's going to get out of the way.
Look at this, Jordan. Ali up to 3 million chips.
It's actually just at 1.1 now. How the mighty have fallen.
Big blind leak, please. 40-40.
Funnily enough, a million chips still very healthy. Just from where we've seen Jared at his peak, seems to pale in comparison.
Fold. 4-fold. 5-fold. 6-fold.
Luke now, king 3 suited.
9 raise. 95.
95,
Yep.
On the small blind, there's a hand that he could just elect to open jam, but he decides not to go quite that far. Just open raises. Not going to make a difference, just the jack 3 off for curving.
As the blinds are jumping up pretty quickly here.
Yeah, now playing 20,000, 40,000.
Will you be the big blind, please? 40-40. Four-fold. 5-fold. 6-fold. Not fold.
to Luke in the small blind. Looks like he is going to find a limb. Ali with the Jack 9-0, probably just going to let him see a flop here. 120 in the middle.
A good flop for Ali.
2 check. 3 check.
King high will usually be the best hand. We see a quick check back from Ali.
8 on the turn doesn't change anything, and it's not going to change anything. Ali with the check mark. That's a rough river though. Luke does make top pair. Check, 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 check. He's definitely going to feel like he can get some value here.
Luke was probably feeling that he was ahead already with the king high. Now that he's made the top pair, it's going to be feeling pretty good. But I think after snap check back flop, snap check back turn, and then raise river,
C3 all in.
probably just looks like a 9.
Wow, he just jams. Gets the all-in circle. The crisp red colouring.
See, look on Luke's face there. He's a little bit confused, but I do think he'll sniff this one out.
Yeah, I don't know. Definitely feel like he would have gone for some value when the heart draw did come in on the turn. Case though.
The question is, if I was going to bluff, and he is willing to wager all his chips on a bluff, why wait till now? Why not even think about it on the flop, and then not even think about it on the turn, and then decide to wager all of it as a bluff on the river? It just doesn't. The story doesn't add up.
Yeah, Ali's just asking Luke if he likes Huey Lewis in the news, just bashing the chips in the middle. Does decide to get away from it though. Discipline fault there. Ali, over 3 million. We were talking about Jared earlier having quite a lot of chips in play. It's Ali's turn. He's got 20% of the chips.
Ali in a great spot here.
Oh, 25.
Yeah.
Now, I'm assuming that we're still playing 75k start stack for the grind. If I'm incorrect, someone please do let me know. But that would leave about 15 million chips in play, just shy of. So Ali with 3 million. That's a lot. Like you say, Jordan, over 20% of the chips in play. There's still 12 people left.
Now the tournament director is asking for Ali to show her a magic trick. It's going to make these yellow chips disappear. Get some fresh ones in exchange. Don't really need those yellows anymore. Luke now with the Jack 10 suited. Probably going to come with an open of some kind, maybe even just a jam here. Jam would be fine.
Yeah, definitely like to see a jam from Luke here. He's got 11 big blinds. There's 100,000 chips in the middle.
C2 call, 40.
This is not conventional.
Finds a limp.
Yeah, decides to limp the bet and definitely prefer to just be piling this in. See, Ali actually just going to toss the Jack 9 back in, not even going to complete the small blind. And he would have flopped the best hand. Chin has picked up a gut shot. Luke still out in front with the Jack 10, with the Jack high, but it's going to get stolen away. If Luke had found the jam there, he would have just been picking up that 100,000 chips uncontested. When our stacks get really short like this, we really want to just be looking for spots to put the whole lot in. Make all the chips work together, give ourselves the best chance to pick up those blinds and antes. 100,000 chips in the middle are so valuable when you've only got 400 in your stack.
Ali now with ace king. The amount of chips that he's got in this, he could literally just walk away from the table and smile and wave. Decides that he wants to keep going though. Jared with queen 8, going to put the chips in, fun to defend.
Definitely a reasonable defend against the button open. It is 2.5x open. Jared has whiffed the flop. Ali top in this continuation bet.
He's just going to keep showing these good hands.
And we've said it many a time on here, Jordan. Just send those cards back in face down. It's a game of information. The more your opponents have, the worse it is for you.
Yeah, and Jared has lost 2 million chips since we've gotten in the money here. He's very much been a bit stranded on a desert island.
All your 1,000s out, please.
Which you can really do. All of the spots have been pretty sick.
Yeah, I mean, Jared has played great on this feature table so far. Just the spots have been going not his way. Even after all the things that have gone wrong for him, he's still sitting there with a pretty healthy stack.
Yeah, sometimes in tournaments like this, you just have to keep on running. That's what he's going to do here.
They ask you to go to sleep sometimes.
And I'll have you a small blind one.
So we can see that there have been 197 entries in this tournament, just 12 left, so 185 people have reached the end of their journey already. These guys are going to be battling it out for 52k.
3-fold, 4-fold, 5-fold.
Yeah, this is what we want to see from Luke. Ace Jack suited, 10 big blinds, whole lot.
In the middle.
Good luck everyone else. And that's 100,000 chips he's going to add to his stack.
Razzle dazzle.
Bit of razzle dazzle.
It's a category of its own.
Oh, a bit of a razzmatazz.
Razzmatazz? Feels like King Jack suited. That's razzmatazz. Ace Jack has a bit of razzmatazz.
Yeah, so you thought the big stacks have been going pretty crazy here so far. Shout out Emily Valentine tuning in on Facebook.
3-fold.
Chin now with ace king, gonna raise it up.
5-fold.
Jared out of the way.
6-fold. 85.
Michael out of the way as well. Queen out of diamonds for Luke.
Very nice defending hand.
Yep, I think he will find a defend here.
Almost a little bit of deja vu. We had Ace King versus Queen 8 just a moment ago.
Gonna find a call.
Go to a flop.
And
This
he
time
does
it's the
find
Queen
the
8
lead
trying to
here.
find a pair though.
Blind check.
So we bet from Shin, but he's going to have to work harder than that.
Yeah.
9 call.
Luke with the middle pair counts out a call. On return, 400,000 chips in the middle now. 5 of hearts. Doesn't actually change anything for these two hands.
Forfeit.
Blind check.
We'll check from Luke, and
Call bet
Shin's not ready to give up just yet. It's like better 125.
9 call, 125.
Pretty quick call there from Luke too. This pot is getting big. 650 in the middle now. 3 of clubs. Almost every single draw bricked out. Only the 7-6 on the flop got there. Spades missed. Hearts missed. Luke just with second pair. Ace King for Chin does actually have a bit of showdown value, but he decides that he's going to put his opponent to the test. Looks like a bit of 400,000. Represents over half of Luke's remaining stack. If Luke was to call and lose this, he'd be down below the 10 big blind mark.
Yeah, Ali just... Oh, sorry. Chin just keeps putting the pressure on here. And when you're going to run a bluff, you just have to shoot. Don't talk about it. Fire in the bluff here. Luke's in a really tough spot. He has stepped out a few bluffs so far, though. Oh my god, he puts in the call. What a sicko. What a sicko. That's disgusting. What a call.
That's a
twist
big
in the end of this
bluff there for
proceedings.
Luke.
Big twist here. Didn't see that one coming. Finds the call. Second in chips now at the table.
That's a huge shift in chips. 1.5 million chips in that pot, Jordan.
That was huge.
Yeah. I laugh, mate.
Shout out to Apocalypse UK 2. Yes, it is the same Jared. Shipped to UKPT in London last year for 88k pounds. He's been on a pretty sick run the last couple of years. Always seems to be at the final table or 2 or 3 in a series. He's had a pretty good few weeks from what I understand as well. Great call, Lucas. Yep, that was a very good call in that spot. See Luke here, folding the Jack 3 suited. Wouldn't have hated an open there, but I guess he is worried about Luke in the small blind being so short.
Love to see this just piled into the middle.
Yeah.
See 2 all in.
God, please, aces.
He is going to.
Jamming a6 here is much better than just limping. Jamming is good. Seeing flops with this type of hand can be bad and ugly. He's going to take this one down. Staying in it. 605k. Oh, Bockers, you busted 9th in that event. Using Kings v Ace King, yeah, he'll do that. He doesn't really lose those spots. I don't think I've ever seen him lose a flip in his life. He played an event down in Sydney a few months ago, and I heard that he flopped 10 sets on day 1. So that'll do it. March on here.
6-fold, 9-fold.
Definitely see these just going in the middle as well.
See 2 all in.
That's what he wants to do. Chin now with ace-8.
Chin could pull this off.
It's pretty close. No, it's
Wow, we
not.
see a quick fold. Doesn't even think about it.
Yeah, I thought he was going to call, but just like Bobby Boucher's mum and the water boy, I'm wrong again. Don't want to quickly fold that one.
And Luke stealing that one a little bit. He was behind the ace-8. He definitely could have been called. But that's not the case. He's going to chip up to 700k. One more of those and he's back over the 20 big blind mark. action on our
6-fold.
current table short stack and Michael.
9-fold.
We'll love to look at something that he can jam. Big blind's about to come through and it's going to do some damage to his stack, but the 10-5 suited's not going to be good enough. Round to Ali on the button. King Jack is definitely going to be good enough to play from the button.
Definitely think he's gonna... What? Huh? The horror! Seeing King Jack fold like that. Huh?
Of all the predictions that we've made today, Jordan, that certainly was one of them.
Horror to see that one get folded.
Yeah, I don't really understand.
What's going on? Thatcher ripping the a6. Chin deciding against a call with the king 8.
Yeah, I don't really know what to say about that one, Jordan. Ali has the chip lead. Definitely can afford to splash around. King Jack on the button wouldn't even really classify as splashing around.
Yeah, sometimes when you've got over 20% of the chips in play, you just need to really preserve them, I think.
Yeah, Ali sides against the King Jack there. Now, the story at the moment is our short stack is in the big blind.
9-fold.
Ali with the ace-5-0. Definitely feel like you should be... okay, folding, I guess. Holds that one too. Chin with the king-queen. Don't think he'll be folding this one.
4 raise,
Looks like he will
85.
open it.
5-fold. Six all in.
Michael going to go ahead and jam the 8-5 suited.
Call. All in call.
And Chin going to call. Off to the flop we go. This is
maybe just out of desperation for Michael.
Just like Frodo at the Lord of the Rings, this is adventurous.
4, yes. Yeah.
But, I mean, he's not in rough shape. I mean, he does have live outs, but don't really think he'll be putting it in with this hand, as he does flop a flush draw. Turns an open-ender. And a gigantic brick on the river. Not going to improve. As we do lose. Another player taking us down to 11 here.
Oh, we just keep quiet. Keep playing,
Jordan's in the Facebook chat fangirling. It's an amazing name you've got. Thanks for tuning in. Yeah, Taylor is quite the dealer. Definitely doing a good job here. We've seen a number of bust outs.
He gets away with it. If it's called.
Yeah. They call first player. Jam, I fold.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, just jam.
2-fold. 3-fold. C4 raise 85. 5-fold. C9 call.
Jin opening the 7-6 suited blue, just a call with 9s. And that is middle set.
Yeah, that's a big
very disguised middle set. Check on the flop. Turns to jack, so he does have the check mark.
9-bet 75. 4-fold.
Pyrotechnor asking if this is live right now. We are live, but not immediately live. We're on a 20-minute delay. So all the stuff that you see happening on this screen happened 20 minutes ago.
Yeah, dead.
just so that the players can't see exactly what's going on in real time.
3-fold.
Thanks for the kind words.
4 raise, 85. 5-fold. 9-fold.
Chin opening the Jack 6 suited from the hijack, I guess. 25 bigs. What do you think of that one? Very
Aggressive. A little bit loose, but hey, did the trick. Not mine to argue.
Go, Marco!
He took me out earlier today on the first ball. I had kings, he had jack 10.
Sounds like him.
Rivers a 10. Like he's already flopped a 10, rivers a 10.
Yeah.
Just snaps it in, you know.
4-fold. 5-fold. 9-fold.
Doesn't even think about it. Just,
Rifles it in.
yeah, rifles in jack 10.
You see a jam from Luke. 15 bigs. Like this shove. I'm going to give it some thought with the king high. It does ultimately fold. Doesn't really need to be taking high variance spots. Of course, 11 players remaining here in the Absolute Prestige Cars The Grind. Everyone so far has locked up $4,300 for their efforts,
That was a quick movement.
with a first prize of $52,000. Their job is far from done.
We had 24 players left around 4 hours ago, 3 hours ago. Now we're almost down to a final table, so these guys have been dropping very quickly. Especially Luke here with the 870 on the button. But less than 20 bigs, decides against playing it.
Ooh, straight to the mantle.
Apocalypse, very excited
grind,
about this summer's
grind
cricket.
the pick.
Yeah, I mean, it's just so far away to even think about it. We're about to have State of Origin, which is a big
Oh no, I'm not looking for love, just here to brag.
Here, so that's kind of possible. I'm an AFL fan, so AFL season's well and truly on the way at the moment.
Here to brag,
See
look
a
at what
little
I
block here
did.
between two of the most aggressive guys at the table. Jen does take the lead with bottom pair.
3 checks. 4 checks.
Decides to check. Quick check back. 2 pair now. We can have flush draw though for Ali.
Action turn card here.
3 bet 50. 4 call.
And just a call from Chin. 3 does put a one-liner out there.
3 check.
And I wouldn't be surprised to see this go check-check. Don't think Chin really needs to put any money in here, but I'm wrong again. Like he is going to bet 85k. Trying to get a call from Ace High that didn't bet the flop, I guess. Which doesn't seem to be too much, but gets the job done.
Who won that hand? You did? Hey? Who won that hand?
See the number top right of screen, guys. We are almost at our FT. As mentioned earlier in the stream, we will be pausing play this evening at 11 PM. Coming back tomorrow to finish this one out, as these guys have been playing for almost 12 hours at this point.
9-fold.
Luke now, 3s. Less than 20 bigs.
Here's a pair. Sure, he'll be playing it. It's just a matter of how aggressively. Looks like he's going to go for the min open.
2 raise, 85. 3 fold. 4 fold. 5 fold.
Gonna get the job done.
Yep, gonna get it through. see Chin being the most active player at the table. As always, guys, let us know if you've got any questions in the chat. We'll do our best to answer them. It's been a fun tournament to watch so far. Ali with the King Queen.
C3 raise 80. Fourfold.
Punch and stuff on Twitch. If there's a player of the series, Jared Thatcher has to be leading at this point. Well, don't punch anything too hard. Apparently, there's no player of the series this time. As we see, Jared just jammed the ace-5 suited. Ali could think about calling this one for 20 bigs. King Queen's a pretty good hand.
Definitely can think about it.
5 all in.
That's exactly what he's going to do.
And 9.
He's been pretty snug. Quite a number of hands. He's been playing pretty tight lately, so I'm surprised to see him let this one go. Puts in the call. And it's going to be a bit of a flip here. A bit of a fake flip, sorry, should I say. The ace-5 against the King-Queen.
Yeah, Ali unfortunately doesn't have live clubs.
5 will keep Jared in the lead. Deuce on the turn doesn't change anything. And a 7 is going to let Jared find a full double here, taking himself back up to 1.8 million.
Yeah, that's an annoying one. I think you have to call. Good call.
As we see, that takes Ali down to 2.1. We're just the shortest at the table
clubs.
with 20 big blinds. So a little bit deeper now than what we were earlier.
Doubled, yeah.
Still 11 players remaining.
What are we up against?
Ace King. Nah, King Queen. King Queen of clubs.
Was that ever doubt? How could you lose that one? You block his flush draws.
Block his flush draws. Yeah. That's what we want.
I was happy though, I was happy. Because
you don't want to see ace king, ace queen.
Yeah, well, I mean, 40-60, proper.
Yeah, it's close. Yeah.
30 minutes to be specific.
Just want low cards.
That's it.
Preferably clubs, but just low cards are okay.
Maybe it was Iman's dinner break.
Clubs
so
or fives?
Like max 40 minutes. Luke, you do the big line, please. 40-40. Luke. What's your big line? 40-40.
Making his way back to the table in time.
40-40. Yep.
Ali with the 7 deuce. I mean, he didn't open the King Jack, so I don't think he's going to open the 7 deuce.
3-fold. 4-fold.
Chin decides against the Jack 10. Jared with 10-7 suited. Looks like we are 5-handed here. Wait, no, I tell a lie.
Go for the steal.
The other player. With ace 3-0.
Call.
Luke just going to call with the ace-3. Going to take the post.
Decides on to defend. Very different hands here.
2-check.
Top pair for Luke.
Top pair. Much better board for the pre-flop raiser though.
And he has got a gut shot and a backdoor flush draw, so we're going to see him fire at least once at it. It's going to take more than one bet though.
Bet's a little bit less than a quarter. I think a call is more than that. It's like a big overplay with your hand. You're getting quite better. That's what happened. Let's just call. Queen on the turn.
Very interesting turn card now. Luke's going to chop with most other aces.
May not be able to sustain much of a progression.
Gary's going to slow down. Luke going to river the 3 pair.
2-check.
change anything.
Check it over once more.
Jared gets a count. I'm thinking about whether or not a jam would work here. It's pretty tough to call off for your tournament life in a spot like this, and
275.
Jared could definitely have some traps on the turn. Looks like he's just going to go for a pretty big size here. 275k. It's almost half of Luke's remaining stack.
The question is, what exactly is Jared representing here? This is a big bet. So this is pretty polarizing. He's saying that he's got a big hand here, but he's also saying that he had a big hand that checked the turn.
Yeah, might be a bet trying to fold out a hand exactly like what Luke has. Maybe even King 10 or King Jack doesn't jam free. Looks like he's going to flick in the call. Yeah, I like the call there. Doesn't really make much sense. You chop with all of the other ace-X, so...
Yeah, I think the other thing too is when you bet so polar after checking the turn, and then also after taking a look at Luke's stack on the river, you kind of made it clear that you weren't thinking about how many chips you had behind on the turn. If you were slow playing a big hand, you would be considering that earlier than the river. Might have been a little bit of a giveaway as to the strength of Jared's hand.
As you can see, we are down to 5 players here on this table, and I think we might be up 5 at the other table. I'm not sure whether that counter is updated.
9-fold.
We may have lost another player. As you see, Jared with the King Queen going to open it up to 80k. I think he's going to get it straight through here, yeah. And he will. To see that everybody's kind of hovering around that middling 1 million chip mark, over 30 bigs. Fives.
Might have been in a situation where he's had to just be open jamming in a lot of spots like this, and he's finally found himself with enough chips to be just raising and trying to play hands post.
He's going to take it down.
Extends his stack up to 1.3 million. After hovering around that 10 big blind mark for so long, I'm sure he feels great about having a 7-figure stack.
I think we're pausing. Someone's out. Are we FT?
Oh, go.
FT? FT? Oh no?
No.
See that Ali is slipping down now, 2 million. Might be joining the rest of the pack soon in that 1 million mark.
You see a very even distribution there.
Yeah.
Less than 20 bigs separates the biggest from the shortest stacks. Looks like this might be our last hand. Everyone seems to be very interested in the next table over.
How long left on the clock, mate?
3 or 2.
Decides he's opening King Queen O.
Time.
These guys have been
Half
very
pause.
tight.
Very tight.
2 minutes till break.
It's just a clear open always.
Well, tonight or tomorrow?
Give me kings.
Like, what's the... Oh, maybe they just know that they're on the FT, so they've decided to fold. It's the 8-5 suited, it's even more egregious. Looks like that's going to be the case, guys. Looks like we are down to an FT. Number in the top right, not quite correct. Down to 9 players now, so these guys are going to take a quick break. We're going to get a rebalance of the tables, and there's going to be a bunch of other stuff happening. Not entirely sure how long the break is going to be, but we're going to chuck it up on the screen. We're going to have to get pretty photos taken of each other.
No one on
And then we're going to come back and continue the coverage of the final table in the absolute prestige cars, The Grind, here at the APT Series at Southport Sharks.
Right, thanks for joining us so far, team. Got plenty more excitement to come. We'll see you guys once the final table commences.
All right, welcome back, ladies and gents, as we bring you coverage of the absolute prestige cars, The Grind, here in the APT series at Southport Sharks. We are down to our final table here. You can see there were 197 entries in this event. We are down to our last 9. These guys are going to be playing for a total prize pool of $214,000. First place is going to be $52,000. The $1,250 ticket to the Vault tournament as well. We've got a lot of familiar faces at this final table. Should be a lot of fun to watch it play out. Thank you for tuning in. Don't forget to give us a like on APT Live's Facebook page and also follow us on LCA Poker on Twitch. We're going to be doing coverage all the way down to a winner in this event, whether or not it's this evening or tomorrow. And away we go. We've got Taylor in charge of the cards dealing for us. And action is going to be on Ali in seat 9. Looks like he's going to get our action straight underway with an open.
Ali not messing around. Coming in hot. 52k up top. And he's going to start making moves for it right away. Get the chip counts up in a moment. When we left you guys, our feature table was a very even distribution. We'll see what some of the other guys from our secondary table have brought along with them to play with. Now, ladies and gents, let us know who you're cheering for. Let us know where you're watching from. Make sure you are following and subscribe to us on APT Live and at LCA Poker on Twitch. As Jordan said, expecting to probably wrap this one up tomorrow. These guys have been playing for a very long time as it is. After a grueling day one, they call this tournament The Grind for a reason.
Like we are going to see a flat from Luke with the ace queen. Ali takes the lead. Pair of 10s on the flop. Shout out Jasper cheering on Crilly. There's a lot of fans for Mr. Crilly so far. Well, he definitely has a lot of people that are keen to see him take this one down. Looks like we are going to see a c-bet here from Ali. Turns a 7. Doesn't change anything so far. Wonder whether or not Ali is going to slow down here.
Still just the gut shot for Luke. Ali ahead with his second pair. But he's not going to be extremely confident with it. He has opened under the gun and his c-bet has been called. He's going to check it over.
Off to a river we go. Queen, so Luke does take the lead.
Luke going to get the resuck. I'm sure he would have preferred the jack, but his queen is going to be good enough to take the pot down. Can't imagine Ali putting too many chips into this pot here. Luke probably be pretty happy to show this one down as well, and Ali will see the bad news.
Yeah, I don't think he's going to... Oh, maybe he will. Looks like he is going for some thin value on the river. Out of 175k, little under half pot.
Wow, Luke very confident with his queen here. Oh, he can't really beat anything. He's going to give it up. Wow,
we have a look at our
Marco's
table.
stack. Wow, 4.4 million.
Marco with around 25% of the chips in play, over 25% of the chips in play.
No, close to a third.
And Cruz Costanzo, Cozzy, crowd favourite, our short stack with just 8 big blinds. Now, I do have to give a quick shout out to the Apex Predator in seat 8, Evan. Definitely got a fun sweat for him. Lots of fans of Luke Irving in the crowd. As we bring you the audio from the table now. So from what I understand, there's going to be a fair bit of chat going around this table, so I'm going to want you guys to be able to hear all of that fun stuff.
Right, Jordan, we've waited long enough. We've got our final 9. Let's get it over and done with. We've cursed a few people with our commentators' picks so far. But I'm feeling better about it tonight. Who have you got to take this one out, Jordan?
Look, I need to pick Mr. Thatcher in seat 1. If he gets rolling, he's very difficult to stop, so I think he is going to be fun to keep an eye on. What about yourself, Corey?
I think I'm going to jump on the Crilly train. Seems to be the fan favourite, and he's going to be my favourite to take this one down. Guy's been on form lately. He's been playing great. I think he's going to continue to do that. He's going to convert the grind today.
Yeah, I would love to see. Would love to see Lockie get a result here today. He's a very, very solid player. Always seems to run deep. Definitely very passionate about the game. Quite a lot of study goes into this play as well. So very curious to see how that translates into this final table.
7 folds. Yellow.
Lots of fans, lots of people in the chat cheering from
easy money.
Brisbane though. Malulabar with Sundays.
You don't look happy about it.
Once again, I'm going to have to ask for some clarification on that one. We've got 2 Lukes on the table. So we see that Luke Medwin wants 2 million. Luke
That happened to me before. I got
it's a crucial opportunity to double dip our commentators' pick.
Yeah, well, I'm not really going to rule out 20% of the field like that. I'd rather lock one person down. I feel like it's cheating having 3 people that we could have win.
I mean, after our efforts so far, Jordan, I think we ought to take what we can get.
3 fold. 4 fold. 5 fold. Six fold, 6, 7, all in.
Looks like action's gonna fold all the way to Cozzy, jamming the ace-5 suited from the cutoff. 8 bigs, this is absolutely fine. It's actually less than that, it's 6.5 bigs. Now the blinds have gone up to 25k, 50k. Evan with the Jack-10-0 gonna get a count. A bit too wide to put in the call here.
9 fold.
It is only just over 6 bigs, but the Jack-10 off, you're not really planning on being ahead.
Tripping a prayer.
Someone get Luke Irving a beer. Yeah, look, maybe a little bit later. For now, let's let him focus. He's got quite a lot of money to play for, 52k up top. These guys have already locked up $5,200. The pay jumps are going to be posted at the bottom of the Twitch chat there. Oh, sorry, bottom of the Facebook chat there, the pinned comment. So there's definitely quite a lot of money in this prize pool that still needs to be paid out.
C3 raise, 105. 4 fold, 5 fold.
Chin now, ace queen, opening up to 105k.
8 fold.
So folds around.
9 fold.
I reckon he plays better with beers. Alright, well.
Yep, folds around. Action on 2.
I'm not going to be able to sort that out for you, but maybe somebody else there could help. Looks like Chin's going to get it straight through. No defense.
Nice, easy one.
Straight out Shane. Lots of fans of Luke Irving in this one.
Luke definitely becoming something of a familiar face on the scene as of late.
The other Luke, though, Ace
Results.
King.
Very. Oh, yeah.
6-fold. 7-fold.
Evan
He's
with the Ace 8
very
behind.
popular guy.
Seat 8 calls, 110. 9-fold.
Shout out Jesse cheering on Luke as well. Looks like we're going to have a heads up pot here. Battle of the Aces. Luke versus Evan. First real pot here. As that connects only with Luke Medwin. Ace of clubs.
Nut flush draw is going to be liking that.
Shout out to Steve once again in the Twitch chat. Curly first, Medwin second, Ali third. Seems to already know what's going to be happening here.
Seat 8 bet.
Looks like Evan's going to stab at this one. Half pot with the Stone Ace High airball. Don't think he's going to like what he sees in response.
Luke not going to be going anywhere.
Seat 4 calls.
Alright, I see a call. Off to a turn we go. 665 in the middle. That is the Queen of Clubs. So that is the Nutter Butters for Mr. Medwin.
Just what the doctor ordered. He's made the nut flush.
Checks it over. Mind you, he does lose to 2 combos. Just kidding, that's never something you want to worry about here. If they have a straight flush, so be it. Evan, though, the Apex Predator in the driver's seat here, thinking like he might continue. Looks like he's reaching for chips. His cards are red.
15. 215.
Cards to fire again for 225k, or 220k.
And that's
215k. I'm so bad at numbers.
115k that's blasted into the abyss.
Yep, and this should just be a pure call here from Luke. Nothing other than letting Evan blast it off here. Apex Predator being hunted at the moment. Just call. Just call. Looks like that's what he's thinking about. Oh no. Not the raise. You've got the nuts. Let him bluff it off.
550.
Yeah, this is going to let Evan off the hook.
Yeah,
quick
Evan's
ball.
going to get away from it. He's going to drop to sub 20 big blinds though. Pyrotechno reckons that Luke's setting the trap. I don't know if raising is part of setting the trap. That was not the best time to comment. Zali's got the sunnies out. Serious mode engaged.
6-fold.
With 52k up top, if there's ever a time for it.
Muck makes a good point. Honey, I trapped them by raising. Oh dear. Ali with the ace-2 suited. I think he's going to be opening this one up.
Seat 9 raise, 105. 1-fold. 2-fold.
Looks like we're over to the blinds.
Yes. 3 calls and 4 folds.
We're going to go heads up here.
Junior flicked the call in from the small with the Jack 10 offsuit.
Both
A
these
little
guys
bit loose
connecting.
against the middle position open, but he has caught top pair.
Seat 9 bet 100. raise, 325.
Is that a check raise from Chin?
Yeah, it looks like a check raise, I guess. I don't know if I'd want to be doing this with Jack 10-0. Facing a C-bet, it's one of the worst jacks you're going to have in this position. You really shouldn't have Jack 10-0 from the small that often.
No
Especially
raise.
at this stack depth. These guys are 26 bigs effective.
Yeah, I mean, it's got called. It's working so far. We saw
And
Chin
he's
make
just gonna turn two pair.
wow.
63 all in.
He really
Saw
does get
Chin make
out of
that,
line with these
that
things
big
and then
check
just...
raise.
Yeah. He tends to just get out of line and get there.
We saw the check raise earlier with the ace-4 after turning just the top pair no kicker, and you managed to get value out of that. You got value out of bottom pair on the flop here with his check raised. He does get the bet through on the turn though.
Punching stuff on Twitch. Not a fan of the cards recheck on the turn, especially after pulling the flop bet. He should already know what cards he has when he pulls the flop. To me, that's a big tell. I tend to agree with you, to be honest. Typically, when you see people recheck their cards on the turn, it means that they're not entirely sure which one of their cards are a club, or which one of their cards are a certain suit. Interestingly, we actually saw this happen in a really big bluff that was run in the Goliath event. But it wasn't picked up on, so not always going to be something that's going to be picked up on by the players. And in this scenario, we're not really going to know whether or not that went into Evan's mind because he didn't have a hand to be able to continue with anyway. Luke now with the ace queen. Gonna open it up. Marco in the big blind. Queen do so. Don't think he's gonna be calling. It's too bad of a hand.
He does have the chip lead, Jordan. And quite the chip lead it is.
Nothing for either player though. Luke's still in the lead with ace high.
And the queen 2, not a hand that typically does flop anything. If he wants to take this pot down, he's going to have to work for it. He's going to start with a bet of 105,000. I'd like to see a call here from Luke. The ace queen is still pretty likely to be ahead, but he is going to give it up. Doesn't want to tangle with the chip leader. Marco going to get a bit speculative pre-flop, but he makes the most of it on the flop there after being checked to extend that chip lead.
Shout out is rarely wrong. Queen do so. Gets it done. These guys kind of feeling each other out at the moment. Not really much going on. Relatively small pots, and that's kind of been it so far.
Sevenfold, eightfold. Ninefold. Onefold.
Folding around once again to the off-camera side of the table. To see Ben and Ray in the background cheering on Lachlan. Guys play all of the series.
Fivefold.
Chin opening the 10-4-0.
This is a bit loose. Not really picking up anything to contest it with. It's going to get Chin to 2 million.
He's got a deck read, guys. He's got a deck read.
Seeing almost half the table at the moment, sitting on around about 20 big blinds. Just slightly below.
Eightfold.
Alright, Ali with the ace-8
Nine,
suited.
all in.
Does have
Wow.
less than 20 bigs, just jams. Wow, 20 bigs in the middle.
Yeah, it's a jam for 19.5 big blinds. It's a bit much to be open jamming from early position.
It's going to fold
This
around.
is very likely to get through. Guys are going to have to
Around
pick
to
up on
blinds.
It's going to do the job.
Fold.
Cozzy's got 7 bigs, queen 6 suited. Probably just going to fold this one.
7 fold.
Yep, so he's
Yeah,
going to get the jam through.
Probably be disappointed to have to let a hand go being so short, but he's not going to call off against the 20 big blind jam.
Thank you.
What are you going to talk about?
Don't distract
Footy
Marco.
or fucking no? We need some
the
pillows
Broncos going
around
tonight?
here or something,
Did the
eh?
Broncos win or are they still
They
going?
did. They beat the Warriors.
They did?
Yeah. Who would have thought they were going to, eh?
Don't tell me what a big bet on.
Oh, what that? Which other game?
Rabbits.
Oh, I don't know. I don't know.
No.
'Cause
Remember it, but I won't say.
I mean, if you could tilt me so easily.
Oh, Ali and queens.
Yeah, no.
You just lie.
I wonder if he's going to do the same thing and just jam, or if he's going to take a pin raise instead.
No, but I
He's
don't
above
know
20
who
big
won, but
blinds
they
now.
reckon that
I know who was ahead.
Damien Cook's got a real bad ACL injury. He's out for the
I
rest
don't
of
even
the
know who that
season.
is. So.
Yeah.
See,
No, I'm only
will
kidding.
win.
Happy
Yeah,
about seeing a
jokes.
flop, but no, he is just going to go ahead and jam.
Chips middle, please. Lachlan with
I mean,
8s.
I bet on the
Uh-oh.
rabbits, but I didn't even know.
I think
No,
versus
no,
the
no.
20
I
big
thought
blind gun
that was
jam
a
is
team. No, I
folding.
was
Yep,
just
and he
saying.
does.
3 minutes.
See him quickly get out of the way. Chin with the ace king.
We have a game.
This is a huge jam that he's facing, but
Oh,
Feels like a hand that's a bit too good to be folding though. Ali's probably going to be jamming
Is it
ace
under?
queen, ace jack. You just saw him jam ace 8, so definitely going to want to re-jam this hand.
yeah, I mean, we wouldn't expect him to be jamming aces or kings, so you wouldn't think that your ace king is going to be crushed.
Raiders.
1 million and
Seems
Yeah,
reasonably
definitely.
likely that you're flipping, but also like you
1
say,
million
Jordan,
and
you just saw
95.
the ace 8 suited get jammed for just a couple big blinds less, so it's definitely possible that we're
Wait, can I-
dominating with our ace
But they
king.
weren't winning.
Yep, re-jam incoming.
Fuck, I got minus 2.5.
Don't call, just re-jam.
Even if they
You just
score,
want to ISO it.
You haven't fucked
Put everybody else in a pretty tough spot.
Well, yeah, you can't win.
all in.
I wasn't going
Punch and stuff, yes, definitely.
Fold.
But we'll get into that after this hand, aces!
Oh boy. Wow.
Oh my goodness.
I mean,
All in. C5.
Wow, this
What
is
is
fucking
this,
insane.
man?
and yeah, at this point, I think both Ali and Chin have a pretty good idea that they're in bad shape. This is an incredibly strong re-jam. Facing an, this is a 22 big blind under the gun jam,
Alright.
and a
please,
re-jam
all
for
cards
40
going
bigs.
over.
And the chip leader,
No way.
basically without thinking, has just shrugged and put
Oh!
the chips in.
This is the second gross three-way cooler we've seen. So we've got a Mexican standoff here, basically for a
Three-way
third of the
all
chips
in.
in play. If Marco holds here, he's going to have half the chips. King
King
6-5.
high flop,
doesn't
a little
change
bit of a
anything.
sweat.
On there, Marco.
Wow.
7-high. Marco with a double KO. He's got half the chips.
Wow, that's got to be a double KO.
7-handed. He's got half the chips.
What do you do?
That is insane.
For the eyebrows, mate.
Wow, what a way to go for Ali
For
and
the
Chen.
eyebrows.
Yep.
That is insane.
No, for the eyebrows, for the eyebrows.
Wakes up with the absolute nuts, facing an all-in and a call in front of him. Chris can't believe it. Look at Cozzy on the far left.
Yeah.
He's got six bigs and he's looking at the payouts. Oh my goodness.
Do you guys
What an
wanna do a
absolute
deal where you give me
dream way to
first
ladder twice.
Yeah, I really
I've seen that happen. I've seen that happen.
Fozzie just made $2,650 just by sitting back and watching. And those were two stacks that were not likely to be busting anytime soon, especially Chin. I mean, this is an especially rough beat for Chin. If we think if Ali plays that hand in the standard way, if he just opens his hand, Chin's going to find the 3-bet, the chip leader's going to find the cold 4-bet, Ali's going to put the rest of the chips in, and Chin's going to be able to get away from his hand in that situation. The way that this played out with Ali finding the open jam for 22 bigs,
I did
that
think
really
that.
just ended up getting
Definitely
Chin
thought that.
ambushed by the chip leader. And he's going to be hitting the rail in 8th place.
Yeah, that's right.
Huge beat.
It's one of those scenarios where maybe you could advocate for a flat, given it was more than half your stack. I'd probably just re-jam it, and that's what happened.
Well, yeah, I mean, the thing is, if he just flats and leaves himself 900k and the chip leader jams over the top, maybe he just has to flick it in anyway. If his goes is up against aces, then obviously he can fold. But even if he gets showed kings, he's got to call 900k to win 5 million.
Yeah, that's absurd. What a ridiculous hand. What a ridiculous hand. And now he's got ace queen.
Yeah, and look, Marco, with this 7.7 million, this represents very, very close to half the chips in the tournament. There's 7 people left, and he already has half the chips. Marco versus everyone else remaining is an even battle at this point. This guy is going to be a powerhouse. He's going to be a mountain to climb.
I mean, we do say that, but we saw a similar thing happen in the Goliath. Alex Linsky had half the chips in play with 7 people left, and he came second. So anything can happen from here, though he does have a very commanding spot for the remainder of the tournament.
Well, to be fair,
I can needle Alex about that though.
Having half the chips at 7-handed and finishing second. Still a pretty good result, all things considered.
Yeah, it was.
I mean, if you offered to pay him out second place now, that'd probably not be too bad of an offer. Don't know that he'd take it after building so much momentum.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Absolutely.
But wow, what a spot!
That manifesting the ace.
Half the chips in the grind.
Probably need a good hand here. Oh, that's good.
Marco very much in the driver's seat.
Alright guys, I'm going to come back in a few hours.
He's going to open it up.
7-fold.
Can I still buy into
Just
the main?
imagine being the short stacks and seeing Marco move
I'll go play that for a bit.
after the 2 overs. Music to their ears.
1-fold.
Can get it through. No defense. So, a few good chips there for Luke. But yeah, man, there's such a big gap between first and second. Luke's second in chips, he's got less than 50 bigs. Marco has 155 big blinds.
ISO and then, hello.
Yikes.
I felt like saying I've got
That
ace
whole
these
hand
guys
was
just
so
fold.
weird considering Chris Costanza was in the big blind with 7 bigs. Or in the small blind with 7 bigs.
Yeah.
Shout out Andy Allen, Cherry and Lachlan
really didn't even
Lee
look at
reckons
my cards.
Queens have played horribly. You've got 20 big blinds and Queens. It's not really going to be a bad way to play it if you're getting the money in. Do understand what you mean though.
6-fold.
Marco again with ace queen.
7-fold.
Doesn't seem fair.
Yeah, Evan with the king 10 suited. Wow, Marco's just going nuts. Opening 3x, putting everybody in rough spots everywhere.
Wow.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is that what's anyone going to do about it? Punch and stuff over in the Twitch chat actually pointed out before, with the ICM pressure and the presence of such a short stack, Chip Leader really has the ability to pound on these middling stacks. And he said that before the 3-way all-in. Now Marco's in a spot where he just is the boss. Look at this, 8 million chips.
Skill game.
8 million.
Who says it's about luck?
We had, at one point, we had Ali 3 million chips. And I think that's the only other time anyone's been at that amount or higher in this tournament.
He could literally if Luke Medwin folds, he can literally just start jamming.
By brave, you mean getting it in as
everybody is so short, they need to wait until Chris busts, otherwise they're basically in the ICM cage. There's nothing anybody can do. He's on the direct left of the person that's second in chips as well, so we can just keep putting him in tough spots if he really wants to. This is a pretty rough spot for everybody apart from Marco. Luke's turn with ace queen though.
Pretty dream spot.
7-fold.
Over to Evan with ace queen as well. I think he's just going to be ripping this.
8-fold.
Wow, this is too tight. Far too tight for a mark from Evan. Yeah, that ace queen's got to be going in.
Marco with 6s may just rip.
Yeah, I mean, for sure. This is just like you were saying. Yeah, this is a question of what are you guys going to do about it, huh?
Yeah.
And the answer is not much. This is going to put Luke in a pretty gross spot if Marco does decide to pile it, but he decides against the under the gun that he'd rather just go post.
I mean, he's probably going to flop a set.
5 check.
No, it is a queen high flop. The ace queen that was killed in middle position doesn't change anything. Queen still comes. This is just a clear C bet for like a quarter pot here from Luke. Something around 80k would be perfect. Looks like he goes a little bit bigger, more like half pot.
110.
Oh, third, 115.
Quite a lot of draws out there, so he probably wants to size up a little bit. Make it too cheap.
I'm not
Marco going to
bluffing.
get out of the way with those underpair.
Nah, I don't. Nah. I wasn't vibing it then.
Don't bluff me, Jared. I want to play
Going
heads
the
up.
way of Luke Irving now. Sitting on 30 bigs. Might make Marco have to work a little bit harder. It's a little bit harder to pull the trigger on a 30 big blind open jam than a 25 big blind open jam. That being said, it's still possible, and it actually makes it even harder for Luke Irving to be falling off, risking so many chips when there's so many people that are about to bust out.
Did you say triple me?
Players on the chopping block at the moment.
7 all in. 8-fold.
Most notable being Cozzy, and he's put the rest of the chips in. Ace-8 suited, very pretty hand. Frilly is going to give him a run for his money though.
325.
Pocket nines. Cozzy not in good shape here. He's already got 2 ladders
C2 all in.
out of nowhere, 2 miracle ladders.
4-fold, 5-fold.
That's a
And there's
real
about
in.
a 1 in 3
all
chance
in.
to find a double and get himself back in this. Otherwise he will be hitting the rail in 7th place. 6 is here for Luke, facing 2 all-ins.
How much is that up
On
there?
them for 17 bigs. I think you'll find the fold here with the 6s. Definitely call against Cozzy.
Yeah,
but once
BB. Yeah, please.
Lockie comes in as well,
Yeah.
6s start to feel a little bit small.
55.
Sorry.
855.
Double check the count.
Just under 15, BB.
It is. Yeah.
Yeah,
I
but 6s
flogged.
are just a pretty easy fold here, I think.
Flood.
Where they go. Cozzy. Gonna try and double up here.
If they can keep this momentum up, we'll just sit back.
Just an ace. From space. Ace from space.
None of those look like an ace.
They look like an 8 either.
No worries. Thanks.
I'm good at holding that. Good game, Cozzy.
Does look like we are farewelling
Yep.
Cozzy in
Looks like
7th.
we are going to see Cozzy to the rail.
TD, anyone?
Good run, Cozzy.
Well, there was a bit of a sweat there, a couple of diamonds.
No.
Managed to ladder twice off one of the sickest coolers that could happen at a final table. Taking home 7,850 for himself. Well played as always. Bit of a mainstay at these series. Loves to play.
Wow, just like that. Down to 6.
It was very quick.
Small blind, big blind, please. 25.
We're worried that this final table was going to take too long for us to finish tonight, but looks like Marco's got other plans. He's got a reservation, something that he needs to do tomorrow, so we carry on. Probably going to be nearing a blind increase as well. For Luke. Marco with the Queen 9. He's going to raise. Not applying too much pressure to these guys yet. Evan, next shorter stack, I think.
6-fold.
Ace 5-0. He folded Ace Queen before. This is at least a defend. It might even just be a jam.
Yeah, I think given how wide we'd expect Marco to be opening, this is going to be a very profitable jam. We're going to generate a lot of folds. Marco has opened to 3x, which may sometimes indicate a bit more strength, but we did see that he was doing it earlier as well, which actually just kind of means the pot's a little bit more juicy for us to take down with a 3-bet jam. Evan decides against it though. He's going to sit back, see if he can maybe wait out some of the other stacks, but I think Evan, he may even be the shortest at the moment. I think he's got to be a bit more willing to risk it all and try and get himself back in this. Might be a bit of a missed opportunity here. You see Evan is very clearly the shortest stack. I think with the ace 5 against the chip leader open there. It'll be daunting jamming into the chip leader, but he's actually the guy that's probably going to be folding the most to our rejams, just given how wide he can be opening to pressure us. Level 8's here for Luke. Guys, everyone at this final table so far has locked up just shy of $10,000 already. But with another $42,000 to play for, 52k for the win, plus the $1,250 vault ticket, of course the trophy and the bragging rights.
If I win, it's a break-even week for me, so...
I'm not going to be giving up anytime soon.
We're going to see a defend here from Jared though, so we are going to see a flop, let's say. 6-5 suited is a very pretty hand in the blinds.
Jared starting with just over 20 big blinds effective. A million chips behind after the call.
Ooh, open ender for Jared. 2 of his outs are dead though.
3 as a matter of fact. We did see an 8 folded Marco as well.
4-bet 150.
We have 150k, around about the half pot mark. 2 spades on board. Against that size and with the presence of the flush draw, Jared probably not loving his open ender so much, but he's going to at least take a turn. Catch a pair. Spades do come in on the turn. A little bit of showdown value for Jared, but he's not going to be loving his hand.
4 check.
Look like a quick check. Back with diamonds. Pocket 8s are good. Not a monster on this board by any stretch though. Flop top pair would still be 8s beaten, of course.
Yeah, Jared's probably just going to check down, try and win against ace highs. You're going to see the bad news as he falls down to 890k.
Jared now just slipping below that 20 big blind mark as well.
So we see Luke folding. Open to Marco now, the chip leader, folds as well.
6 fold.
Over to Evan.
Imagine I don't win.
Weighing up his options. Ace Queen. This time he decides to jam.
Love to see this jam here from Evan.
I don't think I can play poker again.
King 10. Probably just going to get a count.
Retiring shame.
It's just a little bit too wide. King Jack. May just have to flick it in.
740.
Yeah, there was no ICM in the situation, the King 10. Definitely a hand you consider calling, but for 15 bigs and with the looming pay jumps, like you're not going to risk the chips, he's just going to give it up.
See Jared now equals shorter stack. King 3 suited on the button. Bit over 17 bigs.
One raise, 100.
Looks like he's just going to try and open raise.
Go for the steal here.
He's not going to be able to get it through though. Luke with 8s. I think this is just going to get jammed quite often here.
Steal going to be wholly unsuccessful. Question is whether Luke decides to go for the jam or if he just defends. Definitely like to see a jam.
Does just jam, gets it through. That's a 2.8 million for Luke.
See, not quite closing the gap between himself and Marco by much of a margin there, but we're definitely clearing the rest of the field. by some margin now. We've got double the stack of third place. Now, Jordan, only Marco and Luke are above the average stack at the moment.
Yeah, that's crazy. So many of the chips in Marco's stack, a lot of power there. He hasn't really been putting it to use just yet. See Luke here with the King Jack O. He's going to go for an open. Jinxie, you know exactly who the Euro reg is to, mate. Come on. And I think we're going to see the reg in seat 1 rip it in here. Ace Queen.
Saw Evan pass up on a similar spot to this before. I don't think we're going to see Jared pass up on this one though.
Nope, I think this is just going to be Biscuit's middle.
C1 raise.
That's what it is. It's actually a non-all-in. Don't mind this. Gives you the opportunity
Yeah, I
to
do
be
like
able
that.
to get away if there's any shenanigans in front of you. Get a ladder.
How much you got that?
Second one come down to that though.
Fairly committed.
Basically commits himself with this size.
I'm going to think this through, see how much is in play, but I think he'll ultimately get away from this. He does. It's a good fold.
Does fold.
Slowly.
We can't do a lot, but we will do a lot.
On we march then.
I know.
Luke with the Jack 10 suited. Definitely going to open this one up.
4 raise 115. 5 fold.
More. I got like 75. 8.
3 for Luke.
Is that? Oh.
Wouldn't be shocked to see the bend.
I swear there was 12 million in play.
Yeah, perfectly fine. Just give this one up though. Yeah. One of those borderline hands.
What?
The presence of the short stacks.
Line's going up next hand.
There's some value in folding.
Get him the calculator.
This hand? Sorry.
Next
This
page
hand.
jump worth
30, 60, 60.
just shy of $3,000.
I can't say it on stream.
Just watch someone else get eliminated.
I don't think I can say it on stream.
3,000 big ones.
Surely you can.
Surely
Surely you can
watching
use.
people get eliminated
Surely
all
you
day.
can.
No.
Surely you can.
Sorry. We've seen people get eliminated all day. Some people have eliminated themselves. Let's be honest.
Snookers.
That does happen sometimes. We've all been there.
Can't you just
Honker
say
is that kind of
bad?
game. Jared now with Kings going to find an open. Lines are up 30-60.
10k an hour.
120.
120.
Folds over to Luke in the small blind. Not going to do anything with that. Looks like Jared's not going to get any action through his head actually.
6 fold.
Yeah, it's the second time we've seen Jared not get any action out of the Kings.
8 fold.
Now, the bump from
$5.
the 25.50 to 30.60 may seem like a small jump, but
you
when we
shave
look
his
at
eyebrows,
what it actually
5%.
does to the stacks on the table, everyone except the 2 big stacks are now below 20 big blinds. So there could be a lot of action very quickly. It also means that it's going to be a very tense time for these guys. Like I said a moment ago, if you just watch someone bust, that's worth $3,000. Any of those 4 shorter stacks could be all in on any given hand. It's not going to take anything too crazy to get 20 big blinds in free flop.
Daniel,
But at the
you
same
already
time,
basically can't leave
they
the
don't
house
want to be
anyway.
the next one to
So
be
you already
honest.
basically can't leave the house anyway.
6 fold. Eightfold.
This is the time when Marco can really put his foot on the gas and really start to accumulate chips.
No way.
The
No
bit of
way.
a tricky balance
2.5K.
when you're in
No
a
way.
spot as good as Marco's,
Yeah,
when you've
no
got
way.
half the
0%.
chips already, it can
Anyone.
be tempting to just
Dumb.
sort of
It's like one
lock it
blind
up
for
a
a
bit.
Goliath
You can
event,
just
like.
sit back until you're three-handed and even nearly heads up. And you're almost guaranteed a place there if you just sit back and wait for it. But at the same time, if you're able to apply pressure properly and pick your spots, you can pretty much have the tournament won by the time you get there.
5 raise, 110, 20, 120.
I'll go for like 10 orbits. I'll come back with the heads
Marco.
up.
This is a spot where he can just be open jam.
I'll bet you won't go for 10 orbits.
Especially
Pound
when,
on his chest and tell him, come on,
But
do
if I
something
did-
about it.
especially when Luke folds from first to act. Doesn't really have to worry about the next biggest stack at the table. Everybody else is too short.
Yeah, that's it.
Auckland, I wouldn't hate to see a defend from the Jack 7 suited here. Very nice hand.
Yeah, you definitely can against the min raise. Where this jam would be so effective. You're going to be able to generate so many folds. You're not going to have to go post. You're jamming less than 20 big blinds effective. So in terms of big blinds, it's not like you're risking crazy amounts of chips.
It's easy when you flop sets as well.
It was also a pair of deuces folded, Jordan. This would have been a set over set, a GG scenario.
Oh, that is disgusting.
No, you didn't.
I think it was Evan that folded the deuces, if I'm not mistaken.
No, it was Thatcher. It was Jared.
Oh, it
And
was?
he tells Marco that as well.
Yeah.
Wow, that's a pretty big
Sigh.
break for Jared.
Sigh of relief for Jared there. Yep, that was
Yeah.
game over. If he saw that flop, done for.
Flattered, setting up.
Would have been glorious.
It's good you finally hit a hand, though, I guess.
Funnily enough, being short probably actually saves Jared, because if he was something like 30, 40 big blinds effective, he might decide to just peel in the small blind and try and find that flop. And if he has anything less than half the chips in play, he's going to be hitting the rail at the end of that hand.
From the raise. Yeah, 150 from 5, and then fold.
So Marco is at the top of the pre-flop raise percentage. He has been the most aggressive pre-flop. I'd like to see that number bumped up given the situation he's got himself in now. He's even fortunate enough, as you pointed out a couple of times, Jordan, to have the next biggest stack on his right. So he gets to just confirm that the only stack that's a real problem is out of the hand, and then it's just a green light for him to go for it. Definitely like to see him ramp the aggression up.
1 fold.
$29 offsuit for Lockie, starting the hand 16 bigs effective.
2 fold.
Definitely a hand he'd like to go for the steal with, but he'd be raising into Marco's big blind. He's just going to have to respect that monstrous chip lead. He gives it up. Just look at this. Look at this chip count distribution, Jordan. This is
Big blind, please,
absurd.
Luke. 60-60.
Yep.
Thank you.
It's definitely looking unstoppable at the moment. Stephen Jones asking where the bike is. Depends on the reference.
2 fold.
Luke now, ace full suited. Still want to be opening this hand.
4 raise, 120.
Looks like he will.
5 fold.
Fold from Marco. Look with ace 10 on the big.
Not that Marco should be doing it with the king deuce, but if Marco decides to start coming in really aggressively with the 3-bets against Luke, that can be really effective. One, leveraging that chip lead and threatening Luke's tournament life with 4 other stacks that are close to busting. But also if it's starts to force Luke to play tighter, that'll give Marco even more opportunities to pressure the rest of the table. Now, like I said, King Deuce, not really a hand to be doing it with, but it's definitely something to watch out for to see if Marco starts to take those opportunities. Do see Luke defend, and he's caught the middle pair here. Just backdoor spades for Luke. Nothing really exciting. Luke Medwin, I should say. Deep king. Okay, I'm just going to play it slow. Try and get his 8 to showdown. It's not going to be folding to 1 bet.
Call 150.
Yeah, I think we'll see a call here. No, we do. 10 river doesn't change anything. Dill has the best hand.
I will say a bet here on the river from Luke Medwin would actually look pretty strong. We'd typically expect him, if he was bluffing, to just continuation bet a flop as dry as this. So when he doesn't, he delayed c-bets the turn. It can actually look a bit suspicious. Follow through on the river. Put Luke in a really tough spot.
Alright, you got Jacob coming in.
That's one for the good guys, that
Luke
one.
Irving is going to manage to get to showdown with his
Alright guys, you have a new
pair of
dealer.
8s.
Good luck.
Going to get him above that 20 big
Thank you,
blind
Stella.
mark now. Leave a little bit of the pressure.
Good morning. Frank?
Small blind,
If you
please.
got him, I haven't.
Yep.
As we see Jacob taking the reins now. The best mo in all of Australian poker.
Good luck, everyone.
I'll just start making a point regarding Evan playing tight that everyone should be attacking his blinds. I mean, yeah, you could try and do that, but it's difficult when Marco's got so many chips and he's very much in a middling table position. You don't really have the opportunity to be able to attack his blinds if Marco's got anything to say about it. So we see Lachlan, King Jack O can open it up.
2 raise, 120. C4 fold. C5 fold.
Holding around to the blinds.
This one should just get through.
Yeah, given the way everything has been played so far, I wouldn't be surprised to just see it get through.
C6 fold.
No defense from Luke, and I think Evan's probably going to fold pretty quickly. Putting his natural 7 in the bin. I lied.
C8
What?
calls.
Huh?
Wow, yeah, this is not what I expected.
This is...
Evan's been very snug so far, so this is a little bit out of character.
C8 check.
Right, what we've seen so far.
Well, there you go, punching stuff.
Probably
Not going to be able to attack his blinds if he's defending 4-3-0.
Yeah.
C2 check.
See that here from Lockie should do the trick, but he decides
Well,
not to.
Lockie's probably a little bit confused by the defend.
C8 check.
I'd like to see a stab here from Lockie on the flop, but now that he's caught a gut shot, he gets check raised off of this. It would be a real shame, so he might just decide to check this back now. Does have a bit of showdown value with King High. He's on the
6 on the river, so Evan has the second nut low.
Check.
Yeah,
So he's going to try and show it down.
Lockie feels alright about his King High, decides to just take the showdown, and he's going to be rewarded the pot. Now, I do believe Evan's cards did get tabled there, so that might raise an eyebrow from a couple of the guys on the table. They know that he's been playing snug, but might throw him a bit of a curveball.
I mean, to be fair, 4 high can be good at showdown sometimes.
Sometimes.
Jamber asking why would Lachlan be confused by the fact that someone has defended off of 10 big blinds. Well, it's not so much the defense off of 10 big blinds that's intriguing or confusing, it's more so the fact that it was 3-4-0. Don't think you want to be defending that one off of 10 bigs. So to be fair, I'm not a tournament guy, so...
C2 fold. 4 fold. C5 fold.
Seat 6 fold, seat 8 fold.
See Evan now down to 8 big blinds. Shout outs for the dealer getting a raise. Yeah, that's what I was saying, Punch and stuff. I'm not really sure. Yeah, I agree, Jamba, but 4-3 Otis performed so badly. Plus, he was folding hands like Ace-8 and stuff like that from the blinds earlier, so... Having to defend 4-3-0 after folding... He folded Ace-Queen versus an open off of 18 bigs or something. Like a clear jam, and he just pitched it, so... Just a little bit unexpected to see the 4-3-0 defend.
Now, we just saw Luke Medwin fold an Ace-7 suited from the low jack seat, which is a bit tight. Given that he's the second big stack, he's definitely got room to play those sorts of hands. Does open the door for Marco though, and he does go for the open. It's going to be priced in to call this jam from Evan. Evan.
No, he's not.
Wow,
Apparently.
and he's going to give it up. Wow, that's a huge win there for Evan. I mean, not only does he pick up 300k to add to his 500k, adds more than 50% to his stack without a flop, but he actually got Marco for dominating hand. So that's a huge swing in Evan's favour there for Marco to lay that one down. Here for Marco. Typically I'd say this one in the bin, but in this situation I think definitely get away with going for a seal with this. It's so hard for anyone to really put up a fight. I'm going to give it some thought.
Seat 8 fold, seat 1 fold.
He's going to let it go.
Seat 2 fold.
To Luke Medwin.
Seat 4 fold.
He is just going to elect to give it up against the chip leader.
To go. Seat 6 fold, seat 8 fold. Seat 1 fold.
Folding around to the 2 big stacks in the blinds now.
Seat 2 fold.
Looks like Marco's probably just going to get a walk here.
4 fold.
And he does.
Come on, Jake. Lighten it up.
He's still adding to his stack. He's got almost 4 times the next closest person. 3 guys that are chilling sub 20 big blinds at the moment.
Seat 8 fold. Seat 1 fold. Seat 2 fold. Seat 4 fold.
Marco now Queen 9. He could literally just jam this on Luke because Luke can't call with all the shorties. I think he needs to be playing more aggressive with hands like this, but
yeah, I agree. I mean, Marco could almost just look at the 9 and decide to jam it.
Yeah.
Given how handcuffed Luke is by this ICM situation, does just decide to open it up to 150, and Luke with the 6-5 suited going to make the call.
That's
Luke's
just all
basically
Marco
dead on
should.
the flop, just backdoor clubs.
Yeah, Punchin, you make a good point. Everybody just seems to be playing normally. Like, Marco's not really using his stack kind of effectively, trying to put pressure on everybody. He's just kind of continuing playing normally when it's a very different table now to what it was before. As he checks the boat on the turn, goes to the river here. He's going to try and get any value. Just finds out 200k. That doesn't really make any sense. If he was going to try and extract any value from anything, I would much prefer a much smaller size, maybe even like one big blind. This just lets all of the non-king high hands fold very easily. Does take it down, takes himself up to 8.4 mil though. Ali wants Jared to use his magic skills to try and spin up a stack here. It's the shortest he's been for quite a long time. I mean, I guess he had 900k earlier, but he did come to the feature table earlier today with 3 million. I've just flicked a 10 or at 0.95 markup for the guy in C2. What is she guaranteed currently? Guaranteed that she's ripping Lockie off, basically.
C2 fold, C4 fold.
Should be 1.3 at least.
C5 raise,
See it fold over to Marco once again. Still recommending that he just starts ripping. Doesn't do it this time, 150k. Luke in the small blind, 20 bigs. Can't see his hand just yet, but it doesn't matter, it's getting folded. I don't think Evan's going to be defending the jack four either. Yeah, Marco's going to pick up some more chips. As now Luke is also below the 20 big blind mark once again. 4 pretty short players here. Average stack is all out of whack because all of the chips are sitting in Marco's right in front of him.
Yeah,
197 people in this, just 6 left. Sorry, Corey.
At this point, Marco is the only player with an above average stack.
C2 fold. C4 fold. C5 fold. C6 fold. C8 all in.
Oh no, Evan has not picked a good time. Jared's going to get a count, but he's going to have to run this. It's only a jam for, what's this, 11 big blinds?
11 bigs, yeah.
Now, Jared's probably got the impression that Evan's a bit tighter, but for 11 bigs blind versus blind with his A6, Jared's just going to think this through, but he's going to run it.
Don't know.
Call.
Yeah, he does put it in. 5-3 versus the A6.
Yeah, Evan maybe just feeling a little bit desperate here. Sees an opportunity with only one opponent to get through and decides that he's going to take it regardless of his holding, but it's unfortunate to run into it here. Oh, but he has caught a pair and a flush draw to go along with it. Evan, a huge favourite. Oh, forgive me. I just saw the ace.
Nice try, Corey.
Top-notch
Fortunately,
from the LCA poker team.
Fortunately, we're going to lose the Apex Predator in 6th. Evan has been eliminated. We are just down to 5 players now. Jared picking up quite a number of chips to top his stack back up. He's going to feel good about that. 5 left now.
Down to
Marco's
5.
still very much so in the commanding lead.
Still just one player above average stack at the moment. But everyone has locked up $12,800 for their efforts so far. Braden Jenks' mum is doing fantastic on her investment at the moment.
Oh, definitely.
Melon with the 3s. He's in the hijack seat, but he still elects to just pass up on this spot. I think he's maybe over-adjusting a little bit. See Marco not taking advantage as much as he could be of the high ICM pressure, which does mean that Luke does have the opportunity to still be opening some of these sort of bottom end hands, especially considering there's only 5 players left in the tournament. Under the gun at the moment is still middle position. Round to Luke Irving now. Starting the hands, 20 big blinds effective. Does have an ace.
And Lachlan with King Jack Go probably is just going to run this. Has to wonder whether or not Luke is going to be opening wide enough though first. Wouldn't be surprised to see him just put the chips in.
I do think we'll see him just run this. Now the graphic says that Luke's opening the cutoff, but there is a dead button. So Luke is the effective button this hand.
And Luke just folds.
He's going to pile.
Interesting.
And Luke going to just get out of the way.
You would have raised it.
Going to get Lockie back to 20 bigs.
Sometimes we wake up.
It's going to leave Luke Irving as our shortest stack. 16 big blinds though. Not the immediate danger zone, but...
Danger zone. As it's pretty crazy. 5 hours ago we had 24 players left. Now we're just down to 5. This thing's flown. Got 3 guys that are still sub 20 big blinds. 2 guys, sorry.
2-1 fold.
Now, Luke with 20 bigs. Blind blind, Jack 7 suited.
Take all the chips, mate.
Imagine we'll see a limp here from Lockie. Not a hand he's going to want to fold.
Hell have no fury like.
Looks like he is going to raise.
He's going to take the aggressive route.
And I wouldn't be surprised to see a jam here.
Away.
Yep, it's folds.
Mine's the ace.
King Queen.
Average stack at the moment, I believe, is 3 million. Roughly 15 million chips in play. 5 left.
Extra percentage.
Yep, 2.9 million will be the average stack. And yeah, you guys will notice that only Marco has more than that.
All of these other guys very short. For those of you just tuning in, Marco won a massive 3-way all-in to accumulate all these chips. His aces against the queens and ace king. 2 other players set him up very nicely for this final table.
Familiar ring to it. My favourite hit.
Yeah, just for reference, at only one point have we seen anyone else crack the 3 million chip mark. That was Ali, just before, just a short while before we came to this final table, and he ultimately finished in 9th place. That 3-way all-in pot, that was worth over 5 million. No one's even come close to having 5 million chips apart from our chip leader, and he's still holding on to them at the moment.
Yeah, that was good.
That was 20 minutes.
It was.
What's that?
Yeah, he snapped me off. I put him all in, and he just snapped me off.
He's too long.
Yeah, that was pretty gross. Raise under the gun, he just ripped A7 suited.
Button in 4, yeah?
See another dealer switch. Taylor back in the driver's seat. Welcome back. Game of Thrones fans are going to be stoked. Jared now with ace 10. Definitely a hand you want to raise.
You want raise 120?
An interesting spot here for Lockie. He does elect to just get out of the way. Doesn't really give it too much thought.
Fold, 5 fold.
Ooh,
And we're
Luke with
round
eights.
to Luke.
I can't hear
Yeah,
what you're
this
saying.
is there's one option here.
Yeah, they probably
interesting
got a
decision
crazy
here for
pineapple there you
Jared.
can play. Probably got a crazy pineapple.
It's going to be a jam for about 16 bigs.
Satellite, yeah.
Jack
$30
big blind.
fine.
Represent about half of Jared's stack if he is to make the call.
is it? 120?
120.
Yeah, this is one of the clearest jams ever. Here's the shortest stack. Wait, he calls?
Oh no, Jordan, I didn't. This is our predictions today have not been very impressive. Luke instantly punished for the slow play. Gonna check it over. Place a C bet.
1 bet 90. 90. Yeah. Yes, correct.
Around about quarter pot. A frustrating spot because you know that your opponent can see bet this with basically anything. But if they're not bluffing, you only have 2 outs. Ball would be about 11% of Luke's stack, and that's about how much equity he has in his hand.
6 fold.
Does just fold.
Way.
Gets punished for not taking the rip. Take himself down to 13 bigs.
Keith Wood joined in the Facebook chat. Thanks for joining us. Yes, Keith, I have recently moved over to Western Australia. Still be making semi-regular appearances the tournament series over East. I'm actually I'm really feeling bad for missing out on this one. I was saying earlier this week on the stream, I was really pumped about that progressive knockout. It was bad to have to give that one a miss. But yes,
Queens
So 2 raise 120.
does raise it up.
4 fold. 5 fold. 120.
Stephen Jones makes a very good point. Scared money don't make money. To see it folding over now. King 10-0 for about 13 bigs. Decides against it. Jared with King Deuce. I don't think he's going to be defending this. Gets out of the way as well.
those payouts on screen. Got about $40,000 the difference between busting out now or finishing with all the chips.
Guy in the Twitch chat might have gotten you mixed up with somebody, Corey. You know somebody named Josh? I don't know anybody by that name. They reckon that you better show up.
Yeah.
Fair,
Never
but
met.
mixed game again. That you should show
Never
up,
met a
Josh.
Josh. Yeah.
No Joshes here. Don't know what you're talking about.
Don't know any Joshes. No.
Just see Marco getting amongst it with the King Queen. Gonna keep adding it up. Guys, just absolutely running amok in that Twitch chat. Oh dear. Action now on Luke. 7s and the cutoff. This is just a clear rip. Biscuits into the middle, please, sir. No raising, just ripping. I said no raising. No.
120.
Okay. Min raiser 7s.
Yeah, I'm not a fan.
Lock in the small blind with Queen 10 suited. Emily Valentine keeps hitting us with the side eye in the Facebook chat. This has happened a few times. Are we in trouble? Probably do.
Oh, probably.
Seat 4 call, 120.
It's just a question as to what exactly we're in trouble for this time.
Yeah. Yeah, this time it's a very good point. As Luke defends. And Luke outflops Luke again. Luke in trouble, and Luke looks like he's going to win this hand.
We'll check.
And I'm not going to be more specific than that. Yeah, Pyro, I agree. Marco should be applying a lot more pressure. It's not really doing anything to make anybody's lives more difficult. It's just kind of coasting along at the moment.
100.
6 bet 100.
Betting sevens with no spade on this board. It's interesting. Off of 11 bigs.
So perhaps trying to deny a little bit of equity. A lot of bad turn cards that can come here.
Probably
a couple
just
of
knows
cards to fold. It's a bit of a win, but
it probably just knows that the seven's coming on the turn. Oh wow, he just gets check jammed on. Oof. Medwin deciding that he doesn't have an overpair. Spicy jam. Now, Luke Irving made a hero before against Jared in a pot where he had top pair. Wonder whether or not he can make a hero fold here.
it's very easy to talk yourself into thinking that your opponent's got some kind of flush draw when they do this.
Yeah, but even a flush draw against your exact hand is maybe even a favorite. A hand like 9-8 of spades. You're gonna have like
pretty close to a flip.
They're gonna have like 17 outs. No, you don't have a spade. No 7 of spades in there. This is definitely a spot where I would just advocate for folding. Don't think that Luke is going to be check jamming a hand like ace-5 or ace-3. And I think the more that Luke Irving thinks about this one, the more likely he is to make the call. Which is probably a pretty big problem. Mind you, there are no time banks in this one.
Yeah,
The Goliath, we had a shot clock, but now there is no shot clock. These guys have as long as they want to try and make this decision. Does eventually fold, makes the right
sort of, yeah.
makes the right decision.
Who is in the main event tomorrow? I am in the main event. Is anyone else back for the main? We're trying to find out what time we should finish up tonight.
You have a coin?
I think we'll probably aim for somewhere just after 11 or somewhere around 12.
What's the time?
Somewhere longer, better. The time now is just past around 10:30. The further we can go.
Yeah, the longer we can go, like, I don't want to drag it out.
Give me the big one, Marco, 60-60. Thank you.
Yeah, I think
You want to buy in that much to the main
You have a, wait, did you have a coin?
Action now on flop.
Possibly.
Yeah? Huh? Nah, not nines. Yeah. Yeah, I had a pair. Pair, Lowell and Queens, obviously. And it wasn't Queens either.
We march on. Marco, 8.7, still very clearly in the
We
lead
want to
here.
play till the end. Why can't we play till the end?
But more than everybody else combined.
Oh.
Incredible spot.
As long as we can.
Definitely.
You do a couple of double knockouts, Marco, we'll be right.
Couple of double ups. Yeah,
Double
sweet.
ups.
Double knockout, you know what that means. We're all gone.
One fold. All in, sorry. I think 2 all in.
Very soft all in.
King Jack suited for Lockie here. He's just going to go ahead and open jam from the cutoff.
Rips it in.
And looks like it's getting through. Sure is.
Nobody looking him up. He's going to take himself up to 20 big blinds. Luke Irving, our short stack, with just 7 bigs. Also have to think that the blinds are probably going to be going up relatively soon. It's going to be even shorter from that.
I know. I know.
Fourfold.
Marco not applying any pressure. Over to Luke Irving.
Sixfold.
Doesn't have much be blind, but Jared has a pretty good hand, and
Jared got a walk with the Kings earlier on, and this time he's going to get a walk with the Sexy Boys.
Yeah.
Not an opportune time to just be taking down a small
was it?
blind.
Because I was never going in.
You need to finish today.
Needed the 5-3.
Yeah.
Couple of J, you know.
Oh yeah, I had one over.
I'd be great leader.
I'll try.
Had a Quen. Quen 3.
Quintessential.
Yuck.
Yeah.
Yucky poos.
Lucky poos.
Yeah, terrible.
Rang over the crowd.
Sixfold. C1, 630. Fold.
Seven bigs for Luke Irving. He's going to have to find a spot soon. Only five-handed. Those blinds are going to come around pretty quick, and they're going to take a chunk out of his stack once they get to him.
That's okay, man. I appreciate you sticking around for a little bit. I'll try my best. Marco has a few, but
Fivefold, sixfold.
you're going to pick the good chat, and I'll take them all.
One fold.
King Queen for Lockie. Saw him open jam the King Jack not long ago. Blind versus blind here. He's going to do the same.
Oh, and
this
he's
is
run into the
brutal.
nuts. He has run into one of the best hands ever created.
That is pretty good.
Sees the bad
That
news.
is very good.
Yeah, and this
That's
is
a rough one.
Ace King C4.
great news here for Luke Irving. It's a great spot here to get a ladder. King High Flop not going to
10
help.
on the
Locking
turn.
in.
No love.
Thank
We
you,
lose
does not
Lachlan
find
in
it.
5th position. Didn't really have the chance to spin anything on this final table, but did well to get 5th for 12,800.
And then
Can't
the
help
ace,
but think that he's probably going to be a bit disappointed with that result, though. Real lack of chances for him here.
That's one commentator's pick down. I've got to say, that's
Did you get blinds?
still going to be the best run that we've had so far this week in terms of our picks. We had, I believe, Yeeta finished in a 4th place
Yeah, sorry.
with
40,
Drakakis
88.
yesterday. If Jared can go further than that,
Have to wonder about that
Sixfold.
that hand. It's pretty unfortunate timing. King Queen blind be blind for that many big
I
blinds.
really
It's just
like
a clear
the hand,
jam, but
you know, not real good ripping
also
it in 7, 8
Luke
hearts.
Irving
Oi.
with 5 big blinds was just
Five
sitting to the
bigs.
side.
I mean,
Yeah, I know what you mean.
it's a real shame
Yeah,
to
but
run
then
into it
it's
in that
also
spot.
I don't, they're all just coming
Yeah.
here. I don't need to move them around.
But
it looked pretty, but,
especially from the
yeah.
small blind, there's just not much that you can do.
Give me the big blind, Luke.
Try,
80,
mate,
80.
try. Yeah. I get some change, man.
What did you need?
Oh, whatever.
Orange is right.
No, just blues, I think.
You want blues?
Yeah. Hang on.
Yep.
50. Yeah. So.
One
There's-
fold and 4fold. Thank you.
Four-handed now.
Ladies and gentlemen, there is only 15 minutes
Marco
left
can literally just
until the
jam
winners
82
of
here.
Late night Saturday for the Beast Guys. We already have 5 tickets up, $80 to come and jump in. I will see you down the front of the room, please.
Looks like that's what he will do.
1.240. Sixfold. That's correct.
Gonna get the fold. So Luke now,
Once again, 8 high.
very short.
Oh, I did beat that.
I'm sure you were better than that. Only just though. With
How
your,
did you know?
With your fucking Queen 4 or whatever junk it was. I'm pretty close.
92.
Reading like a book, mate.
Wait for the stream.
Fourfold.
It was suited. Suited 9 high.
5 raise, 150, 160 please. 160.
So we wait for the graphics
Thank
to update.
5 raise, 160. Yeah.
See a raise here to 160k from Marco. Jared not going to defend. Has to play very tight given that
160.
Luke is still so short.
A few of these.
Or 20?
Like 20 and stuff. Yep.
We are down to 4. The next pay jump is worth almost $7,000.
So you got button in 6, yeah?
These guys are able to sit back and watch Luke hit the rail. That's money in
Buttons
their
in 6,
pocket.
yes? No,
Yeah.
action on 5.
Take this side one.
Yeah.
Okay.
As we get a quick colour up here.
Sorry, it's on there.
Looks like Marco will open this hand. And he's going to probably have to run it against Luke. Pocket 5s probably won't be folding.
5 raise.
Exactly what
160.
happens. Open from Marco.
Just when you're ready, Marco. Just
Luke with
cards
5s and
see cards on.
3 bigs.
Thank
This
you.
just goes
Raise.
in for sure.
230.
6.
And it does.
It is going
Jared
to
and
be a
Luke
fair
out
fight.
of the way. Yeah, fair fight. No jacks or 10s folded, so all in call.
Do you have a pair?
All in call. Yeah.
Come on, 5s. Let's go, 5s.
10 hearts.
Haven't lost a flip today.
Yes, 5.
And it's not going to stop now.
Nothing yet.
Probably
6 on the
could.
turn. No counterfeit outs, and that is a jack.
Yeah.
GG, bro.
Lose Luke in 4th position.
Cheers, Luke.
One card
Yeah,
away
good
from
game.
getting himself
GG,
back
mate.
in. And he still would have had quite a mountain to climb, but
Mate.
Jack River is going to seal Irving's fate.
Yeah, no
Marco.
worries. Cheers.
The rich getting richer.
Just like that, guys, we're down to 3.
You'll be the big blind as well, Marco, when you're ready. 80 and 80.
3, 3.
501, 502, 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 3 million, 1, 2, and 3. Sweet.
4-fold.
Podium is set.
Yep.
Jared, Luke, and Marco, our top 3. Everyone locked up $23,690 so far. 33k is the second place payout. 52k plus a vault ticket up top.
And we did have some thoughts that we were going to be calling it at around 11 PM tonight, but from what I understand, given that we've only got 3 people left, that's kind of been thrown out the window a little bit. And we're just going to keep marching on here.
4-fold.
See if we can get this one knocked over tonight.
If Marco continues on the rampage that he's been on,
Looks like he's going to
and
try
keeps
now.
getting dealt hands like he's been getting dealt.
65.
Just min raising blind be blind though.
Spread your cards out.
Probably want to go a little bit bigger, but Jared does have 20 something big blinds, so
4 from single. Yeah, sorry, it's just a chip up happening. So, colour up. Yeah.
King Jack 6, 2 overs to his 9s, but he's still in the lead.
Bet 200 and fold
Yeah,
from
he's
1.
just going to take it down with a C-bet there. Closing in on the 10 million chip mark is Marco.
Damage the table.
Hey?
So you damage the table.
as we march onwards three-handed. Looks like there's no real action in this hand. Nothing even worth reporting about. So we can see that Marco has been the most aggressive so far. Makes sense given that he is the chip leader. Does have majority of the chips. $9.8 million. 2/3 of the chips in play.
That is the exact equal copycat.
What's the current
Is it?
face?
You win?
Marco here with eights.
5 raise 160.
Just going to raise it up. Jared with Queen Jack O, less than 20 bigs. I think he's having a bit of a smirk about it. Just calls from the small blind. Luke lets it go. So we're going to go heads up here. Queen Jack the eights.
One check.
Ace 9 deuce doesn't improve either player. Marco's still ahead, but 2 overs to his hand. He's just going to c-bet and get a fold from Jared though. So Marco up over the 10 million mark now, I think. Yep, there it is. $3.3 and 1.4. He's got more than double the other guys.
Who's this?
MJ.
Just send a big blind, please, as well.
Just got a brief freeze in the stream. We're just sorting that out for you guys. Won't be long. There we go.
Suit 1, all in. 4-fold.
Jared rips in. King 9 doesn't get a call from the ace deuce so from Marco, so Jared going to pick up some nice chips there.
I thought you were feeling them like
Still
that.
just 20 big blinds though.
You ended after feeling the best possible feel. That's how much I respect you. You wouldn't do it live. You must have me cry.
4-fold.
PYC? That PYT.
That's what he used to like.
Pretty young thing.
Yeah.
5 raise 160. All in.
Now he starts playing back in there.
Jared with the ace queen. Ripping again over the open. Getting the job done. Back up to 1.8 mil. Just trying to find any type of spin that he can here, being the short stack. He doesn't really have anything to lose. So we can see that at this point they've locked up $23,690 for themselves.
You're not going to let him push you around anymore.
I'll let you two battle.
Still thinking about that $52,000 first place prize though. Yeah, Marco could be putting on a lot of pressure here, but he's not really doing it. Oh, this could be a huge one. Jared with ace-king. Luke with ace-8. Jared limps. Luke has been pretty aggressive in spots like these. I wonder whether or not he's going to do the same thing here. Does just decide to check it back. Okay. Off to a flop we go. Oh, and Luke manages to out-flop Jared here. Queen 8 deuce. Check, check. King turn. Jared takes the lead back. Just 2 outs. Top of screen for Luke.
Bet 80.
Jared betting 1 big blind. 80k.
4 calls, 80.
Quick call from Luke. Luke really doesn't want to see an ace on the river. Oh my god, it's another 8! Luke finds the 2-outer. This is a rough spot for Jared. His hand is very disguised here, and he gets 2-outed on this river.
275.
1 bet 275.
Betting 275k, leaving himself 1.3 behind. That is a sick run out. I think Luke is probably just going to jam here. What a sick spot to river trips.
Right.
It's like he doesn't jam, he just raises to a non-all-in size.
975.
Jared can't really believe it. Really have to try and come up with a hand that Luke would bluff with here, or a hand that you'd be ahead of. Like, is he going to rip King Jack? Probably not. Is he going to rip King 10? Probably not. Oh wow, very disciplined fold there from Jared. Keeps himself alive in this tournament.
Good fold, Jared.
Big fold.
Yeah.
I made it a bit much.
Stephen, you make a good point. It might be. I wasn't entirely sure on the effective stack to start the hand, but there was a 5 big blind stack that was in the big blind next hand. So I'm not sure whether or not... sorry, in 2 hands. So I'm not sure whether or not that's correct. Very interesting one to look at, though.
I didn't look.
4-2.
Walk.
So we see Marco still well out in front. The other 2 guys just 5 million between them. Marco with double that. Marco with the 970. Looks like he's going to keep just raising and not jamming on Jared. Jared with the Jack 8 suited. Jared is going to call, so off to a flop we go. If one of these guys connects with the board, you have to think that the other will be close behind. Neither player does, though.
5 bet 200. 1 fold.
Quick C-bet from Marco, and he's going to get it through. Jared now, less than 15 big blinds. Getting shorter and shorter. Marco keeps getting more and more chips.
Raise 160. 1 fold.
As we march on here.
4 fold.
Another pot going Marco's way. Yeah, you make a very good point, Chris. Only bluff raise on that river is Jack 10, but I really doubt it there. It's got to be pretty creative to be able to have that one in the works in that spot. Jared now thinking things through. Looks like he may have a jam here. Just double checking his stack. Oh no, this is bad timing if he takes it. Queen Jack, 14 bigs.
One raise, 160.
Looks like he is just going to min raise. He will be able to get away from it if he gets jammed on here. It's a pretty good time to have a trap with aces. Don't know whether or not Luke is going to take it though. He might just elect to 3-bet this.
Alrighty.
See, 4 raise, 480.
Yeah, it looks like that's what he's going to do. He's going to 3-bet.
5 fold, 1 fold.
Trying to steal my blind, but yeah.
Alright. Don't make it coming in.
Falling every day.
I was getting a new dealer.
What you really at?
Aces.
Did you really?
Yeah.
Did you?
Yeah.
Promise?
I promise.
Queen Jack.
Jared is going to fold. Picking up another pot, taking himself closer to 4 million.
Looks like our chip leader Marco has crossed the 10 million chip mark.
No, you can't.
Yikes.
Nah.
But you could have just bluffed me all those times. Like,
nah, I don't bluff him. I don't bluff him. I had the ace.
Did you?
Yeah. Ace 8.
Did you have ace 8?
Yeah. We've got the
ace king.
Really well.
Ready to call.
No, I wasn't happy that the king and jack were out there.
No, 3.
Nah.
2-5 raise.
You still have more than
Now, this is a hand that Marco could just be open jamming here. It
He
would
hasn't
not
really been doing
get
any
through.
open jamming.
1 all in.
My favourite hand.
Maybe folds.
Favorite hands are all shit.
Well, with that info, Jared might just start jamming over the min raise a lot more often.
Yeah, that's interesting.
What is your favorite hand?
What is it? 10-8 suited.
As we continue on here, have received word that apparently we are going to be playing down to a winner tonight, guys. So forget what we said about wrapping up at any point. We are going to be going all the way through.
2-1 all in.
Jared with the king queen does just elect to jam it in.
It's alright.
Luke not going to call this time. Jack 5-0 just not good enough.
Still playing, I might have called, but no.
Jack 5.
Yeah.
See, Marco, obviously a very clear chip lead. Jared, very clear short stack. But we can see that he is putting those chips to use.
Yeah.
Definitely potential there for him to spin that up.
Jared now on the button. Looks like he's going to find a min raise.
2-1 raise, 160.
Attention all players in the pineapple round. Please making your way back to your table. That's all players in the pineapple round. Please start making your way back towards your table.
Yeah, last time he picked
defend the
up
9-6.
Got to walk the last time he picked the side hand up. Not going to be the case this time. He's at least going to
2-5 check.
call out a Marco. gonna love the ace on the flop, but still be feeling reasonably good with these jacks.
He's not gonna feel that stoked about the flop, no. Marco does have a gutter,
Bet 80.
so we may see him peel one off versus one big blind.
Call.
And he does. Turn doesn't change anything. Oh, Marco's gonna lead?
C5 bet 250.
Very interesting. This doesn't make a whole lot of sense.
250. Jared has to wonder whether or not Marco would have just ripped a lot of his ace-x pre-flop. This turn doesn't really make much sense unless it's like 10-5 suited or 8-5. Jared does call. And river is a king, so that doesn't change anything either, but there is another card. And Marco gives it up. Jared's going to be really stoked to show this one down. That's a really nice pot for Jared. Got a bit of a gift there.
But yeah,
Marco didn't really follow through with a bluff chance, and had he ripped the river, definitely gets the job done.
Jared, back up over the 20 big blind mark now.
Yeah.
Don't ever come back to Sydney. No one in Sydney wants to see you against that if you don't win.
No one wants to see him anyway. Not like that.
We want Marco to win so he brings more money to the prize pool. Go Marco! We want Marco to win, bring more money to the prize pool.
Seat 4 fault.
So aggressive. He got it,
C5 raise 160. C1 fold.
And I had 9 deuce of clubs.
Wait, what?
9 deuce.
I had 9 10 of clubs.
No, 60. The other thing that looks like a 9. What? That's just folding dominated clubs.
It's folding the same card as me.
C5 fold.
Jared, Queen 7-0.
Imagine we'll see a lethal limp.
C1 calls option.
Pair here for Luke.
Check.
Wonder whether or not he'll just jam. So that's a check.
Yeah, he does the opposite of that. We'll take it post.
Yeah, because he knows that he's going to flop a set.
Yeah, that makes sense. Complete whiff here for Jared. Fortunate for him, actually. And wow!
C1 check.
Like the ending of Fight Club, I feel like I'm seeing double. Spoilers, sorry. Checks once again, 10 river.
Not Phoebe dealing the quads this time, but
yeah,
sure Luke doesn't really care where they come from. Fortunately for him, Jared has completely whiffed.
One big blind. Just one big note. That's not going to get the job done. I mean, as played, Jared probably thinks this is just quads or nothing, and he's right. It is quads. See the eyebrows go up.
Couldn't be that.
Was hoping there's something.
Remember when you still folded that ace thing? Earlier? You don't?
Nah.
It's way earlier, but it was like 4 or 5 tables left. You remember? You had ace 5 and it was dominate, count, it was 7 with at queen 10 off. Yeah.
25 suited for Jared. Looks like he's going to go for the steal.
Like folding the small blind to Marco though.
C5
yeah.
raise.
Yeah, this steal is not going to work.
Get through there.
3-bet and a quick fold.
As we see, Luke has been the most snug at this table.
Oh no, I was like,
You didn't have an ace.
Yeah. I think it's played myself.
C4 fold.
Marco with ace king.
C5 raise.
Gonna raise it up from the small blind. Jared thinking this one through with king 8.
C1 all in. C5
all in call.
Oh, he decided to just go ahead and put the 3-bet jam in, and he's picked a really bad time here.
Yeah, he's in rough
Jared,
shape on this one.
shape.
Gonna see all 5 here. Not in bad shape
Jared
anymore.
the 8.
3 on the turn is safe. And he will fade an ace. Jared's gonna find the full double up to 2.8 mil. Marco can't really believe it. Jared's gonna stay alive in this one. We're gonna keep going 3-handed here.
And Jared actually back to his peak stack. We saw him at final 3 tables make it up to 2.8 million chips. Everything just sort of went downhill from him for there. And a lot of small, medium pots just not go his way. Ended up being pretty short as of recently, but we spun it back up. 2.8 million chips in front of him. He's going to look to ride that momentum, see if he can climb this mountain that is Marco's stack.
Oh, he's now around 35 bigs.
That's my first loss. That's my first loss of the day.
He's definitely feeling
off the final table. Seriously, I've just been going the whole time. And it's against king 8. I want to have ace king. For you to win.
Minutes. C5 raise, 160. C1 fold.
Marco with the 6-4 suited. Gonna open it up. Blinds are gonna fold, so he's gonna get some chips back. He's still around 8.6 million though. Still definitely in the lead here.
Yeah, still piles of chips for Marco.
One fold.
Luke with the Jack 8-0. He's thinking about getting involved.
C4 raise, 165. C5 call.
Marco's going to call, so we're going to see a flop here, the 2 big stacks. First kind of blindy blind spot we've seen between them so far. Keeping out of each other's way for the most part. We're going to see a whiffs both of them. Does have the betting lead though. I think that he's probably just going to c-bet and take this one down.
C4 bets,
Tends to agree with me.
Yeah, nothing here for Marco to really be interested about. He is going to let it go. Jared, pretty well closing the gap between him and Luke. Only about 1 million chips is the difference now.
We've been playing this 80k blind level for a while. I have to wonder that the 100k blind level is probably around the corner. Going to get a lot more shallow really soon. Marco, Queen 9. Looks like He is going to raise this again. No chance Jared's calling the 9-3-0 though. Marco takes it down.
Just going to get that one through. Now, this 40k, 80k level actually marks an interesting point in the tournament. I mentioned a little while earlier that the start stack for the grind, 75,000 chips. So each big blind now represents more than a starting stack. 197 entries in this tournament. And that ante in the middle of the table represents one of those entries.
Pretty crazy just how long it's gone on for now. I think that only 6 hours ago we had 24 players left. Now we've got 3. These guys are going to keep battling. Luke and Marco once again. Ace Queen 6, bit of an interesting board. One pair for Luke, Marco with the gut shot to Broadway.
4 calls.
Okay, but it's half pot, Luke with the call. Nothing burger on the turn.
Check. C5 check.
Check, check. River doesn't change anything, so I think Luke is just going to check this down and win. I don't know whether or not Marco's going to try and bluff at it.
C4 bet, 325.
Actually going for some value here, trying to get value from worst Queen X, not going to work. Luke taking himself up to 4.2 mil. The gap is being closed a little bit here. Starting to catch up to him.
T1 raise, 160.
Jared's turn to open it up.
Call.
Luke with the King 10 suited though.
Wow, 3 real hands here.
Bit of a Mexican standoff here. We're going to go 3-way to a flop. Maybe even...
C5 raise, 450.
Maybe even a little bit different. You see the first real 3-bet here. 450k.
Interesting spot here for Jared. He's got a monster hand for 3-handed, but we haven't really seen aggression like this out of Marco just yet. So you've got to wonder if Jared's going to perhaps be concerned about it, but it doesn't seem like he is. He is going to go ahead and make that 4-bet jam, try and pick up the chips in the middle. 700k out there for him to try and grab.
C4 fold. C5 fold.
He is going to get it through.
And now he is over 40 big blinds. Marco, you can see he's getting a little bit impatient with what's going on at the moment. He had 10 million before he thought he had this one locked up. Not to be. These guys are fighting back.
Yeah, these guys are not ready to give it up just yet. Difference between busting 3rd and 1st is around about $28,000. Expect both these guys to be chasing down chip leader. Jared or Luke going to be ready to give this one up.
No.
Yeah, I'm gonna have your piece. Yeah.
Alright. What did you just shove with? Suited.
What'd you rate with?
Queen 10 suited.
You had King 10 as well.
Queen 10.
Queen 10. C5 fold. C1 call. C4 check. Small blind calls, big blind checks.
Limped pot here. Go post. Neither player connecting. Jared out ahead with the jack high. Five not going to change anything.
Yeah, 5 changes nothing.
Two
Check
flush
from
draws
Jared,
on
check
board,
back.
but I'll play with one.
Only 6 cards that can help Luke here.
C1 check.
Looks like Jared's going to check it over.
C4 check.
Luke now checks it back.
Check.
Jared's going to show down.
And jack high.
And he's going to take it down. So
Jack
Jared has done a pretty big clawback here. And I just want to make a very quick little shout out to my little sister who's tuning in and watching. She knows absolutely nothing about poker. But yeah, hello Cassidy, hope you're having a fun night. Go to bed. It's well past your bedtime on a Saturday. These guys continue this battle three-handed. Marco started to slip down a little bit more. Jared going to keep this momentum going. He's managed to win almost 3 million chips in the last little period of time. Queen 9-0 going to open. Marco with ace queen
though. Play about this.
Yeah. And it's going to be in the form of a 3-bet.
C5 raise. 480.
Yeah, Jared just snap folds.
C1 fold. C5 raise to 480. Yeah, fold.
Didn't stop you at King A.
Now, Marco's still very clearly in the lead, but it's at the point where if he doubles anyone up, they will overtake chip lead.
And they worked out.
It's not been anything even close to that for quite some time. We remember back, there was one point where he was sitting on 5 million and change. Sorry, like 8 million and change, and the closest stack was 2 million.
C5 raise, 160.
It's definitely not quite as dominant on the chip counts as he has been, but still a fantastic spot. Still sitting on about half the chips in the tournament. The other two guys are looking to hunt him down. Looks like we can go post here. Raise from Marco, just a min raise, and Jared gonna make the call with the 5-4 suited. Basically dead on the flop here as Marco catches the bottom pair. He's on the turn. Jared does pick up the straight draw. Only a 3 will change the story. Jared not even going to try and take a stab at that one. Just going to give it up. Man, looks like these guys are going to take a short break.
Yeah, I think these guys are going to take a 5 to 10 minute break. Stretch the legs, get the head refreshed a little bit. So we're going to do the same, guys. Stick around, we'll be back relatively soon. And we'll bring you all the coverage all the way down to a winner here at the Absolute Prestige Cars event, The Grind, here at the APT Series at Southport Sharks.
Don't go too far, guys. Plenty of action still to come.
Oh, Phoebe's over there.
Welcome back, guys. We're going to continue coverage of this three-handed action. So we played down to a winner tonight in the Absolute Prestige Cars event, The Grind, here at the ABT Series at Southport Sharks. We've had a couple of interesting things happen here. We've had a few questions in the Twitch chat wondering how Jared has all of his chips. He had less than $1 million before. Managed to find a double against Marco's Ace-King and King-8 offsuit. And then he managed to 4-bet jam Ace-Jack when he had 20 big blinds, or 30 big blinds, sorry. Got it through as well. The blinds are up 5,100. Jared just with 30 bigs here. Doesn't like to jam.
Luke folds. Marco folds.
He's going to get that through as well. So he's going to keep getting more and more chips. As things are starting to level out a little bit.
Yeah, he's definitely accumulating.
Yeah, for a while there it was very much Marco out in the lead, and then Luca clear second, but Jared has managed to close that gap pretty easily.
Of course, we can't forget Jared very fortunate in an all-in against Marco. Just as he started to swing his momentum around, he found the King-8 all-in at risk against Marco's Ace-King. Clean 8 on the flop and managed to hold. And he's never looked back since then. See him 3.5 million now, basically tied up with Luke for second place. Half the chips in Marco's stack and half the chips evenly split between Luke and Jared.
Marco raise, 250. Jared fold. Sorry.
Now we have ticked over to the 50,000, 100,000 blind level. Of course, we do have that big blind ante persist all the way through. Still paying a full big blind ante at three-handed, as we will heads up.
Marco fold. Jared calls. Option. Check. Luke check. Heads up. Jared checks.
Hot pair here for Jared. Open ender for Luke. Let's see a few chips go in here.
Yeah, definitely could see some chips go in, especially now that the turn is the 10. Giving Luke the second nuts, not going to say the nuts, the second nuts.
Jared bets 200.
Definitely going to see some chips fly here. Luke will want as many to go in as possible.
Jared with a delayed C-bet. Luke has been fast playing his strong hand, so I wouldn't be surprised to see just a very quick raise here. That's how it happens. Raises to 450. Jared has the literal worst queen he can have here, and he has to think that Luke probably would have bet a lot of them flop. He's going to peel though, you're going to see a turn.
This will probably help Jared to get away.
Any jack makes a straight now.
Jared checks. Luke checks. Right.
Luke just checks back a 6. Jared's going to be pretty thankful for that.
Bit of a hit there, but still 2.7 million for Jared. Luke going to put a little bit of a gap between him and
Action killer
other shorter stacked rival. Marco still sitting comfortably on 8 million chips.
It was a limp pot.
I had the jack.
Sevens again.
T1 raise.
A few of these.
So Jared
It's
raise.
time for Luke.
Jared's going to open king 9. Sevens. Go either way with this one, I think.
Fiver. Luke, raise 500.
Looks like he's going to go that way. 3-betting to 500k. I don't think Jared's going to think for too long. Just very quickly folds. So Luke is building some chips here, closer to 5 million.
And he's accumulating nicely. Making a bit of a dent in that gap.
Luke fold. Marco raise 200.
Marco going to go for the steal with the suited Queen 4. Against the min raise. Imagine we'll see Jared taking a flop here.
Jared's all in, Marco folds.
Well, he's going to take more than a flop. He's going to put the whole lot in. Going to get it through.
Yeah, no, it's your day tomorrow. Yeah. You're going to be up there, mate. One of them, you're going to get your photo taken. Have your banner.
There's no room, so they put a little passport photo up there. But still, it's still the same photo.
Yeah. Hang your own photo up there.
Yeah. Yeah.
200. You must have a corporate photo or something.
Jared fold.
I'll go with 4s here. Gonna open it up. I think Luke is going to be defending the Queen Jack.
Luke calls. Heads up.
Off we go to a flop. 550 in the middle. Interesting
This
flop.
should be a fun one.
2 overs and a gutter for Luke. Just a pair of 4s for Marco.
Luke check. Marco bets 200.
$500k from Marco C-bet. Don't think we'll see Luke give this up just yet. Does play it as just a call. And he has found the top pair on the turn. It's going to really help him trying to chase down the chip leader. Million chips almost in the middle already. Marco going to check it back. Luke just needs to fade 2 outs. He does.
Though similar to when he had ace-8 against Jared earlier, you could be worried that one of those 2 outs was a 10.
Luke bets
So he's going to
400.
bet it anyway.
Marco
Marco
calls.
grabs chips and calls.
King Jack.
Wow, he's definitely getting a bit annoyed with what's going on here. 6.8 million for him now. The stacks are evening out quite a lot here. 150 big blinds in play, so the average stack is 50 bigs. Starting to level out quite a lot.
Jared folds. Luke folds.
Take down. More. I didn't take anything down.
No, take that. Put down the pot.
Oh.
You guys still awake in the Facebook and the Twitch chats? I'm not really seeing much action
You're
there.
telling the truth. Yeah. He didn't have to do it.
We're
Make
playing
sure you
down
let
to
us
a
know
winner
who's
here.
cheering for.
Yeah, these guys playing for 52k up top. Not bad for a few days work. Or a couple
trying to
days
kill
work
me?
in the case of this tournament. These guys only started playing yesterday.
We're friends. Why would I want to kill my friend?
They've played quite a few hours since then. I believe they
Sierra
began
Raid.
playing over 12 hours ago today.
Yeah, looks like we're definitely going to be seeing a flop here.
Jared's all in.
Wow, every time.
Oh, a jam. Marco, ace-9 suited.
Yeah, Marco probably wants to pay this off.
Yeah, he might find the call here.
Jared's going to find himself in bad shape if that's the case.
Yeah. 26 bigs, it's a pretty big jam.
Yeah, it is a big jam.
Sorry.
Demand Harris asking about the blind levels. I think they're 30 minutes or half an hour. I'm not entirely certain. Everard is wide awake. Good to hear. And if Marco makes this call, he'll be able to widen his lead. Looks like he's deciding against it. Jared's going to pick up another nice pot.
Going to get one through. Backed up to almost 3 million. Dennis Huntley joining us in the Facebook chat. Glad you're enjoying, Dennis. Thanks for hanging out.
Marco fold. Jared calls option.
We're going to try and limp the 10-8 here, but Luke, the sexy boys, has probably got something to say about that.
Luke raise 450.
Yeah, it's going to come in the form of a 4.5x. Wow, that's a big raise.
Quick
I was going to fold.
Garbage, did you fall bet?
On screen there. What we're playing for. Big money up top. This guy's already locked up 23k and change.
Philo Heat making a point. These guys are getting a little bit impatient. Getting late. These guys have been playing for over 12.5 hours at this point, so actually 13 hours at this point. So they're definitely probably feeling the exhaustion.
Yeah, fatigue sure starting to set in.
It's been a big day.
We'll be a tender, mate.
Walked Marco there with a Jack 10.
See, Luke is closing in on Marco.
Ace Jack better?
Draw, man. Draw.
Not better than Ace Jack.
Not bad.
Better than Ace 10?
Shout out Zach Feiger in the chat. Jared's going to do the trifecta. Know that he won 2 trophies last week, so definitely think he's probably going to try and do the same again here.
So my hand job to get some of those gold.
Luke with the ace-5 suited.
No, I'm shoving.
Finds the raise from the butt.
Luke raise 200, Marco fold.
Simple as that.
5-3 off and 5-3 off.
All the 5s are dead.
Yeah, Luke got it. Both his opponents dominated.
Next Sydney series, I believe, is going to be in October. Next series for the APT, though, is going to be at Eats Hill in July.
Fucking knew it. I fucking knew it.
That Sydney series, of course, will play host to the Vault. Winner of this tournament will also take home a $1,250 Vault entry. That tournament, $150,000 guaranteed for first. You guys thought we were playing for big money today.
Raise 200.
Wait till the Vault in Sydney. It's at the end of October. There's several flights into multiple day ones. I believe the first day one for that event took place yesterday or maybe today here at the Southport Sharks.
And that is the nuts for Luke.
Yeah.
Big flop.
Both his opponents whiffing. Unfortunate for Luke. He is going to slow play it.
Marco bets 300.
Now, I really hope he has learnt from earlier hands and he just continues with a call here. Yes, that's what he does. So he just calls, no raising. 1.3 million in the middle. Turn card.
Luke checks.
Does check it. It's an 8, so his straight becomes bigger. Marco is going to continue firing. 600k, half pot.
Luke's going to take the chip lead this hand unless he folds. And I'm telling you now, Jordan, that's not going to happen.
No, I don't think he's going to be folding in this spot. I don't think he should be raising either, though. He really should just let Marco fire it off.
There's a flush draw on board now.
1.2.
He does find a raise. Marco's just going to get straight out of there.
Yeah, that's
And just like
now
that,
Luke's let his
just like
opponent
that,
off the
Luke is
hook.
in the lead, 6.9 million. He's caught fire here in the last level or so. Marco is back to where he was at the start of this final table. Even less, actually. He came to the FT with 6.6 million, I think.
Check that one on
Or maybe it was 4.4 million.
Yeah, he came with just over 4 million, but he quickly got to work. Found that three-way all-in that went in his favour. From then, he never really looked back. Not until now have things started really working against Marco. See, a chip lead. The first time slipping out of his hands.
Look fold. I'll swap the nuts.
No, I'm thinking along Marco. I reckon Marco
Yeah, I should have just called that.
Jack 7
Called the
suited.
turn. Look, it's on the river.
Just see a bit of a rail forming.
Close.
Yeah, I mean, it's the one.
A few guys there that definitely should be getting back to work.
Fold. Or river. We fold. Marco folds.
Jared gonna get a walk. Quite a lot of that been happening. So the Luke's been playing the least hands, but he has been making pretty strong hands when he has been playing them.
Got him to love.
Definitely a strategy I recommend.
The make good hand strategy.
Yes.
Certainly a good one.
Tiny, so.
Marco's figured out the good hand strategy. Aces.
Yeah, that's about as good as they come. Why not
The
get
issue
the
is that
action,
the
though?
other guys haven't really figured out their strategy, so he's not going to get any action. Jared just for 24 big blinds. Here's the short stack here.
Yeah.
What are you laughing at?
He's telling me I can use your name instead of using seats, and then he's.
What are you laughing at my hand and everyone folding?
No.
C5 had aces,
Oh,
the hand.
Marco.
C5 had aces, everyone folds.
You just said. That's funny. That's
Gonna be another walk.
fold.
Nice hand there for Marco.
I thought that's what you said on the headset.
Copy that.
C5
Copy
had
that.
aces, everyone folded.
Copy that. They all folded. Jared folded King Jack suited. Fold. Favorite hand. Had a bad feeling.
Luke's just getting so lucky.
Yeah, I tend to agree with you, Philo. We saw that with the King 10 on the 3, 4, 5, 8 board.
We fold. Marco raise 200.
Just see, he's going to keep this min-raise strategy blind be blind. Jared now 24 bigs.
How the fuck do you do it every time?
Gets jammed on again. Man, Marco's going to get really annoyed here. A7 suited, 25 bigs. Can't really believe it.
So
he made the right
before.
Yeah, he made the wrong decision last time. Let's see if he makes the wrong decision again. Doesn't. Makes the fold. Was behind. Jared's going to stay in this, 26 bigs.
What's this song about?
You have me? Oh. Yeah.
I did.
Marco raise 200.
Jared now, ace-4 of clubs. Jamming
Just gonna
again on
open jam.
Marco. No, jam over the raise. Marco, you can see he's just getting over it. Not much he can really do though. He hasn't really had hands good enough to be able to call.
The ace-9 suited before was very close, but you definitely can't blame him for laying it down. I believe that one was maybe even a 27 big blind re-jam.
Jared fold. Luke raise 200. Marco call. Heads up.
Now this could get spicy. Both players catching a top pair here. Marco does have the best kicker.
Marco call.
If we do see a board pair, and we do, this is now very likely to get chopped.
Luke bet 300.
Yeah, anything higher than an 8 will result in a chop pot, as you can see. 38.62, but it's more so the fact that it's going to be chopped a lot. That ain't one of the cards though. Excuse
Yeah,
me.
that's going to work out for Marco.
Marco is
he's going to play.
Here. Looks like he's going to fire too. 400k.
Luke calls.
I think Luke's going to fold, yeah. He's going to see the bad news. Marco's still the most active here. Raising quite a lot. Has always been working out for him though, as he had 10.5 million at his peak. After that pot, he's not quite as low as he once was, but he was at 5 million at one point.
That Luke raised 250, sorry.
Luke with kings.
Yeah, big hand here.
No action though. Everybody just folds.
Yeah, there's been a lot of that so far.
So the Marco taking the lead back after that pot.
Small lead, but a lead nonetheless.
As we get a dealer change. Taylor coming back into the fray.
Right, so the question is, which of these players is she going to immediately bust?
I've heard that she can be a bit of a demon when it comes to busting people out in spots like this.
It's taking instruction, you know.
Let's see if Taylor lives up to her reputation here.
From Jared with the Jack-8 suited. Luke just going to check 10-6. Off to a flop we go. That's a lot of clubs.
Yeah, that sure's going to help Jared out. Trying to squeeze a bit of value out. Luke does have the 10 of clubs.
He's going to get called. Another club now. Jared going to bet 2 big blinds now. Quick call from Luke. No deuce of clubs. 7 doesn't change anything. Jared now with the jack-high flush. Probably wondering how much he can extract from the 8-9 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 of clubs.
What about 300?
Looks like he thinks it's 300k.
Four call.
Gets called, so he's going to take himself back up to the 3.6 million mark.
Jared fortunate enough to have his opponent tipped on that one.
Luke with a bit of an unfortunate 10 of clubs there.
Getting out 50.
Slipped these last couple of orbits from Luke, but not much that he could really do about it. Just pipped twice. Saw him with the pair of kings 6 kicker against pair of kings 7 kicker, and then here we see the 10 high flush against the jack high flush. It's going to be a rough day when your opponent's got you beat by 1 every time. Nice hand hit for Luke though. He's got the king queen. Marco going to defend with 5-4. Gut shot for Marco. Luke leading with the king high still.
He's going to get the job done.
Stab from Marco, and that's going to do it.
6.7 million now. These guys are all very deep for this three-handed. Almost 40 bigs. Quite a lot of play. Opening the 7-8 suited, Jared with the ace-10. So he's going to come in with the defend. Open ender for Luke. Backdoor flush draw, just ace high for Jared. King doesn't change anything. Five does give Luke a straight though. He has been making pretty good hands. Jared looks like he's considering blocking this river.
Definitely reasonable to think that ace high could be good.
So I'm sure the exhaustion. I'm sure the exhaustion is weighing up on these guys. Jared does block. Roughly 1/4. And Luke just makes the nuts again. So that's not going to be a good outcome for Jared. He's going to have to deal with a raise here. Raise to 500k.
Trying to make sense of this, and not a lot does make sense.
Yeah, but when a lot didn't make sense earlier, Jared found the fold, so I wonder if he can do the same thing here.
This is not a spot that we see people bluffing in very often. Jared will be aware of that.
And he does eventually just shrug. It's interesting, usually when people shrug like that, they'd flick in the call, but Jared shrugs and flicks in the fold, so very disciplined lay down there for Jared.
I'd like to say yeah, but no. No. King. No, I didn't have a king. I didn't have a pair.
But you had a pair.
No, I didn't have a pair. No.
So we see a guy maybe going to fall over the barricade. Oh, no.
But you said you didn't bluff.
Figure himself
I didn't
out.
bluff.
Saved it.
Go back over the hand, you'll figure it out.
Okay, not opening. Jared with the 9-6 suited in the small.
7-8, come on.
Looks like he's going to limp. Oh, sorry, looks like he hasn't made his mind up yet. Looks like he's going to raise the 300k. Looks like a very clear call. Off we go. 700 in the middle. And once again, Luke out flopping. Queen high flop. Luke the only one with a diamond. Jared just 3% to win this hand.
Like that 400.
That's very much.
He's just gonna stab half pot. Fold, yeah. Kind of continue on here. Nothing too major happening, just a lot of small pots.
A lot of big hands not getting action as well. Marco with the queens there, just going to pick up the blinds and antes.
You can have all the chips you want.
Just below the 3 million chip mark. 100k blinds.
Marco now. Gonna raise blind blind into Jared. Jared with 5-3-0. And flicking a call versus the min raise. 8s for Marco, just 5 high for Jared. Marco checks. Be surprised to see Jared just check this one back. He does.
Saw a similar hand to this before, and Jared just wasn't interested. He had the 5 high and just checked it all the way through to the river. See if he's able to spare the bluffing chips this time as well.
Marco check.
Marco gives him one more chance.
Jared check. That's a show.
And once again, he's
Jared,
going to check it back. Sniffs it
Jared's
out.
not even going to try.
You calling?
That's twice now that Jared's correctly checked back with absolutely no showdown value in a spot where his opponent was checking to try and induce a bluff.
See another example of there being big hands but not really much going on. Luke defending the 9-6-0 completely whiffs the flop. So does Marco though. Marco ahead with ace high. Check, check. Turn doesn't change anything. Check, check once again. And the river is a 6, giving Luke a pair. Takes the lead.
See if he tries to squeeze any value out of it. 1,000 chips. Marco gonna make the call to the ace king high. Nothing, but it's no good. So he's unfortunate to get rivered there.
You really don't bluff, eh?
Not a huge pot, but they all count.
Thanks for the kind words, Apocalypse. Have a good night, or have a good day, wherever you are. Next to bust in this event will take home 23,690. Second place finisher 33,000, and first place 52,000. And a $1,250 entry to the Vault tournament. As we march on here, Luke with the Ace Jack O. Jared though, Queen 9 suited. See some chips. Could see some chips thrown about here. It's Marco with 10s.
We certainly could.
Everybody's got a hand. Jared is probably going to get out a bit unscathed. Marco decides to cold call, which means that Jared could potentially try and peel with the button. Decides against it. These two are just going to go at it.
Yeah, Jared a little bit too shallow to be getting involved.
As we see,
that's a lot of
ace of clubs for Luke and an overpair for Marco.
500.
This could get spicy. Both of them need to be a bit worried about how short Jared is. Neither of them want to be making too big a mistake. Looks like Luke is going to find the call. 2.5 million in the middle now. King on the turn. That may slow down action just a little bit. Luke could definitely have a hand like ace king or king queen with a club that Marco is now behind. Check on the turn.
Check. Marco check back. Shows tens.
Looks like check turn and check river.
Check, and then check river. Marco shows tens.
7 on the river.
Luke shows ace of clubs and things.
Marco picking up another nice pot, taking himself back up to the 8 million chip mark. Still very much trying to maintain a lead in this one. He's had it taken away from him a couple of times. He always seems to claw it back.
No, that's just close behind. Oh, that's so close behind. Pretty cool. Get him, Marco. Meow.
Jared gets a walk.
Say I'm all in. How can he call you goose?
He did before with King 8.
Yeah. Well, did you have the best hand?
Yes.
So just say I'm all in again. 2 words. You can't lose twice in a row. That doesn't mean 2 all in.
I mean, have you seen him play? Doesn't win 2 all-ins.
He would have called that anyway.
Couple of nice hands here. Queen Jack for Jared. Luke. Couple of 8s.
Looks like Jared's going to continue this limping blind be blind strategy he's got.
Queen Jack is not a bad hand for him to be going for a limp jam. I wonder if that's how he's going to go. This hand. Oh, but he's not going to get the opportunity.
Looks like it's jammed on.
Wow.
That ace jack. Unfair. Probably not.
Marco going to keep raising blind be blind into Jared. Jared with ace 4-0. He took ace 7-0 as a jam. Yeah, he does the same thing here. And Marco shakes his head. Can't quite believe the amount of times that's happened.
He'll suck out again.
Backup plan against that. We need the fish to win. Go, Marco. That's to come second. Go, Marco. Bring the money back to Sydney. Yeah, I'll take your bet sister again, Marco. What do you want to bet on? Quick, I'll take him now.
Who's playing in the NBA?
I'll tell you now.
What team's winning the NBA?
Yes.
Couple nice hands, but a real hand here for Marco. Oh boy, and this could get spicy. Ace King for Marco, 7s for Luke, Queen Jack for Jared.
You reckon? Beat Miami?
Marco opens the button. Jared going to defend the small blind with the Queen Jack. Luke just going to play it as a call. Going to a flop 3 ways, 700k in the middle. 7's holding so far. Upshot for Jared with 2 live overcards. Nothing for Marco. Both his ace and king are live.
Jared does have a gutter. Probably a little bit too shallow to try and realise it though.
This is a reasonably hefty bet. About half
Oh, he just
pot.
checked jams. Oh, this is hot. 2 overs. 2 overs and a gutter.
It's probably going to do the trick.
Wow.
1.1 million chips in the middle. He's got 2.5. Just decides he's going to run it.
And he's been at Marco pretty relentlessly. Have to wonder whether or not Marco might just be having enough of it. No, he does find the fold. Jared's going to rake the chips in, back up to 3.3 mil.
Yeah, that's a big pick up there for Jared.
Yeah, Jared with the moves gets the job done.
Just for super crisp.
You can keep that. Yeah, you're right.
I don't know what
and
I'm
your
doing.
blinds are going up next to end.
Okay.
Jared race 200.
Queen Jack suited here for Marco. He's going to find a flush draw here as well. Still out in front with his Jack kicker too.
I raise 300. Yes. Now 3. And call. Check 1, 3.
Float here from Jared. That is a flush.
Yeah,
for Marco.
is going to be winning this one.
And I really think he wants to go less than a third here. So he's going to go around half pot. Jared does have the 10 of diamonds, but it would be a pretty badly timed bluff if he went to take it. He's been at Marco this entire three-handed portion of this final table. Hasn't really let him get away with anything. Now Marco's actually made a hand. Jared at the tank here.
Yeah, that's why I asked him. Cheers, mate. I saw the lights going off.
Really giving this some thought. Remember, after a long first day, probably coming up to about the 14-hour mark now, it can be very easy to find yourself making a misstep in a spot like this.
What's that?
Oh, what do you think, mate?
60, 60, 120.
Flush.
Did you have a flush?
That's too much.
You didn't fold 2 pair, did you?
60, 60, 120. Lines up.
You had a big ace or something? Big ace or 2 pair? No? How's that a big fold then?
Race 300.
Like a big
With 8s here. Not going to get any action. Nothing for anybody else. Jared with 2.6 million. Blinds are up to 61.20 now. So Jared's just got over 20 big blinds.
Where was the all-in then? You think about it?
Thanks for the nice words, Jason. I reckon this will go for a while. Corey and I have been chatting a little bit on the side here. We think this one could definitely take a number more hours given the way this has been played.
2, I guess.
240, yeah.
Marco with the ace-9.
Oh, sorry.
Luke in the big blind.
Sorry.
Doesn't look like he wants to defend. He's already started folding, but he had the cards taken back for some reason.
Sorry. So, it's going to be a call from 6-5.
It's like just a misclick on the sizing.
Because multi-chip rule.
Blind level ticking up.
Can I have my cards back?
By surprise. Forcing a min raise, or looks like nope, they're going to force a limp.
Yeah, correct.
And Luke's going to take a flop free. You got to wonder if Marco maybe noticed and ready to pitch his cards.
Same.
Luke check, Marco bet 200 and then fold. Sorry, Marco.
I'm going to take down another one. Back about 8 mil.
Margo probably had a bad time now.
Marco with deuces. Look at the 7-6-0 though. Coming for a raise. Looks like that's what he will do. 250k, just a click.
Cool. Steal it away. Not going to be working against a pair.
Marco's going to call. Nothing for either player though. Deuces in the lead, but it's going to be difficult against any aggression. So we see the Goliath champ in the background there. Cooper having a chat with Daniel Embleton. Check on this flop. Another turn, another over. Check. And that is a 10, so that does put a one-liner top end and bottom end here. If there was a type of bluff at this pot, it is now, Luke. Get through, decides against it. Deuces are going to win. That's a bit criminal. 7 high is never going to be good at showdown. You have to try and win this pot.
Definitely can.
Deuces are not meant to win.
Even one big blind probably gets the job done there.
Alright, done.
Marco with the 10-9. Jared with sub 20 big blinds and king 4 suited. He's been pretty aggressive with his jams. Wonder if this is going to be another one of those times.
Yeah, we saw him very aggressive actually for sub 30 bigs. Now sub 20, we expect him to be.
Looks like he's just going to come with a call.
More aggressive. King 4 suited. Another hand he's going to go with this time though. Gonna catch the top pair. Double gut shot for Marco.
This could be spicy.
Jared check.
Backdoor flush draw for Jared. That is a straight for Marco. Jared trapped the flop. It's going to be interesting to see how this one plays out. It's going to be about a 300k. Half pot from Marco. This could get expensive for Jared.
Jared checks the flop to try and get Marco to bet the turn. Marco's now bet the turn, but it's not a hand that Jared wants to be up against. Backdoor hearts to him. Things get a little bit more connected. Marco now with a full 7 card straight.
Both of those gutters get there. Well, it looks like this is probably just going to be a bit too big, given the way the board has run out. Oh, maybe not. He's cut it down a little bit. Looks like around half pot gets snapped.
Alright, Marco bet 740.
740k going the way of Marco. Jared's going to have sub 10 big blinds. A flop trap not working out on this occasion. He's down to 9 big blinds.
Jared has been very short already on this final table and he's spun it back up. See if he's able to do it again. 9 big blinds, 3-handed. He's going to have to do something pretty quick. Seen him very aggressive with his jamming, which is how you need to play a short stack. I know that he's capable of doing that. But he's also going to be somewhat at the mercy of the cards. Picked up an ace. Going to be running it. Don't imagine Luke's going anywhere.
I don't think Luke's going to be folding.
How much is it?
Ace 2 suited.
He's going to get a count. Nine bigs. Very likely that this one just gets chopped up in the end. But both guys suited. Can always hit their live card.
It is the worst ace though, so maybe that's going through Luke's head. Doesn't really want to double Jared up. He's had him on the ropes pretty much all day. Luke is going to can out the call though.
$1,085,000.
Definitely like
Agonizingly precise count out of the call.
Cool. Only cool.
Gonna put it in, alright. Jared with an opportunity to double once again.
Diamond.
Ace 5, queen, 1 diamond, 4 on the turn, gives gutter, and that is going to be a double for Jared once again. Stays in it. Back up to 20 big blinds.
Where'd you study?
Jared, don't think he's going to be giving a tribute to Doyle on this scenario. And it's going to be a walk for Marco.
Jared after that double got himself back to the 20 big blind mark. Luke now getting down towards that 20 bigs as well. Marco's found himself coming right back
Cooling more on
to
that
that
river?
10 million chip mark. He's
Nice
just
tip.
a couple of blinds
That's
away.
It's max, right? Close to it.
Been an absolute roller coaster.
I think I called more. Although I called pretty quick, I might have been able to pick it.
Back 10 for Marco.
Definitely think he's going to be raising this one, though. Have to wonder whether or not he's going to be a bit annoyed by the fact that he keeps getting jammed on. Don't know if Jared will do that with 7-6 suited though. Looks like he is just going to call. We're going to see a flop here. Jack 10 versus 7-6. Open ender for Marco. Nothing for Jared, just 7 high.
Jared check.
Check, check. Deuce doesn't change anything. Marco's going to stab at it. He's going to get the job done. $16 bigs for Jared now. Queen 8 for Jared. Maybe considering what to do.
Jared all in.
Looks like he is just going to jam. He's going to get it done because Luke doesn't have a hand to call with.
Oh, look at this chip count. Marco back in 8-figure territory. 10 million chips. And he's now got both opponents 20 big blinds. These guys are able to find a double. We could be here for quite some time, but They are definitely in pre-flop all-in territory. Could be down to heads up at any moment.
Those hands aren't going to be ones to be able to get that done. These hands won't do it either. See, Marco's still the most active so far, 36% pre-flop raise. Jared with the king 10, think he'll be jamming this one. Less than 20. So he does. Queen 9 suited for Luke.
All in call.
He's weighing up his options here. And a call, wow. All in call, king 10 versus queen 9.
That's not what I expected, and we're basically destined to be heads up. These guys have even stacked.
Yep.
I'll have to confirm the counts, but essentially one of these guys is going to heads up and the other is hitting the rail. Jared out in front with the king high.
9.
Luke with the 9 on the turn.
And a spade. Jared
Flush.
is going to find the full double, and from the looks of the screen, it looks like we have lost Luke in third position here.
We got the heads up.
We're going to get a double check of the counts, but that is a very Jared Thatcher run out, finding the running spades and the 10 for good measure. And just like that, guys, I think we are down a heads-up play out of seemingly nowhere. Whatever happens, Marco is going to have a 2-1 chip lead. It's going to be very close, but Taylor's going to clarify this.
Huh?
So it looks like we actually have had a freeze on the stream and all of this. Just going to have to get that one sorted out for you guys, yeah. Looks like it's going to be very close. May even be identical stacks.
1.7.
Wait. He's going covered.
Oh, sorry. 2.7.
TDs are even coming over to get a clarification.
That's the ante. Yeah. No.
This is taking a little bit of time, guys. Looks like Luke isn't eliminated. There was a little bit of a skew in the chip counts, so it looks like he has got vapor. Very, 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 very few chips left. Maybe even less than one big blind.
Run it up.
I wanted the other guy to win that hand.
So it's not quite heads up yet, guys, but I have a feeling that the chips are going to be going in very, very soon.
18K, but I haven't yet.
We may even find a limp from Jared to try and ensure that it's three-way. Ace 9 is going to be opening this regardless. Luke is going to be calling all in with Jack 10 for sure. Far too good of a hand. Marco with Ace Jack though.
Wow.
He might just want to try and finish it off here.
Luke has found himself dominated. It's unfortunate with Jack 10.
It looks like it is just going to be a call. Alright, so we're going to have a side pot here. Oh, he's found the 10. Needs to fade an 8. An ace. Jack gives him 2 pair. So he's looking like he's poised for a triple up here. Marco with the bet, trying to get some value. Probably doesn't realize that he just wants to try and get the elimination, but doesn't care. If there's an 8 on the river, I think he's going to be kicking himself because that would have given... That is a full triple up. Luke not out of this just yet. 720k, 6 bigs.
Yeah, Luke could conceivably bring this back from here. We thought he was basically on the rail, but after that triple up,
wow,
nice. Saying there's a chance.
So you're saying there's a chance. Slush puppies, eh? Well, see you later. Sorry, I couldn't resist. If anybody can tell me what movie that's from in the Facebook or the Twitch chat, let me know. I've been making a few movie references throughout the course of the stream tonight. It's been a bit of fun.
Alright, we've got 5% of the chips. Let's go. Let's go. Good luck, guys.
You got it figured out, Corey? Know which one that one's from?
Nope. You're gonna have to help me out, or rather, someone in the chat will.
Someone in the chat's gonna have to help you out, as it looks like Luke has folded on a Marco in the small blind.
Marco raised 300, Jared fold.
Now, Marco can just pile here with most things, and Jared's just gonna have to respect it and fold. With Luke on 6 bigs, Jared's basically just got to wait for him to bust, and that scores him $10,000. Having his tournament life at risk is not an attractive proposition for Jared at this point.
Marco fold.
Jared with ace jack going to be jamming on Luke. Luke with king 10 will be calling. So Luke with another opportunity to find another double up. Nobody wants to die in this tournament.
This will get
Jared
back
with
over
ace jack. See how this goes. King 10-4.
That's pretty good for Luke.
Needs to fade a queen and a queen only. It's not a queen, so Luke's going to find another double.
After coming out of his previous all-in on fumes, he's now found a triple and a double back-to-back. Back to 11 big blinds.
These guys may just be destined to do this forever. Been three-handed for hours. It's going to continue.
Jared must be feeling a little bit frustrated at the moment. He was very, very close to having another 10 grand locked up. Now all of a sudden, Luke spun it back. Still only on 11 bigs. Got one more double and he's right back in it.
I can't believe it either.
Jared folds.
Yeah, I'd like to see this Queen 8 just get piled in. Would have run into it. He saved himself there, but he's passing up on these close spots too often. These blinds are just going to eat him alive. They come around too quickly three-handed. You have a full big blind ante in play. So every 3 hands you're paying 2.5 bigs. He's only got 11 of them. Got to be taking every opportunity possible to be picking up those blinds and antes and keeping our short stacks relevant.
Stop admiring the kid.
I'm just counting them out so I can put them all in again.
Jack 7-0. I don't think he's going to be doing anything with this one.
Now this doesn't make sense for him to fold the Queen 8 blind versus blind and then play a Jack 7 on the buck. That's just a strictly worse hand in a strictly worse position.
Holy. Luke's all in.
This is very inconsistent.
Jared's going to be calling King 10 surely. Marco may just call the Ace Deuce.
Yeah, I mean, this shove is for 10 bigs.
$1.260.
Looks like he's considering counting out a call.
Marco calls.
Puts it in. Jared with King 10. It's going to fold. So you can see everybody on the rail. Let's see what's going on here.
Come on!
Now, if Luke can find a Jack or a 7 here, he's back up to 2.8 million. He's right back in this.
It's going to be interesting if a King or a 10 comes. Ace Queen 4.
It is Ace High.
Ace.
Down.
Alright, so we are down to heads up. Marco with a slight lead. 3.5 to
Heads
1.
up, I wanted. Sort of.
Just like that, we are heads up. These guys battled three-handed for quite a long time. Awesome effort by Luke, managing to lock himself up $23,690. But now we are up to the business end of this. These guys playing for $52,000 up top, $33,000 for second place. Given the way the chip stacks are lying at the moment, I doubt there's going to be any discussion of a deal.
Alrighty, let's get the 205 final tables. Make your way down to the room. Beautiful photos, please.
Now we move to heads up,
Final table is on the
including that
field
fold
5.
entry.
Make your
This
way down
heads
to the
up
front of the room
is
to get your
20
photos.
grand. This is a big deal. Just one more player standing between each of these guys and that title. And all of that prize money. 33k locked up already each though, so regardless of what happens, these guys have had an epic couple of days. Doing a fantastic effort. And they're taking home a fat payday. But of course, 20 more to play for. These guys aren't ready to wrap it up just yet. Not ready to lie down. Jack's going to defend the 9-7 suited here. Has caught the top pair.
Good start for the 9-7.
Marco bets 250.
Marco going to fire. Jared is definitely going to be meeting this with at least a call. He may even click to try and induce something here from Marco, making it 600 or something. Looks like he's weighing his options up. Looks like a call. Off to a turn we go. It's a queen, so it gives Marco a gutter. From the way he's played so far, I think he's just going to barrel this, probably for something in the neighborhood of 700k.
Marco bets 500.
Looks like he goes a bit smaller. 1/3
I'm
here.
not really loving this queen, but I don't think he's ready to give his hand up just yet.
I don't think he could be folding here.
Calls.
Does find the call.
Jared's
to a river here.
Hand on anything
Crowd is
above a 9.
Crowd is building. That's a 10. Marco makes the best hand.
That's above a 9. Marco catches the second pair. Does get the suck out.
Marco checks. Jared checks back. Jared can't really believe it. Pretty sick run out.
Very unfortunate.
Marco with 13 million. Jared's sub 20 big blinds now. The chips are probably going to start flying here.
I saw Jared doing a lot of aggressive rejamming before. Now that it's heads up, he may even ramp that up another level. He's time, Marco's the only one that's going to be able to do anything about it.
Guaranteed a photo. If Marco wins, they get in the photo. If Zach wins, I'm in the photo.
60, is it?
Alright, here we go. Sub 20, let's see how it starts off.
The yellow 5 final tables, come on down to get your photos done, please.
King, Marco. Definitely a hand you want to raise, 250. 8-6 for Jared, definitely a hand you want to call. And he does, off to a flop we go.
A lot of clubs. Jared, the only one with one.
Jared checks. Marco checks.
Marco decides against the aggressive route here, just checks. 8 of clubs on the turn, so Jared does have a flush here, along with a pair.
Jared checks.
Doesn't check, doesn't bet it though.
Marco bets, 200.
Marco stabs for 200k. Jared's gonna have to call this one, I think.
Jared calls.
Another 8 now. Marco is going to check it back. 6 of clubs is announced. Jared's going to pick up that pot, 2.7 mil, back over 20 bigs.
Keeping himself afloat.
And Michael, I don't think we're going to be stopping. I think these guys are going to keep going until they wrap it up. Unless something major happens, I think we're going to be playing down to a winner. There is over 120 bigs in play. Jared does have left just over 20, so he's on the ropes for now. One double and then we might need to get comfortable though.
Sorry, I missed you. Sorry.
Looks like Jared knows what he's doing with the full big blind ante. Elects to just limp the 10-7 from the button. Check from Marco. And that is 2 pair for Jared, so looks like his fortunes are starting to flip around a little bit. Check from Marco. Be surprised to see 1 big blind here from Jared.
Jared bets, 200.
We'll have a half pot.
Marco folds.
And that'll get the job done.
Sorry about that.
Back over 3 mil.
Four to 1 shift lead for Marco at the moment. Question is, can he close it out or can Jared spin this back up?
Thank you for staying with us, guys. It's been a bit of a stream today, going for around 8 hours. These guys, though, they've been playing since 11 AM, so
Marco raise.
Playing over 14 hours at this point. Jared with the 10-8. Marco going to raise the queen 5. I think Jared's going to be calling this one.
Jared calls.
He does. Off to a flop we go. 500 in the middle. Sorry, 620 in the middle. Thanks for the last words, Neil.
Jared check. Marco bets 200.
Gutter for Jared. Queen high and a backdoor flush draw for Marco. He's going to bet 200. If Jared was deeper, he may want to proceed with a raise with this hand, but I think given exactly how deep he is right now, he's just going to call. That's what he does. Off to a turn we go. Deuce doesn't change anything. Jared the only diamond. Marco just has queen high though.
Jared check.
Do see Jared with 17 outs improving here.
Marco check.
It will be difficult though, given Marco's exact hand for Marco to realise that. King doesn't change anything either. I think Jared's going to have to stab at this. I don't think he needs to go big though. I think just a 300k size with 2.5 bigs probably is going to get the job done.
Kick these guys out.
So many hands.
Okay, good.
He's going to try and show it down. Queen high will win. I don't really think there's many scenarios where 10 high is going to win there. Fortunately, Marco can have King X in his range, so definitely makes sense with the check back. Jared doesn't really seem to try and bluff these zero equity hands on the river. He's quite happy to surrender and cop the loss as opposed to lose more in the process.
Definitely have seen Marco playing some hands, some medium strength hands very slow to try and reduce these bets. So you gotta wonder if this is an adjustment to that tendency, if that's something that Jared's noticed. Sub 20.
Yes, he is.
I think that's out.
I'm guaranteed.
I won't.
That's all I'm happy about.
You what?
I'm guaranteed 5% and 50%, so I want Thatcher to win.
Marco calls.
Marco with the King 5. Looks like he's taking a page out of Jared's book and he's just going to limp the button. Jared with 7-8 suited does jam. Marco with the King.
Good. Marco folds.
Jared, come on, show. For the game.
Jared gets that one through. 2.5 million for him now.
That would have been a sick limp call, right? I was good.
Pretty wide. Call.
Probably setting at 0.
He was right though, yeah? King high.
Jared calls. Marco checks.
Marco with the 10-8 suited. Jared with Queen 8 has him crushed. To a flop we go. That is a pretty good flop. Pretty good flop for 10-8. 7 repeats on the turn. Jared does have a gutter still. Things could get dicey on a double board pair.
Jared calls.
Jared just gonna find the call. River.
Marco bets 300.
Is a double board pair, is another 9.
Marco going to be hating this run out, but Jared not actually connecting. Does have Queen high though. Does have some showdown value.
Jared calls. Marco shows straight. 100.
It's my favourite hand.
It's 15 bigs now for Jared.
Jared has fought his way back. Very, very short four-handed, even five-handed. He had less than 10 bigs at one point. He's managed to claw his way all the way back here. Still hanging in there, 15 bigs.
Marco raise, 250.
Looks like a raise from Marco. Jared with the Queen 4 suited.
Jared will win.
Looks like he is going to jam. Marco, same hand as that we had before, doesn't decide on a call.
fold. Do you want me to just leave it out?
See the payout still on screen there, guys. From what we understand, no deal has been spoken about, not even remotely close to it. Given how far the disparity is between these chips, I don't think that conversation is going to happen at all.
Next hand lines are on, Brendan. Marcos folds.
Yeah, for Jared.
Lines up this hand, 81.
It's about 20 bigs.
2.4 million. Less than what he had on this table 8 hours ago.
Jared calls. All in. Marco's all in. Jared folds. Ah, sorry, I just went fold. Yeah.
Nothing really happening in this heads up so far. Jared's still short. Not really wanting to die. Just keeps plowing on through. Jared now, Jack 7 suited. Does just jam. I don't think Marco's going to call 9-3. Doesn't. It's another rip through.
I just left your empty one.
No one cares.
Oh, big one. I just kept your empty.
No, but how many beats is that? Crusher.
7-5 for Jared, 9-8 for Marco.
Once that just ticked up as well.
81-60.
Marco raise, 350.
Jared stack represents about 15 bigs.
Jared calls.
Gita on the rail there. I'm surprised he hasn't been kicked out at this point.
Jared checks.
Queen 7-3. Jared takes the lead.
Marco bets, 250.
That table comes to that fly kick, so I was actually going to raise it tonight. I was like selling action.
Jared's all in. Marco folds.
Jared's going to go ahead and check jam his second pair here. It's going to get straight through.
You have Taylor back again. Good luck.
You'll see that VPIP number start to even out a little bit more as the heads-up play continues. Very much inflated due to the fact that it's got an entire final table's worth of action on it. Marco with the chip lead most of the time in this event, definitely playing the most hands. That average is going to increase, given that these guys are going to continue playing more and more hands with each other.
Yeah, I got some. I didn't want to say anything else.
Yep. Jared, just looking at the Queen 10 market with the King 7. I think he will raise this.
Okay, raise 500.
Just see how Jared proceeds.
Yep. Looks like he will call.
1.2 million in the middle already.
And that is a flop that favours Jared. Outflopping Marco here with middle pair. Don't have to worry about the ace out there though. Marco betting 400k, 1/3. Jared's not going to be going anywhere. And he does find the call. Don't God. Is the jack, so gives both of these guys a gutter. We've seen Marco double barrel and then give up once already. Looks like he's planning that same thing again, as we've got a brief freeze on our screen. Just let me to sort that one out for you.
Okay, that's 600.
2 million in the pot. SPR's only about 1.
And we're back. Jared does find the call.
3.2 in the middle. Only about half of that amount still behind.
Prison 8, so Marco does just have king high. He gave up earlier when he had showdown value, and in this scenario he just gives up with nothing. King high is not going to do the trick. Just like that, Jared's up to 5 million. Got a battle on our hands all of a sudden. Jared's over 30 bigs now.
Yep, only 2 to 1 is the chip advantage now. Jared's really fought back. You got to wonder whether a jam there on the river might have gotten through. Would have left Jared on about 11 bigs had it worked. But of course, had it not, these chip counts would be much closer.
Big line, 80, 160, 160.
As always, guys, don't forget to give APT Live a follow on Facebook. Don't forget to give LCA Poker a follow on Facebook. Follow on Twitch, sorry, as well. Also, thank you to Absolute Prestige Cars for sponsoring this event. Go give them a follow on Instagram and Facebook at Absolute Prestige Cars. You can play down all the way to a winner here. So you see the King Queen for Jared, 9-8 for Marco. Be surprised to see Jared at this step start to increase the wager a little bit. Maybe find a 3-bet here. It's got a very, very nice hand. Almost one that you can just run for 30 bigs here, heads up.
Jared raised 1 million.
That's what he's going to do. He's going to 3-bet. Gets it done. Marco with the fold. 5.2 million now.
This gap is starting to close.
We saw a pretty huge comeback happen in every heads up we've seen on the stream so far. Coop managed to come back from a 3-1 deficit in the Goliath win. Fletcher came back from from 10 big blinds, I think, to win the Players Championships. Now we're about to see Jared do the same thing. He had less than 15 bigs before. Now he's come back with a vengeance. He's going to lift the button here.
Jared's just one more reasonable pot away from closing this gap up completely. This probably won't be the one. Both players whiffing. Seems likely to get chopped if they make it showdown. Someone does ultimately win this. It'll just be whoever plays it more aggressively. That seems to be Jared.
You're right. Yeah, 160. Yeah.
Looks like Marco's gonna call.
Yeah, it's not gonna do it just yet.
Turn card now. It is an 8, so Marco picks up a gut shot on the turn. Jared has to be worried about those middling cards, and he does check back. Back on the river. I think these guys are going to chop it up now. King high for both.
Marco going to come out and bat at it though, and that's going to do the trick.
We'll take it down.
It's a 2-1.
$10 million to 4.9.
Raise 350.
Looks like we have a raise here.
Jared call.
Jared's going to come with a call with 10-9-0, dominating hand. Up to a flop we go. Ace, ace, queen. Jared in the lead 10 high, but it's going to be a difficult pot to navigate if Marco c-bets. What's going to happen? Gets it done. Jared 4.4 million now, slipping just a little bit.
Marco raise 450.
Queen 10 here for Jared. Marco with a mystery hand. Going to raise it up over the limp.
Jared call 450.
Eight 5-3.
Okay,
Marco's going to c-bet, and I think that that's just going to get the job done. Don't think Jared is going to be able to do much with this Queen 10 here, but I have been wrong before, and I'll be wrong again.
Thank you.
Looks like he's just going to go ahead and float.
Turn card is a king. Marco looks like he's going to double barrel here.
Marco bet 900. 9.
Jared looks like he's not really believing this here. And a jam from Jared. We're receiving words from the production team that there might be a little bit of a misread in the cards here though, so from what we understand, Marco actually had 10-9 of clubs. Jared had a different hand here, so we're not entirely sure what's going on. But Jared will jam the turn here. Jared is going to take himself up to 6.3 million though. So unfortunately we're not going to get a clarification on the card reads there. Marco is down at 8.7 million and Jared at 6.3, so the gap has been closed almost as we carry on here. From what we understand, Marco had the 10-9 of clubs from what we understand, however, not entirely sure what Jared's holdings were.
So it seems it'll be the Queen of Spades with something else.
May have even been King Queen of Spades. Waiting some clarification here. Dealer, so you're going to continue here. Looks like things are evening out quite a lot though. Jared's clawed back quite a lot of that lead that Marco had. Don't go anywhere, guys. Stay comfy.
Yeah, gap between these guys now only around about 15 big blinds or so.
Jared's just going to check back the King 10 suited to the trap a little bit here.
Jared check. Marco check.
4, 5, 6, definitely. Better board for Marco.
Marco check. Jared check. Marco
Jared
check.
going to keep the lead though with King High. To win it.
King High going to do it.
It's like that, less than 2 million the difference.
Jared call. Marco check.
Jared's going to keep this limping strategy up. King do so. Marco with the check. Off to a flop we go. Marco flopping trips here.
Huge fear for Marco. King High usually going to be the best hand on this flop. Jared might be willing to put a
He's
few
going to
chips
lead
in there.
out. And I think Jared is going to float one.
Call two.
And he does. Off to a turn we go. 9 on the turn doesn't change anything. Marco does have the check mark now though, no club on the turn, so he's going to barrel, and I think this probably just gets the job done. Don't think Jared's going to call twice here.
450.
Doesn't just fold. It's 8.9 for Marco, 6.1 for Jared. And these guys have gotten comfortable, so he's going to be here for quite a while.
Ace high.
And you, Marco?
Oh.
Nah, no ace high. Yeah, no nothing. No nothing.
Just floating. Did you have a plan? Did you have a plan? What happened to your usual plan?
What's my usual plan?
All in.
Jared with the 7-5 suited here. I think he'd want to raise this one up. Looks like he agrees.
Jared call.
I lied.
Check.
Thank God that didn't
call.
stand.
Marco's going to check. To a flop we go. Lots of limping happening here. Ace, ace, 3. Definitely favours Jared's range. I would think that Marco would probably raise a lot of his aces that get checked to, or limped to.
Jared bet 160.
Jared is going to stab. Quick fold from Marco. Jared's going to take it down. Lots of small ball happening here. Not many chips flying like the other heads up that we've seen so far. These guys really respecting the full big blind ante heads up.
Yeah, I mean, if we think back to the Goliath final table, there was absolute chaos.
It's gonna mean more when you beat me after this epic battle.
The ace 4 triple barrel bluff comes to mind. Cooper just going for it with the nut flush blocker.
So we see pairs here for both guys.
This could get exciting. Jared,
be an exciting one.
with the advantage.
40 bigs effective.
Jared raise 1 million.
It's like he's reaching for the big chips. 3 bets to 1 million. Marco cuts out a call pretty quickly, puts it in. One of the biggest pots of heads up so far, 2.2 million in the middle. King 4-4.
Connecting.
Gonna see at least a bet here. Be surprised to see Jared bet something in the vicinity of 230k. Looks like that is what he's gonna do. Getting 250, 10% pot. Very nice size here in a 3-bet pot and a paired board. Looks like Marco tends to agree that's the amount. Off the turn. Queen on the turn, so another over to these guys.
Yeah, they're not gonna like that.
And I wouldn't be surprised to see this go check.
Jared check.
Check from Jared. Marco looks like he wants to fire a bet out there to try and get a call from ace high. 500k. It's not going to work. Jared is going to peel one off here. Can't really fold for one bet.
Very small bet too. Less than 20%
put in the call. This is for the chip lead, by the way. If Jared wins this, he'll take the lead for the first time.
Okay, check.
And Jared is going to win it.
Wow, Jared's going to take the chip lead.
Oh, I should fire that river.
Jared has 8.3 million chips all of a sudden.
Tables have officially turned.
Calling river.
Just like that, Jared in the lead for the first time in this heads-up battle.
Jordan, are you
for the
telling
first
me
time on the final table. Are you telling me there's a chance?
that the commentator's pick might be able to come through?
That is crazy.
After our miserable attempts leading up to today, we're now finally a favourite to pick one right. But of course, Marco has battled already for quite some time today. He's not done battling yet. If he has anything to say about it, they're going to come one short.
Marco picking up
bad by me, actually.
that pot there. He's still got a mountain of blue chips in front of him, but they don't have quite the same strength that the mountains of pinks that Jared has do.
I don't know, that sizing and stuff.
Marco gonna raise it up here, 450k. Looks like Jared's gonna decide on whether or not to call or 3-bet here.
Call.
Looks like a call, off to a flop we go.
450 and call. Jared check.
Very Broadway centric board.
Marco, of course, going to see bet.
Bet 500.
Jared now.
Jared call 5.
Puts in the call. Off to a turn we go. Not quite sure what these guys have just yet.
This pot is starting to swell.
Yeah, it looks to be another 9 or a 10 out there on the turn. Check. River card. So we are totally in the dark for this hand.
Jared check.
Queen 10 for Jared. King Jack for Marco. Can't quite see what the board is. That's a big bet.
Oh wow, we've got a suck-resuck situation here. Marco with the best of it on the flop. Jared finding a 2-pair.
No, sorry, 1.1 is the bet now. Sorry. 5.
Marco gonna overbet this river.
Check.
And as far as bluffs go,
Check, 1.1.
it doesn't get much better for Jared. So he has counted out a call, not raising chips. He blocks all the full houses, and the way the hand played, he can definitely have them.
Be a very gangster spot to find the raise.
Giving it quite a lot of thought here. The longer he thinks about this, the less chance there is that going to be turned into a bluff, I think. Looks like he's trying to weigh up whether or not Marco would have Jack here. He does find the fold. And just like that, we are almost neck and neck here.
I thought you were thinking about it.
Yeah, look at that. Almost completely even.
Huh?
Difference of about 5 big blinds.
I'll have to fold, I think.
It is supposed to be a break. 160, 160.
Marco dominating Jared here. To a flop we go. Oh, not quite, sorry. Jared with a limp. Marco checks the king 4, so yeah, off to a flop we go.
Marco check. Jared.
Jared does take the lead though, pair of 7s. Check, check. Yep, check, check. 8 repeat on the turn, so nothing changes much more from there. Jared must think that Marco would have stabbed if he had a 10 or an 8.
Check, Jared, check.
9 at river. 7 is going to take it.
And we are even Stevens. One small blind separating the two.
He like shows it to me, I'm like, I like
Jared's turn with the button now. He's going to continue limping. 6-5-0.
Jared full.
Marco with the 8 deuce. Let's just decide to check. Off to a flop we go.
Check.
Nothing for either player. Jack 7-7. 2 diamonds. Sorry, 2 hearts.
Sorry. Alex. Sorry. This is the turn card. Split die by Savant card to the
6 on the turn. Let's give Jared the lead.
Sorry guys. Marco check. Jared bet 250. Marco fine.
Back level.
Really is anyone's game. These guys have shown that they're going to battle until the very end.
Oh my god, you are shit.
Yeah, not really much aggression in this heads up so far, Philo. Not like the other heads up that we've seen so far this series. These guys, I think part of the reason is that, not to toot his horn or anything like that, but I know Jared quite well, and from what I understand, he's done quite a lot of work on heads up stuff with the full blind ante, so he probably just might know what he's doing as far as how often you should be raising, how much limping you should be doing, and you see that he's doing quite a lot of limping in this setup, so
if I lose, I'm gonna
definitely going to make the hands a lot less volatile. That's kind of what we've seen so far. Very different kind of outlook than what we've seen from the other heads up battles that have happened.
So whether you win or lose, it's also cheap, argument. No, if you win, I get 2.5k. I'm putting poker.
Depends on Jared right now, yes.
Wait, if you lose, then you're lucky. Yeah. You check out like 650. Now, if you win, only if you win. But I don't know if I want to do it for 2,600. That's a big shame.
Jared fold.
You're going to be playing almost any holding with this big blind ante in play, but 8-2 off. One of the few that we're happy to just let go. See Jared toss that one back to Taylor.
Why? If I Uber, will you let me in? If I Uber, will I... What? See you at 10. No, I'll stay up all night. Alright, boys. Can't get in your photo, Thatcher. Because Marco's obviously not going to win.
Go raise 450. Jared fold.
Good luck, boys.
Fold there from Jared on that occasion.
Good luck, mate. I hope you win. If I see another photo of this fucking bloke.
Marco with the lead once more. Very back and forth battle at this moment in time. Nobody's really giving an inch.
Playing about 50 big blinds effective.
Say goodbye.
Imagine we're not too far off picking up a blind level either.
Ball from Jared and check.
This is the best. I wish you made it last week.
We see Marco getting Delta. 7-3 off. Pretty rubbish hand, but he's going to get a free flop. Both players catching a straight draw.
Yeah.
I mean, if you want money with it, you have a good time. You got some good chat though. If you're on his bad side, good luck to you.
To a turn, ace on the turn.
Okay, check.
Marco going to slow down now.
Jared gets it done. Takes the lead back.
Very minor, but it is a lead. Just shy of 50 bigs effective. It has been a very small ball heads up so far, but at the end of the day, it is still heads up. Less than 50 bigs. Plenty of ways all the money can go in.
450 from Marco and call from Jared.
Couple of actual hands here for these guys. King Jack to King Queen, 1.1 million in the pot. Let's see a flop. And they've had all of these low cards for the last half an hour, and now when they finally get Broadway cards, they don't see them on the board.
Yeah, King High Flop was one of those flops I was talking about just a moment ago, where a lot of chips can go in. But these guys both playing just King High at the moment.
Don't think Jared's going to fold here.
Call free.
Doesn't. Off to a river. Queen, definitely not going to be folding on that river. Marco with king high, may try and stab at it. Doesn't. Jared takes down another one. Over 8.4 mil now. Starting to open the gap a little bit.
Never mind. Brendan. We got 4. Brendan. Yeah, tell him there's 4 minutes till the break. He wants a ship count.
Jared now. Continuing his limping. Very good hand to limp this time. Marco not falling for it though. Jack 5-0. Does outflop on this occasion. Jared does have the king of clubs though, so action's going to be continuing to the turn at least here.
Jared called too.
Another club. 7 does make a straight though, so it may cause Marco to slow down. That he does. Be surprised to see Jared just check this one back. Off to a river. 9. Change anything. 7 is still a straight. Jared's still behind with king high. Doesn't try and take it. Marco gonna win this one.
I thought that was just a random person. I was literally gonna be like, is this allowed?
Nice hand here for Jared. King 9 suited. King 9 very playable as well. He's going to come in for the raise.
Jared raise 1.2. Yep. Okay, fold. 450, then 1.2.
Couple million chip gap now. Still not going to take a lot to close that. Marco's turn to pick up a real hand. Ace king of clubs. Continue doing in here. It's not going to see a flop for that price though.
Raise 450.
I want to play data heads up.
Can you just spread your cards out, please?
Marco going to take this one for a limb.
Call from Marco.
6 off. Pretty hand for Jared here.
Raise 475.
So he's going to bump it up with his suited connector. Fold there from Marco. That king 6 definitely a hand he could defend against the raise. He's going to have position. King 6 reasonably strong hand heads up.
You got the big blinds.
We are on a 15-minute break.
So from Jared. Just gonna do some chip counts.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So we're just gonna have a quick break here.
Just going to confirm those chip counts. Give these guys a moment for a bathroom break. We'll be right back into the action. Don't go anywhere, guys. All right, looks like we are close to getting back into it. All right, we're back in the action. Marco going to limp in the 8-5. And Jared just going to check his option. And guys, we have ticked over the blind level. We are playing 100k, 200k at the moment. So around about 40 big blinds effective. Whole lot of nothing for both of these guys so far, but Marco is the one that's going to fire at it. Jared's going to give it some thought. Perhaps pondering a raise. Don't know that he can really call with this hand.
Jared dominated in this scenario. Marco with the Queen 8-0. Jared's going to keep limping. 2 pair though for Marco. Bottom pair for Jared.
I think this would cost Jared at least 1 bet.
Half pot from Marco. Looks like Jared is going to call. Marco has the check mark, so 7 on the river. 9 does make a straight now, so that's probably going to slow down the action. Jared may consider bluffing at this, though. A lot of times where there have been scenarios where Jared has had the ability to empty the clip, he hasn't. Looks like he does this time. Gonna get looked up though.
Yeah, going to get looked up very quickly. Just going to swap stacks. Marco back in the driver's seat.
Dead.
Thank God. No, it's just a small blind.
So just updating you guys, there is a discussion between the two regarding stopping at the end of this level and then resuming tomorrow. So when we hear more about that, we will let you know.
Neil in the Facebook chat asking if a deal was done. No, these guys still playing for prize pool as advertised. So this heads up. The reason they're battling so hard is because they're playing for effectively $20,000. These guys are not going to be giving an inch.
As we see 2 very good hands here for both of these guys. Jared continuing limping, Marco raising the 3s. Jared does turn that into a check jam, a limp jam for 35 bigs, and he's going to get that done, taking back the chip lead.
Back to even.
Really giving an inch, these guys. Marco definitely could have called off the 3s if he wanted to there, but very quickly decided against it. No raise from Jared with the ace high.
Jared check.
Going to stay in the lead on this Queen 10-10 board.
Go bet 200.
Marco going to have a crack at it, but it's not going to be successful just yet. Jared hanging on with the ace high.
Jared, check.
Hey, doesn't change anything either. Ace high still in the lead, though Jack 9 does get there. Check, check though. King on the river.
Jared, check.
Jared does just check his ace high, and Marco decides to give up the 6 high, doesn't even try and win. There's been quite a lot of just pure give ups in this so far, so not surprised to see that one there. Marco usually tries to empty the barrel though, try to get folds. Not on this occasion, maybe he's just realised that Jared just doesn't like folding.
Call river.
Do you see a bit of contrast between this and the heads up between Cooper and Alex earlier this week?
Maybe.
There was very little giving up done in that heads up. Those guys were just firing.
Even the heads up between Will and Fletcher. Like Fletcher was 3-betting Queen 3-0 and stuff like that. None of that's happening here. Just lots of limping, lots of small pots.
I don't know.
As you see, a pair of deuces here for Marco. He's going to continue with his leading strategy.
Jared, call 2.
Jared can call once. Check mark for Marco here.
Repeat deuce. Demand Harris, I believe that is Jess. She's a member of the reporting team here with Poker Media. So I don't think she is so much supporting anybody, more so she is just keeping track of the going-ons that are happening.
Jared, fold.
Fold.
Yeah.
I don't think it was. Was it?
I don't know what you had. You didn't.
Did you?
It's really good view, you know. You can see everything.
Everything.
Marco, ball. Not that far back.
Jared with the ace-5 suited.
7.
Jared raised 700. Okay, fold.
Bump the price up. Quick fold from Marco.
Who is this? Is this for a quick?
4-3. Not going to do the trick.
Yeah, big blinds. 2.
Jared doesn't really seem to have many nutted traps that he's limped in this spot yet. Most of his limps have been kind of offsuit Broadway, stuff like that,
Because we're always doing the circuits together and stuff. Like,
as far as the balance goes.
I got him onto Rufus, and he's been, oh, it's just so good.
He's sold.
Yeah.
Jared, call. Check. Okay, check. Jared, bet 200.
Both players whiffing this one, and neither with a spade. Jared going to bet at it. Marco going to give that one up. Jared starting to put a little bit of a gap between him and Marco again, but 1.3 million. 7 big blinds is the difference. Can be very quickly erased.
Okay, cool.
Marco does limp the king queen here. And let Jared in for free with the 9 deuce. Both players whiffing. Marco gut shot on the flop.
Check.
Player's going to check. Checks
He's
through
going
on
to
the
river
turn
top
as well.
pair. River middle pair, sorry.
It's a large bet. Doesn't even have to get out there though. Jared quickly pitches the 9-2. Even a small pot like that
Just give me the
almost
ring.
erases that lead. Guys,
Put in 96
basically
stack.
dead even again.
And then we'll climb back up again after all the fucking time. It's a bad idea. We tried that. Tried that, Marco, and it didn't work.
Jared, call.
Another limp from Jared and a check from Marco. 2 pair this time for Marco. Nothing for Jared until the turn. Pair of 4s.
I bet 300.
Okay, betting half pot.
3 hearts on board as well.
Jared not going to call this time.
Bradley gets out of the way with his bottom pair there. They completely even up the scoreboard.
Okay, cool. Jared raised 700.
Jared going to raise the ace-4 over a limp. Marco going to call, so big pot brewing here. 1.6 in the middle. Nothing for either player. Jared's still in the lead with ace-high.
Does have the betting lead as well. Buys a continuation bet. Probably get the job done here.
Jared bet 400.
1.6 in the middle. Definitely love to just take this down now, and he does. And back in the lead.
Jared called.
Jared widening the gap a little bit. 8.1 to 6.8.
Okay, cool.
Marco with 8s this time. Jared just going to check back the 10-9 suited.
Interesting check back. Jared has picked up a gut shot and a backdoor flush draw. Marco's still ahead. Flush draw on the turn for Jared. Also picked up some counterfeit outs. 19 outs for Jared on the turn here. Marco gonna call the bet on the turn. About as big of a
On the
brick as
river.
they come.
From what we've seen so far, Jared just gives up in these spots, and he's going to see the bad news when he sees Marco showdown 8s, but I don't know why Marco is betting. Feels like a very clear check back, just win. But I guess he wants to try and get value from ace high. Or a 7.
Now Jared is not thinking about calling here. Given this body language, it doesn't seem like he's thinking about raising.
Cool, Jared call.
Well, the hero's 10 high? Yeah, I mean, Marco's bet on the river doesn't make sense. Like, he really should just check back and win with 8s. Trying to get a hero from ace X seems pretty ambitious given the way the hand was played out, but I guess Jared did just check back, so maybe he felt like his hand was under rep.
Yeah, I don't know about that one. Wouldn't be crazy to think that you could be up against a jack high hand that's bluffing. I think if we're gonna try and make something happen with the 10 high, probably better to use it as some kind of bluff.
3 diamonds out there. Jared the only one with a pair though, in the lead at the moment, but Marco with 12 outs, top of screen. He's gonna bet 200. I think Jared's gonna meet this with a call.
I don't want to give this up just yet.
After this hand, we'll give you an update regarding the main event as well. Tomorrow's day 2. Definitely quite a lot of money to play for in that one as well, as we go to a river here. River is a 6, so Jared's going to keep the lead. He's going to show down the winner here. So all in all, we had 592 entries in the main event. Total prize pool of a little under $310,000. First place going to be locking up $57,750, as well as entry into the Tournament of Champions. So that's going to be a very exciting day tomorrow. We'll be bringing you coverage of the final table for that one as well. So definitely still quite a lot of action to be coming over the next 24 hours on this stream. Make sure you're liking APT Live on Facebook, following LCA Poker on Twitch.
Okay, cool.
Jared with the Jack do so. Looks like he's going to raise this over a limp. He started doing this with his much weaker holdings, keeping the lead in his favour. Given Jared's strategy, I think what he's planning on doing is just kind of lean on Marco here. Let gravity do the work. Seems to be getting the better of these smaller pots. Definitely seems like he's got the patience to kind of just keep doing this. So he does flop bottom pair here.
Jared bet 200.
Bets one big blind. Marco with queen high does have the queen of hearts. Decides not to float though. Let's just let Jared have it. Jared taking it over 8 million now. Those stats are a little bit skewed given the fact that we still had an entire final table worth of play, showdowns and all that other kind of stuff before this began, so those numbers are going to be a little bit out. Kevin asking if we're playing this blind set, no winner come back tomorrow. That is the plan at the moment. Unless there is a winner right at the end of this level, we are going to be playing to the end of this blind level and then coming back tomorrow.
Did you get that one?
The blinds are at 100, 200 at the moment. Roughly 75 big blinds in play. Off to a flop we go here. Small ball strategy keeps going. Jared with a gutter. Marco just with 8 high. Both plays with a diamond though. 6 on the turn. Marco does take the lead. So he's going to bet it. Jared may not peel it off with just a gutter.
This is a bet of half pot. Jared with just 10 high on the gut shot. Probably not going to want to pay that price, but nothing intentions, but not this time.
Jared with 8.2 million, Marco with 6.7. Not entirely sure how long is left on this level, Damien. We have been told that around 220 is probably the mark at which this one will wrap up. So probably another 15 minutes. We keep marching along for now though.
Okay, cool. Jared raised 700.
Looks like Jared's raising over a limp here. Marco has usually folded by this point already. Not on this occasion. Ace-3 suited. One of the traps that he would have had in his range. Probably going to treat this as a 3-bet. One of the first limp 3-bets we would have seen. Here it comes. Ace-3 suited. Jared with the ace 5. 1.725 million is the 3-bet.
Given that this is the first limp 3-bet, I think Jared should probably be treading pretty cautiously here.
Oh, he just jams! Wow, that's sick. What a sicko. Jared knows exactly what Marco's up to. Jams it in. Takes a commanding 2-1 chip lead now. We could be nearing the end of this all of a sudden.
He's been battling the entire heads up. And now he's finally got a real considerable lead here.
Yeah, looks like the stream has frozen on our end. Give us a sec, guys. We'll sort that out for you. Wow, what a crazy turn of events. All of a sudden, we're talking about coming back tomorrow, but Jared may just have Marco on the ropes here. We could be going down to a winner right now.
Yeah, I mean, 25 big blinds effective. It doesn't take a whole lot to get that in. Wow, what a move there from Jared. I really thought he was just going to respect the limp 3-bet.
No,
but
no respect here. Ace 5-0 in your mouth. Jared here with the 9-5. Gonna limp in. Marco with the Queen 8 suited. Wonder whether or not he's gonna be a little bit annoyed by what's going on. Try and raise it up himself. Jared just gonna snap fold. 9-5 not gonna do it. 9.7 million for Jared. Marco, 26 bigs. Top of the morning to you too, Ben. Thanks for tuning in. What's up, Travis T? Thanks for tuning in. Hi, Liam. Go to bed.
Marco folds.
As we see Jared with a walk now.
You gotta wonder just how the mental game of Marco is holding up here. He's been the chip leader the entire final table. He had Jared on the ropes at the beginning of this heads up. Jared managed to spin it back up. He's now taken a 2-1 chip lead. Marco with 25 bigs. He's not been this short the entire final table.
Jared with the King 4 suited. Marco with 6s. We've seen Jared come with some limp jams here. I wonder whether or not this is going to be one of the hands he's going to want to do it with. We see Marco raise the 6s. He's going to get a quick count of his stack. For 700k, they are 25 bigs effective. Looks like Jared's just going to call. Off to a flop we go. 1.6 million in the middle. 2.5 to 1 SPR. Down comes the flop now. King deuce 3.
That is king high.
Oh, Marco is just going to start firing. Just going to start blasting.
Yeah, I mean, these 6s usually are going to be good on this flop. Only one overcard.
500k. Jared
I do like the bet from Marco, but you know who else likes it is Jared.
Jared clicks in the call. Just going to feign weakness here. 2.6 million in the middle. 3.7 behind for Marco. Queen of Diamonds gives Jared a flush draw as well. Marco with the check. Be surprised to see Jared check back here, set the trap a little bit maybe. Spendick has got a hand like a 3, maybe in a hand like 5-4.
So you will have position on the river as well.
Jared bets 1 million.
Looks like he announces the size here.
Marco calls.
And a quick call from Marco, doesn't believe it.
Yes, that
it is
like
not
a
100k, guys. Looks like a bet of $1 million. So there's roughly 4.6 in the middle. Jack on the river.
All in. Marco's all in.
Marco jams.
Wow. Marco's just going to go ahead and donk jam the river. This doesn't really make a lot of sense.
Bluff. What is he trying to say he has here? What is he trying to say he has Queen Jack? King Jack? He would have barreled if he had a king.
2,650,000.
He would have barreled all of his hands. The only things that really make sense is Queen Jack. maybe even like Jack 3.
Jared has given credit to his opponents in a couple of spots like these where it didn't make a whole lot of sense on the river, but if he's able to sniff this one out, it's going to be the end of the tournament.
And we've also seen Jared really weigh up some river decisions in the past before, but most of the times he's made the fold. Weighing up some of the options. Well, be quiet so you can hear what he's saying here. Weighing up all the options. Is there really enough hands that Jared loses to that are going to donk jam this river? The rail is building. They know this is a really big moment. Can Jared sniff this out?
A lot of thought. Does seem a bit confused. He has folded the previous times he's been confused.
I mean, he does block the bluffs like 5-4, 6-4.
I'm just glad you want heads up in this question. That's all that matters. I had 10% of users.
He's going to double check his cards.
He usually indicates a fold, but he puts them right back.
Something doesn't add up here. Somebody in the chat saying that he beats no value. The issue is, what value does Marco have in this line? Nothing really makes sense. So many of the hands that he would have for value would barrel the turn. And the thing that he may do this with might be pocket queens.
Call.
Puts in the call!
He makes the call! He's done it, Jordan.
It's all over. It is all over. Jared takes down the absolute prestige cards event, The Grind, taking home $52,000 in an absolutely incredible hero call on the river here. Figures out exactly where Marco's at. Marco's going to take home $33,000, but Jared is just on an absolute heater over the last 3 weeks. This is his third trophy in around 10 days. And it's all over. What a battle.
Huge. That was an epic final table. Wow. Jordan. Your pick gets it done.
It was a very tumultuous journey for him. He was as short as 10 big blinds at one point on this table. People are coming over. They can't really believe what they're seeing. What a ridiculous board to hero this on. And that's going to be all she wrote. Jared Thatcher, winner of The Grind. Trophy is going to get placed front and center. They're going to get all the photos organized, but we are going to leave you guys now. Main event coverage is going to be starting tomorrow here at APT Live on Facebook, at LCA Poker on Twitch from around 1 PM Queensland time. So tune in at that point. We'll see you guys then. Until then, have a great night's rest, and we'll chat to you tomorrow.
Thanks everyone for tuning in. Big congratulations to all our final table participants, but especially to Jared for closing this one out. It's been a pleasure to watch. It's been a pleasure to have you guys hanging out with us for the broadcast. See you guys tomorrow for the main.